like the video.
Gather round. I'm glad everybody came out tonight. As we stand on our neighborhood corner, know that this fire that's burning represents the passion you have. Listen. Keisha, Tammy, come up front. I recognize all of you. Every creed and color. With that being said, fuck your ethnicity. You understand that? We're gonna talk about a lot of shit that concerns you. Only you.
If you don't give a fuck, throw your hands up high.
This episode of Derapy is brought to you by Lily Clark and Crazy Pink Love.
Derapy.
Now I don't give a fuck if you black, white, Asian, Hispanic, goddammit, that don't mean shit to me. Fuck your ethnicity.
This is Section 80, Kendrick's first project released under the name Kendrick Lamar, released in July of 2011. It was produced by mostly people in or around TDE at the time: THC, Tommy Black, Wildfire, Terrace Martin, and J. Cole. Jermaine Cole. It's a concept album that features two characters, Keisha and Tammy, and discusses themes like the crack epidemic in the 80s, racism, and a little bit of Kendrick's upbringing mixed in as well. Today we'll be taking a look at the first four tracks, starting with Fuck Your Ethnicity. This community leader, I suppose, has some people gathered at a street corner at a fire pit and is giving them wisdom, gems. It's actually just Kendrick Lamar with his voice pitched down, but you get it. It's a concept. Here is the first verse of the album.
Fuck your ethnicity, nigga.
Fire burning inside my eyes. This the music that saved my life. Y'all be calling it hip hop. I be calling it hypnotized. Yeah, hypnotized. Trap my body but free my mind. What the fuck are you fighting for? Ain't nobody go win at war. My details be retailed. Man, I got so much in store. Racism is still alive. Yellow tape and colored lines. Fuck that nigga, look at that line, it's so diverse. They getting off work and they wanna see Kendrick. Everybody can't drop pencils and I've been there, so I'm making my business to give them my full up attention. Hut. Man, I gotta get my wind up. Man, I gotta get down with God, cause I got my sins up. Ooh. Matter of fact, don't mistake me for no fucking rapper. They sit backstage and hide behind them fucking cameras. I mosh pit, had a microphone, I tossed it. Had a brain, then I lost it. I'm out of my mind, so don't you mind how much the cost is. Penny for my thoughts, everybody please hold up your wallets. Yeah, man, I'm the mailman, can't you tell, man? Gon' postal, never freeze up when I approach you. That's starstruck and roast you, oh my. High power.
Even 14 years ago, we're getting impressive rhymes and flow switches from Young Kenny here. Fire burning inside my eyes. This is the music that saved my life. Y'all be calling it hip-hop. I be calling it hypnotize. Kendrick openly talks about how music saved him. Good Kid, Mad City is a fantastic exploration of the type of shenanigans Kendrick was getting up to in just a day or two on any given day in Compton, and it only ended when he found God and got in the booth. We have bars about the details being retail because he has so much in store.
Nice one, bud.
I like the bar, everybody can't drive Benzes, and I've been there, so I make it my business to give him my full attention. 10 Hut. Man, I gotta get my wind up. It's very cool to see early on Kendrick talk about ways he can be a better artist and performer for the few fans that he has at the time. He goes from talking about getting his wind up here to telling you how he does it in 2024, saying that he's running 6 miles every morning. He says he has to get down with God because his sins are up. There are a lot of little punchlines mixed in with some real bars with depth here. Let me know which stand out to you, and we will hit our second verse.
Fuck your ethnicity, nigga.
I'm tired of y'all, cause everybody lied to y'all, and you believe it. Recognize them false achievements, it's treason, and I'm Tylenol. I knock out when you knock it off. Knock on the doors of opportunity, I'm too involved. I'm no activist, I'm no Einstein. Before calculus, I was kicking that math, dropping that science like an alchemist, and I be kicking that ass. Lyrically, I'm UFC. If a UFO had came for me, I'ma come back with the head of an alien. Don't alienate my dreams. Get it right, get a life. I got two. That's a metaphor for the big shit I do. Boy, TMI, TSA, man, I'm fly. Put wings on my back. That a plane or an angel. Both like a pilot with a halo. Whoa. Gross.
Dot is around 22 or 23 at this time, and I'm already like, this dude is different. I'm Tylenol. I knock out when you knock it off. Knock on the doors of opportunity. I'm too involved. I be kicking that ass. Lyrically, I'm UFC. If a UFO came for me, I'm going to come back with the head of an alien. Don't alienate my dreams. This is just funny. Bro said if I get abducted, I'm going to come back with an alien's head. That's...
you think that's funny?
That's like that dude yelling, actually. That reminds me of that guy that's like yelling. I forgot who it was. He's like in a fight. He's like, if you see me in a fight with a bear, help the bear. But I don't know where I heard that. Maybe my editor will know.
I make a motherfucker say, oh yeah, I'm cold as a lion with no hair. If you ever see me fighting in the forest with a grizzly bear, help the bear.
Kendrick says he does big shit. Then he says TMI, TSA, man, I'm fly, put wings on my back. Is that a plane or an angel? Both, like a pilot with a halo.
Slayer.
Whoa. This kind of reminds me of Lil Wayne, who Kendrick was definitely inspired by at the time. Not super narrative stuff, but great punchlines and flows at the time. You just gotta give it props. Let's listen to how this track closes out.
Gross. I mean, I've seen so many teams come through them and murder you. I'm just a messenger. Yeah, I know life's a bitch. Get the best of her, put them threes up. They notice that we up. High power and the people. And if they don't believe us, they'll die. Wizard.
Now I don't give a fuck if you black, white, Asian, Hispanic, goddammit, that don't mean shit to me. Fuck your ethnicity, nigga.
This is a very good start to the album. I'm feeling a decent to strong 8 on the first track from Section 80.
8.
Kendrick displays a lot of natural talent, good flows and rhymes, but there isn't a lot of focus with this track considering it's the intro to an album that's meant to be somewhat conceptual. It's a very solid start though. Let's move on to a record that I'm sure you're all familiar with, a song that I have loved and appreciated for a long time called Hole Up.
I wrote this record while 30,000 feet in the air. Steward is complimenting me on my nappy hair. If I can fuck her in front of all of these passengers, they'll probably think I'm a terrorist. Eat my asparagus, then I'm asking her thoughts of a young nigga. Fast money and freedom, a crash dummy for dollars. I know you dying to meet him, I probably die in a minute. Just bury me with 20 bitches, 20 million and a comp down fitted. Hold up, 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 hold up. Yeah, big shit poppin'. Section 80. Back in this bitch, in the back of that bitch with my back against the wall and your bitch on the edge of my dick. Jump off. I call a bitch, a hoe, a woman. I never did nothing but break the ground on top of the asphalt. Tire mark gave you evidence that I'm easily pedaling with the speed of a lightning bolt. As a kid, I killed 2 adults. I'm too advanced. I lived my 20s at 2 years old. The wiser man. Truth be told, I'm like 87. Wicked as 80 reverends in a pool of fire with devils holding hands. From a distance, don't know which one is a Christian. Damn, who can I trust in 2012? There's no one, not even myself. A Gemini screaming for help. Somebody, hold up.
I know I say this a lot, but I genuinely mean this. This is one of my favorite instrumentals of all time. Shout out Soundwave on the production. And I really like the song structure here, by the way, because the song begins with the first verse, then the chorus, then the second verse. And I know that sounds basic and like obvious, like of course the song begins with the first verse, but the first verse has like chorus energy. It's hard to explain. Just take my word for it. I love the sound of what feels like horns, I can only assume. I'm not like a production specialist, and I really appreciate the background vocals and the harmonies that swell up and get louder as the song progresses. The first verse, Kendrick talks about meeting a stewardess who compliments him on his hair, and he immediately starts fantasizing about joining the Mile High Club with this woman. but says people would probably look at him funny if he was, having sex with a woman on the plane. One really cool thing I noticed is Kendrick talks about being a crash dummy for dollars, fast money, and freedom. This could be a metaphor for his relationship with hip-hop at the time, but also, remember last song, Kendrick talked about being a pilot with a halo. Now he talks about dying in a minute while he's on a plane. I just don't think that's a coincidence. The second verse has really great rhyming, in my opinion. Evidence I'm easily peddling, speed of a lightning bolt. As a kid, I kill... Oh, dear. I'm like 87, wicked as 80 reverends in a pool of fire with devils holding hands from a distance. Don't know which one is Christian. Damn. Who can I trust in 2012? There's no one, not even myself, a Gemini screaming for help. Great rhyming, but I do not want to breeze past the fact that Kendrick just casually says that as a kid he killed 2 adults.
Okay.
Look, I'm not the FBI, so comment what this man is referring to. Let's move on to the third verse.
Hey, kick her out the studio out there. 24/7 nigga working his ass for it. She popping that ass for it. The king of diamonds with diamonds, I never do ask for it. They checking my passport. I'm too accustomed with customs. You calling the task force. I killed it, somebody cuff them. They want me to fast forward the game, and why you complain when you niggas is passport? You'll never hop in my lane when you pushing a rap for it. You wrecking my Jaguar. You play like a bad sport. Her feet on the dashboard. Hold up.
The third verse is essentially a flawless verse. Working his ass for it. She popping that ass for him. King of diamonds with diamonds. I never do ask for it. Checking my passport. I'm too accustomed with customs calling the task force. I killed it. Somebody cuff him. The entire verse is just filled with multiple rhyme schemes woven throughout every line. It's thematically consistent. Talking about travel, being in the air or at the airport. Also, there's 8 hole-ups in the hook.
It's section 80. If I can fuck her in front of all of these passengers, they'll probably think I'm Osama. The plane emergency landed. It was an honor. Hold up.
The song's a 10. I don't care.
10.
It's a
10.
Lyricism.
10.
Rhymes.
10.
Delivery.
10.
Hook.
10. 10.
Feature.
10.
Harmony.
10.
Vocals.
10.
Punchlines.
10.
Storytelling. It's a 10. Flawless track. Love it. Never skip. 10 out of 10 song. A song I listen to all of the time. Completely out of context. Not even with the album. I love it. Argue with a wall. Next, we have the track ADHD.
Fuck that. 8 doobies to the face. Fuck that. 12 bottles in the case, nigga. Fuck that. 2 pills and a half weight, nigga. Fuck that. Got a high tolerance when your age don't exist. Man, I swear my nigga tripping off that shit again. Pick 'em up, then I set 'em in cold water. Then I order someone to bring 'em Vicodin. Hope they take the pain away from the feeling that he feel today. You know when you're part of Section 8 and you feel like no one can relate. Cause you are a loner, marijuana. Endorphins make you stronger. I'm in the house party, tripping off my generation, sipping cough syrup black as water. Never no pancakes in the kitchen, man. Not one of our lives is caught up in the daily superstition that the world is about the end. Gives a fuck, we never do listen unless it comes with an 808. A melody and some hoes, PlayStation and some drink. Technology bought my soul. Looking around and all I see is a big crowd that's product of me, and they probably relatives relevant for a rebel stream. Yep, her president is black, she black. Purple label on her back, but that tab is like blue. She take it straight to the head. Then she look at me, she got ADHD.
This song is really nonstop from the jump, and I'm pretty sure the concept behind ADHD is just that. You're jumping from one thing to the next, and unfortunately that thing in this instance is drugs. Kendrick seems to have like an alarming amount of knowledge about drugs and the effects of them for someone who seemingly doesn't indulge in them. The song begins with the chorus, 8 doobies to the face.
8.
12 bottles in the case.
2.
Pills and a half weight. A half weight is referring to 0.5 G's. This is according to the internet. I don't know anything.
I don't know shit about fuck.
In the first verse, Kendrick details a situation where the homie is tripping and he's not loving it. Damn. He has to pick him up and put him in cold water like it's a scene from Inception or something.
Great film, by the way.
He's talking about Vicodin. He says when you're a part of Section 80, referring to Section 8 in the 80s, many people feel alone and need things to boost them, make them feel alive, keep them from being depressed by their lack of prospects and prosperity. Kenny says that they really out here sipping cough syrup like it's water. And they aren't hearing nothing if it ain't about PlayStation, drinking, and garden tools. I know. Let's get into our second verse where Kendrick talks about a girl he met at a function.
They always tell me they need HD, did it?
And then she started feeling herself like no one else in this apartment. Beg your pardon, oh I rap, baby. How old are you? She say 22, I say 23. Okay, then we all crack babies. Damn, why you say that? She said, where my drink at? I'ma tell you later, just tell your neighbors and the police relax. I stood up, shut the blind, closed the screen, jumbotron, made to the back where she reside. Then she said, read between the lines. Yep, hope that I get close enough when the light turns down. And the fact that she just might open up when the new folks start to drown. Her body and I know the both of us really deep in the mood now. It's nothing we can do now. Somebody walk in with a pound of that Bay Area Kush. She looked at me, then looked at it, then she grabbed it, then she said, get it understood. You know why we crack babies? Because we born in the 80s, that ADHD crazy.
Kendrick's last verse has him telling a short story of how him and this girl bonded over coming up in the same place at the same age. Kendrick finds out her age and is like, oh yeah, we're crack babies. She's like, why do you say that? But also, where's my drink? He then details how the nouveau drink that she has gets her to open up about herself and maybe other things. He says as things are winding down, they happen upon a pound of za. And then they both ultimately agree, yeah, this is pretty crazy.
Double cup, 4, 6, just mix it and Sprite. Ecstasy, shrooms, blow, whatever you like. You can have all my shine, I'll give you the light.
ADHD is an awesome song. Great storytelling, great vibe, very immersive experience, solid hooks. I wouldn't say the track absolutely blows my mind. It's one of my all-time favorite Kendrick songs, but it is an exceptional track that I would not skip. I am feeling a light to decent 9 on the track.
9.
I just know there are people with fond memories of this track, so by all means, please feel free to share that experience below in the comment section. The last track we are talking about today is No Makeup, Her Vice, featuring Colin Monroe.
I love the way you put it on your eyes. The roses on your face light up the sky. Those lips are colorful all of the time. And girl, that's fine, but I wanna know, do you mind? No makeup today. No makeup today. No makeup today. No makeup, girl, that's fine, but I wanna know, do you mind?
This is written well, it's performed well. I just don't like the guy's voice. Like, that's just a personal problem of mine. He's a good singer, and his inclusion here is fine. It's just my personal preference. I do like the way that color is used to foreshadow the reveal towards the end, though. Let's hear Kendrick's verse.
I know she about to ask me how she looked. I tell her beautiful and how long it took for you to put it on. It was early in the morning. She resembled a model hider for MacBook, concentrating on the way the eyeliner thickens. I stand behind her and try to figure her vision, her prettiness, the wittiness of colors on the skin tone, her complexion in a direction I've outgrown. Damn girl, why so much? You about to blow your cover when you cover up. Don't you know your imperfections is a wonderful blessing from heaven is where you got it from. I love your smile, you can do it without style. From your lips all the way to your eyebrows. It's the beauty in her, but when the makeup occur, I don't see it, all I see is a blur.
Kendrick is with a girl that is the feature character of the song. She asks how she looks. He says she's beautiful, but like, how long did it take you to do all this? I like the MacBook entendre, Mac Cosmetics, but also MacBook, like people could do Photoshop in. Like the video. There's also sweet bars here about how you're out of heaven. I love you and your imperfections. Take a break from the makeup. It's kind of a sweet sentiment. But what we're going to do now is get into our second verse, where we get a feature artist playing the girl, and we get a reveal as to why this girl is wearing all this makeup.
I know she about to ask me how she look. I tell her beautiful and how long it took for you to put it on. It was early in the morning. She resembled a model out of a MacBook.
Concentrating on the way my eyeliner
thickens.
You stand behind me and try to
figure her vision.
My prettiness, the wittiness of colors on my skin tone. My complexion in a direction
I've outgrown.
I feel like it's not enough. I can never put on too much makeup. Yeah, I know
your imperfections.
I be constantly stressing. From him is where I get it from. They tell me I need
a smile
at least once in a while. I hate my lips, my nose, my
eyebrows.
It's the beauty in me, but what he don't see is that I had a black eye.
To be continued, 11.
Okay, so that definitely hit harder than I remember. Pun absolutely not intended. It does turn out that this girl was putting on all this makeup to hide evidence of abuse. I think the inclusion of the female vocalist was great and very beneficial for the overall track. She says, from him is where I get it from. She can never put on too much makeup. It feels like she's not enough. And they tell her that she needs to smile at least once in a while. And the cutoff we have where she admits that she has a black eye is very jarring and very sad. I used to not like this song too much because of the hook, which is repeated again at the end of the song. And that's repeated after a bridge where Kendrick repeats, "You don't need to get drunk to have fun," which honestly, I think is completely unnecessary and really kind of takes away from a song that had awesome momentum and a pretty strong impact. But I was feeling something in the 9 range, if I'm being honest with you, until I remembered that completely unnecessary bridge. Like, the message is good. Like, you don't need to get drunk to have fun, but like, why is that in the song? The song is a very strong 8. The hook I don't love, and the bridge is uncalled for, but I love the verses and the reveal, and the song overall has grown on me. Tell me what you think, though. Am I hating? Am I glazing? What's your favorite of these 4 tracks? What did I miss? How would you rate them? Let me know. I read everything.
This episode of Derapy is brought to you by Owl Soapery. Like the video.
Derapy. This is Tammy's song.
Don't judge me.
I know this girl, she a real good girl, and she be low-key looking like a star, with a real nice car, a Mercedes key, and she got a nigga, and she love this nigga. Well, at least I think every time we bark, she pays no mind. In the middle of the street, she be like, fuck them other niggas, cause I'm down for my nigga. Fuck them other niggas, cause I'm down for my nigga. Fuck them other niggas, I ride for my nigga, I die for my nigga. Fuck them other...
Tammy's song, the 5th track from Section 80, begins with a woman's voice saying, "Don't judge me." Before the first verse, the first of 5, talks about a girl who was low-key but with a Mercedes key, who was looking like a star in a real nice car. Not some of the most complex bars from Kendrick compared to the rest of his discography, but wow. Anyways, the structure of the song is interesting because it's short, but there are 5 verses separated by a short hook. I like how there are multiple songs on this album, by the way, and verses that are kind of dedicated to a woman's struggle. I think that's nice. Here's the second verse.
Fuck the mother. Until one day he wasn't acting right. In the middle of the night she checked his phone. Erica, right? When he played the 5th, man, it was on. Matter of fact, she gone. Matter of fact, Tyrone was on speed dial. So when she got home, it was going down. She go, fuck that other nigga when she tired of her nigga. Fuck that other nigga when she tired of her nigga. Fuck that other nigga when she tired of her nigga. Sick of lies from her nigga. Fuck that other.
So, a homegirl finds her man was cheating with an Erica. Erica!
Who's Erica?
She questions her man. He pleads the 5th. She has Tyrone on speed dial, though, so I guess she also potentially had somebody that was immediately ready to do cleanup duty. So while before she was down for this guy, would ride for this guy, our next chorus says she'll, hit another when she's tired of hers. I find these verses to be pretty low energy and also obviously incredibly short, and it's not saying a ton, like, it's not super lyrically dense or anything, but here's verse 3 talking about a real hood girl as opposed to our real good girl from the first verse.
I know this girl, she a real hood girl, and she with the shit, keep her hair tied up. Big bamboos, Mike Jordan kicks with that big butt. But when I try holler, she gon' resist on her man she trusts. So when I walk by her, she be screaming this, she be like, fuck them other niggas, cause I'm down for my nigga. Fuck them other niggas, cause I'm down for my nigga. Fuck them other niggas, I ride for my nigga, I die for my nigga. Fuck them other. Until one day, he wasn't acting right. In the middle of the night, she checked his pockets, found condoms by Magnum. In the moment they was acknowledged, she popped his side, then ran outside, then started driving on the passenger side. Homeboy was smiling, she go, fuck that other nigga when she tired of her nigga. Fuck that other nigga when she tired of her nigga. Fuck that other nigga when she tired of her nigga. Sick of lies from her nigga. Fuck that other.
So this other girl, same situation, different response. She suspects her man is stepping out, confronts him. He admits it, unlike the other guy, but he gets socked and rocked, apparently. And homeboy is just smiling like, that's just the game, I guess. And, okay. I guess basically Kendrick is saying that men will step out and act up regardless of whether you're a good girl that's loyal with money or a hood girl that's loyal and looks good. It doesn't matter regardless. Men are dogs is the moral, I guess. Here's how the song ends.
Fuck that other. So these girls, these vulnerable girls, took they men back, put them in their world, they vulnerable world, and just like that, it was on again, got they feelings hurt. Tell me how that sound, they got fed up with the biggest question mark. They curious now, cause when women get sick of men, they think of a big helping hand to lend each other, uncover emotions when lights dim. So when she telling her to come over, it'll be alright. The minute she hit the block and turn left, she'll be turning dyke. They go, fuck with other bitches when they tired of these niggas. Fuck with other bitches when they tired of these niggas. Fuck with other bitches on the side of these niggas. Tammy song.
So I guess these two girls, they both got sick of dealing with men, so now they're like dating each other, and maybe that's like a twist or a big reveal or something. Not my favorite song from this album. The energy is really low all throughout, pretty monotone, not much of a energy switch, no beat switch, no real flow switch, no real like big reveal or twist. It's really just like, these dudes keep acting up. These girls gon' go gay. Not Kendrick Lamar's best song. I listened to Section 80 probably less than any other Kendrick album, and honestly, this song is one of those reasons. This coming after No Makeup as well, which is already kind of like relying pretty heavily on the kind of reveal at the end. I've grown to enjoy that track more, but if you're the type of person that doesn't like No Makeup and then this song comes right after, you're really sitting here like, was this album as good as I remember? Regardless, I feel like this is a pretty weak track in my opinion, and I'm feeling like a 5 on it.
5. Strong
5. Like, it's mid. Like, I don't really see much appeal in it at all. He's like laughing to himself at the end, like, and then they go gay. It's like, all right, bro. Fortunately, next we have Chapter 6, which I enjoy far more, even though it's kind of seen as like an interlude, almost filler track. I love it. So let's give that a listen. It's Chapter 6, Section 80.
Riding with the boys and girls and we're high. All we want to do is have a good time. Young, wild and reckless is how we live life. Pray that we make it to 21. Oh, we make it to 21. Riding with the boys and girls and we're high. All we want to do is have a good time. Young, wild and reckless is how we live life. it to 21.
I find the harmonies and melodies extremely captivating on this track. I sing along to it 100% of the time. I think it's super fun and super sweet. It almost entirely makes up for the previous track just being like, haha, men are trash. All they do is cheat. Doesn't matter what kind of woman you are. The only satisfaction you're going to find is in another woman. These dudes are trash.
Men are trash. Men are the problem. Da 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 da.
This leads to a pretty nice interlude where we get more dialogue from our narrator, which I'm pretty sure is just Kendrick pitched. I got to keep reminding myself of that. He has quite a bit of range, but yeah, here it is.
I'm glad we was able to talk about her vice and her evils. There's an even more important topic I'd like to discuss. The dysfunctional bastards of the Ronald Reagan era. Young men that learn to do everything spiteful. This is your generation. Live fast and die young. Who's willing to explain this story?
Riding with the boys and girls and we're high. All we want to do is have a good time. Young, wild, and reckless is how we live life. Pray that we make it to 21. Oh, we make it to 21.
This bit of narration is perfect because it is a great precursor to the track that we are about to get, which is actually titled Ronald Reagan Era. Kendrick grew up in this time, and he is very well versed, seemingly, on how the quote-unquote Ronald Reagan era affected him and those around him growing up in Section 8. Last track before Chapter 6 was Tammy's song, Her Evils, and this track is Ronald Reagan Era, His Evils. By the way, Chapter 6, solid 9. Love that track. Even though it's an interlude, it's a 9 for me. I love it. I would never skip it.
We're far from good, not good from far. 90 miles per hour down Compton Boulevard. With the top down, screaming we don't give a fuck. Drink my 40 ounce of freedom while I roll my blunt. Cause the kids just ain't alright.
So our track begins with a intro from Ash Riser, and then we get an interlude from Ab-Soul before we actually get into the full song here.
Oh shit, nigga! Something about to happen. Nigga, this sound like 30 keys under the Compton Court building. Hope the dogs don't smell it.
Welcome to Vigilante 80, so don't you ask me. I'm hungry, my body's antsy. I rip through your fucking pantry, peeling off like a Zanny. Examine my orchestra. Granny said when I'm old enough, I'll be sure to be all I can be. You niggas Marcus can't be washed up, pussy fix your panties. I'm Mr. Marcus, you getting fucked. You ain't heard nothing harder since Daddy came. Take it in vain, Vicodins couldn't ease the pain.
Ab-Soul would be a great hype man for anybody. We instantly get a far better energy from Kendrick in this first verse. Welcome to Vigilante 80s, so don't you ask me. I'm hungry, my body antsy. I rip through your pantry, peeling off like a Zanny. Examine my orchestra. Immediately firing off, great schemes, great energy, great tone, great delivery. Let's get into the rest of the verse.
Couldn't ease the pain. Lightning bolts hit your body, you thought it rained. Not a cloud in sight, just the shit that I write. Strong enough to stand in front of a traveling freight train. Are you trained? Too gorgeous, Dracula tracking the record industry by my fangs. AK clips, money clips, and gold chains. You walking around with a P90 like it's the 90s. Bullet to your temple, your homicide to remind me that Compton crib niggas ain't none to fuck with. Bumped in Pyrus ain't none to fuck with. Compton essays ain't none to fuck with. But they fuck with me, and bitch, I love it.
California dungeons. California dungeons.
Okay, shout out Marcus Camby for getting hit with a stray for no reason. Sorry, buddy. Pipsqueak says you're washed. The metaphors here are great. Bolts hit your body, you thought it rained. Not a cloud in sight, just the shit that I write. Okay. Kendrick describes the environment around him with references to painkillers like Xanny and Vicodin, saying he needs that to ease his pain. You gotta walk around with a P90 like the 90s. Apparently that gun was produced, I think it was in 1990. So an 80s baby would be familiar. If you grew up in Compton. RZA is on the assist with a hook, which is a nice touch. Let's hit verse 2, see what the kids say.
California dungeons.
Let's hit the county building, gotta cash my check. Spin it all on a 40 ounce to the neck. And in retrospect, I remember December being the hottest. Squad cars, neighborhood wars, and stolen monsters. I tell you motherfuckers that life is full of hydraulics. Up and down, get a 6-4, better know how to drive it. I'm driving on E with no license or registration. Heart racing, racing past Johnny because he's racist. 1987, the children of Ronald Reagan break the leaves off your front porch with a machine blowtorch.
Really out here,
he blowing no stress, hoping that ease the stress.
Really out
He
here.
copping some blow, hoping that it can stretch. Newborn massacre, hopping out the passenger with calendars, cause your day coming. Run him down and then he gun him down. I'm hoping that you fast enough. Even the legs of Michael Johnson don't mean nothing, because Compton Crip niggas ain't nothing to fuck with. Bumped in Pyrus ain't nothing to fuck with. Compton essays ain't nothing to fuck with.
We're cashing checks just to spend it on a 40 ounce to the neck. When you're barely scraping by, the cheapest way to ease the pain of perpetual poverty isn't Patron, but a good 40 ounce. Kendrick says December was the hottest. Maybe the extreme cold affects the poor the most, so that's something Young Dot could be familiar with. I like how hydraulics is used to refer to the ups and downs of life, as well as something that he would see day to day. Kenny talks about the police presence putting him and others on edge, and him saying he was out here whipping it with low fuel, no license or registration, which is just mad reckless. Do not try this at home, kids. Kendrick contrasts those unaffected by Prezi Ronald's policies by alluding to how a comfortable man's blower is just for pushing leaves. A poor man's blower is potentially a firearm for taking or protecting themselves. I also like the lines, hopping out the passenger with calendars because your day is coming. Boy, if you don't get... That's just kind of tough. Then we get the Michael Johnson reference, fastest man in the world at the time. You could have his speed, and it don't mean a thing because Compton Crips, Bompton Pyrus, and Compton Isses are a threat to anyone in the vicinity. After the hook, we get this refrain from Kendrick and Soul. What a song so far.
Can't detour when you at war with your city. Why run for it? Just ride with me, just die with me. That gun store right there. When you fight, don't fight fair, cause you'll never win.
Right, I had the yapper and I tore they ass up.
Can't detour when you at war with your city. Why run for it? Just ride with me, just die with me. That gun store right there. When you fight, don't fight fair, cause you'll never win. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Solid performs the whole track from Kendrick. Ab-Soul's contribution from the intro to the refrain to the outro add just the right amount of spice.
I had the yapper and I tore their ass up.
Kendrick's talking about being ride or die and recognizing you can't fight fair when you're at war each day in the city. We get another nod to C Murder's song, Down for My... Say it. Niggas. And I am feeling a light to decent 9 on the track. Really solid performances all around. Storytelling and production is on point. Let's check out Po Man's Dream.
Dreams?
His vice?
Smoke good, eat good, live good. Smoke good, eat good, live good. Smoke good, eat good, live good. Smoke good, eat good, live good, live good.
I really enjoy this hook, not just because it has like this really like smooth and groovy background instrumental, but also because it like perfectly encapsulates the wants and needs of a simple man, a poor man. I just want to smoke, eat, and live, man.
I used to want to see the penitentiary way after elementary. Thought it was cool to look the judge in the face when he sentenced me. Since my uncles was institutionalized, my intuition had said I was suited for family size. My mom is stressing my daddy's side. I need me a weapon. These niggas ride every minute, hour and second. Ministers tried to save me. How I'm gonna listen when I don't even hear God?
Oh my God. Institutionalized mention.
TPAB?
Family ties mention. God mention.
Damn.
But no, seriously, I really enjoy the way that this first verse starts. I've never actually read the lyrics to this song before doing this specific episode, and honestly, I'm already more impressed with it than I ever really was, because I was always just kind of vibing out to the instrumental, never actually looking into the lyrics. But this is pretty impressive stuff here. I love how Kendrick's tone really matches the instrumental of the track. Stuff like that's really important to me. I like how his like laid back, kind of complacent, nonchalant attitude really comes off when he's talking about how he used to think it would be cool to visit a penitentiary. I thought it would be cool to look the judge in the face as he sentences me. He's really a product of his environment and seeing the way that other people live and the things that they aspire to, the tools that they carry around, the vibes. They clearly were rubbing off on him, and it has made him reckless.
Me how I'm gonna listen when I don't even hear God. Heaven or hell, base it all on my instincts. My hands dirty, you worried about mud in your sink. You like to mistake a street nigga for real nigga. That same nigga that killed with you, squeal with you. I deal with you like my son, stare at the sun, and you'll be looking in my eyes, homie. Stand for something or fall for anything. And you working with 2 left feet at the skating rink. But anyway, this for my niggas, uncles. 23 hours sending me pictures. I want you to know that I'm so determined to blow that you hear the music I wrote, hope it get you off death row. You came home to a pocket full of stones, a Metro PC phone, then you went back in. So when I touch the pen is in my view. I'ma get it right, just so you smoke good, eat good, live good.
Heaven or hell, base it all off my instinct is a great way of saying what happens to me throughout my life isn't actually being determined based off the fact that I had some type of proper guidance. I'm just living off impulse. Whatever happens, happens type beat, basically. The end of the verse, while sad, is expertly written. Kendrick says when he touches his pen to write, the pen is in view, like penitentiary, because he knew someone who went in, came back out, and the situation, the environment was the exact same as when they went in, so they ended up repeating that cycle and ending up back in jail again. Kendrick talks about being determined to make music work so he's not caught in this cycle. We get the hook and then this pretty cool refrain that has GLC on the assist.
And I do this for the city. Got some Hennessy and my real niggas with me. Fuck the police, they gon' have to come and get me. If it feel good to you, holler if you hit me.
You like to mistake a street nigga for real nigga. The same nigga that killed with you, squeal with you. I like to start it out from the bottom and build with you. Be on my last dollar and split the bill with you. I'm 23 with morals and plans to live in cordial. Not rich but wealthy. There's nothing you can tell me. My killings are not remorseful. The city got my back. Before that, I give them my torso. You think about it. And don't call me lyrical, cause really I'm just a nigga that's evil and spiritual. I know some rappers using big words to make their similes curve. My simplest shit be more pivotal. I penetrate the hearts of good kids and criminals, worrisome individuals that live life critical. So won't you bear witness while I bare feet, so you can walk in my shoes and get to know me.
Kendrick is just straight talking to him. The same ones that'll kill with you will squeal with you. Oink. Dot says he's 23 and his po man's dream is to live cordial, be wealthy, not rich. Pretty sure wealth is about assets and riches are about income, but you know. I think the point is that he just wants to be comfortable. Kendrick then says he doesn't want to be called lyrical miracle while simultaneously making a lyrical, spiritual, pivotal, critical bar. Kind of ironic, but I get it. Let's finish the verse.
But anyway, this for my pops. On this lunch break, eating in that parking lot. I wanna be heard, probably thought he worked my nerves. But really he was stressing me getting what I deserve. Somebody said my name on the radio, he ain't know I was ready for the world that minute. So the next time he roll up and drop grams in it, he probably be out of work, laid back while he smoke good.
Kendrick shouts out his pops and reveals that he suspected his dad was involved in some potentially illegal work outside of his gig at the KFC. Kendrick likely finds motivation in the idea that he can retire his dad, so Papa Kenny doesn't have to risk time in the pen. He can live off young Kenny's pen. Here's our outro by GLC.
Church is definitely on the move, and now we done took it up to the cathedral, cause the ism is enormous, you know what I'm talking about? We out here rotating under the 5 P's, proper preparation prevents poor performance, you know what I'm talking about? Doing my thing as I'm rotating with my speakers thumping from the Windy City streets all the way out here to the streets of Compton. You know what I'm talking about? Church is definitely on the move, and we gonna continue to hustle and grow and develop by far as I rotate with my true player partner by the name of Kendrick Lamar. You know what I'm talking about? This is the ism, this is the vision, you know what I'm talking about? Gotta get up off your ass and get it, man. That's the only way your pocket's gonna expand. I tell you every day, you know what I'm talking about? Apply yourself to supply your wealth.
The track ends with some inspirational words from GLC, who does in fact see the vision. How he rides with Kendrick ideologically and puts the people on game about the 5 P's. Proper preparation prevents poor performance. Write that down. There will be a quiz later. I think the introspection on this track, accompanied with a fitting beat, makes this track a highlight. The smoke good, eat good, live good chorus is light and wholesome and nostalgic. And the idea of Kendrick sharing why he's so ambitious while describing his partners and his parents' predicament makes for good song structure. The harmonies towards the end are also really nice to me. There's nothing like super game-changing about the track, but it executes well what it's trying to. I'm feeling another solid 9 on the track.
9.
But hey, by all means, let me know what you think. Do I think that the song is way better than it actually is? Am I hating really hard on Tammy's song for no good reason? Do you think it's wild that I gave Chapter 6 a 9, even though it's like mainly just an interlude? What do you think? What did I miss? What's your favorite? What's your least favorite?
Like the video.
This is Chapter 10.
Derapy. In time, you'll learn this is about you. In time, you'll learn this is about you. Time, you'll learn this is about.
Babies from m.A.A.d don't know no better. Don't nothing go better with ignorance but the belligerent kids that we living with. Some of them masculine, some of them feminine. Remember the universe used to be innocent. Now they just look at us crazy like immigrants. Every day that I wake up I'm a sin again. I'm not a citizen, I'm just a nigga from Section 80.
Show of hands, how many been taking notes? Good. Leave everything on the table now. Vulnerability. This is your generation. Show your pain.
Chapter 10 is an interlude from Kendrick Lamar's Section 80 that leads directly into the next track, Keisha's song. Javante begins Chapter 10 with Inside.
Oh, he's singing. Okay, all right.
This could be referring to anyone who grew up with or around Kendrick, those who experienced similar things, 80s babies. Could be talking about Keisha, could be talking about Tammy. It's relatively ambiguous at this point who this is about.
It's about you.
Despite it being an interlude, we get a short rap verse from Dot where he talks about 80s babies not knowing any better. He actually says, don't know no better. That's 3 no's back to back to back. He informed the audience this affects girls and boys alike, robbing them of their innocence growing up in Section 8, where he grew up. The way he and people like them were viewed was as if they're immigrants, not feeling like citizens. And the outro, which is the narrator, refers to 2 of the 3 upcoming tracks, Showing Your Pain. This next track, as promised, is Keisha's song, Her Pain.
Fancy girls on Long Beach Boulevard, flagging down all of these flashy cars.
And Lord knows she's beautiful. Lord knows the usuals, leaving her body sore. She take the little change she make to fix her nail cuticles. Lipstick is suitable to make you fiend for more. She play Mr. Shakur, that's her favorite rapper. Bumping Brenda's got a baby while a pervert yelling at her. And she captured features of a woman, but only 17, the 7 cars start honking. She start running like Flo Joe. Don't care if they Joe Blow, if they got money to blow. A blowjob is a sure go. And sure enough, don't see a dime of dirty dollars. Just give it all to her daddy, but she don't know if father. That's ironic, see a block away from Ludus Park, I seen the El Camino parked, and in her heart she hated there, but in her mind she made it where nothing really matters, so she hit the back seat. Rosa Parks never a factor when she making ends meet.
This song includes the phrase "her pain" as it tells the story of a young girl, 17, Keisha, who works as a prostitute solely for the sake of surviving. Ash Reiser is back on the hook, same dude from Ronald Reagan era, and he sings "Fancy girls on Long Beach Boulevard, flagging down flashy cars." Kendrick then raps in the first verse about Keisha talking about how she presents herself, juxtaposes her beauty with the soreness her body and spirit feel. He raps about her listening to Brenda's Got a Baby, while a pervert, potential customer, yells at her. Brenda's Got a Baby is a great reference because it's actually a Tupac song, which has a starkly similar storyline. It speaks of a young girl who had a rough upbringing, has nothing to lose, and turns to selling her body before meeting her untimely demise at the very end of the track, which is a pretty terribly effective foreshadowing for the track we're currently listening to. The first verse also includes some pretty powerful lines, like "if they got money to blow, a blowjob is a sure go. Sure enough, don't see a dime of dirty dollars. Just give it all to her daddy, but she don't know her father." That's ironic. So she's selling her body and not even getting all of the benefits, the profit from it. And the verse ends with her meeting up with a dude in an El Camino, and she hates it there. She's familiar with him. She knows that he's no good, but she hits the backseat regardless. Rosa Parks, never a factor when she making ends meet. She hits the backseat. So civil rights bar is kind of crazy. Rosa Parks fought for the right to sit up front. Keisha voluntarily takes the backseat because that's the life she chose. We get another chorus and then our second verse.
And Lord knows she's beautiful. Lord knows the usuals, leaving her body sore. Her anatomy is God's temple, and it's quite simple. Her castle is about to be destroyed. She's always paranoid, watching the law inside the streets, undercovers and dummies that look like decoys. Remember Sergeant let her slide, said if he seen what's between her thighs, he'd compromise. To no surprise, she took the ultimatum round the alleyway and gave him a warm welcome that felt him right below the navel. Though he was wired up like a pair of jumping cables, his eyes was closed shut, prior charges he had waved him. It was a block away from Ludus Park. I seen a squad car parked, and in her heart she hated there, but in her mind she made it where nothing really mattered, so she hit the backseat, cause Rosa Parks never a factor when she topping off police.
Boink. Wild twist in our second verse. Begins and ends with the similar bar, she's beautiful, but usuals leave her body sore. But this verse ends with her in the backseat of a police car where the cop is acquiring her typical services instead of, doing his job. Real oink oink behavior, if you ask me. Kendrick has many songs in his discography where he tries to execute ideas like this, a similar structure from verse to verse with a few small changes to fit the narrative of the track. Keisha finds herself in two dangerous situations with two different individuals, and the resolution both times is giving up her body, but this time it's for no pay at all, just to satisfy law enforcement and keep her from being arrested. It is getting worse. Let's hear how this third verse closes out the track.
Lord knows the usuals, leaving her body sore. As she busts down like a 12 bunk on tour, she suddenly realized she'll never escape the allure of the black man, white man, needing satisfaction. At first it became a practice, but now she's numb to it. Sometimes she wonder if she can do it like nuns do it, but she never heard of Catholic religion or sinner's redemption. That sounds foolish, and you can blame it on the mother for letting her boyfriend slide candy under her cover. 10 months before she was 10, he moved in, and that's when he touched her. This motherfucker is the fucking reason why Keisha rushing through that block away from Ludus Park. I seen her El Camino parked, and in her heart she hated there, but in her mind she made it where nothing really mattered. Still she hit the backseat, then caught a knife inside the bladder, left her dead raped in the street. Keisha song.
So Keisha is realizing she'll never escape the cycle. Black man or white man, regardless, she feels unsafe. At this point she's feeling numb, she's losing all of her faith. And as a young girl, like at the age of 9, she was taken advantage of early. So from the jump, when it came to men, she's always had this worry. And at the end of this verse, when she's back in the back seat, she's going through the motions, and now suddenly her life is complete. It's over. I think the setup and foreshadowing is subtle and haunting. The production of this track and Kendrick's tone and delivery is really appropriate for the story he's trying to tell. The storytelling and structure of the track is raw, and I think it's effective. Let's hear how this track ends.
My little sister 11, I looked her right in the face the day that I wrote this song, set her down and pressed play.
Fancy girls on Long Beach Boulevard, flagging down all of these flashy cars.
I think Keisha's song, Her Pain, is one of the highlights from the album. It feels like the heart of it, honestly. A harrowing story that shows how a troubled upbringing can lead to an early demise. Kendrick saying he played this song for his little sister at 11 is really crazy, actually. But I do think it's worth noting, if Spiteful Chant was still on the album, this would be track number 11. He played it for his sister when she was 11. It's all intentional. This track is so important to Kendrick and his discography because it is actually mentioned twice in both of his next albums. So it's mentioned again on Sing About Me, where he talks about Keisha's sister's perspective on this track. Then he talks about his little sister on the track You onto Pimp A Butterfly and how she still fell victim to teenage pregnancy regardless of him playing her this track when she was 11 years old. She didn't really get it at the time, I don't think. Even with the Brenda's Got a Baby reference and everything. Maybe she didn't have access to Genius, or maybe she just didn't listen to Tupac. I don't know. Regardless, if we ignore how the track has aged and whether or not it achieved its desired outcome, in a vacuum, it's one of the best tracks on the album and one of the most powerful ones as well. I'm feeling a very, very, very strong 9 on it. In lighter news, we have Rigor Mortis.
Got me breathing with dragons. I'll crack the egg in your basket, you bastard. I'm Marilyn Manson with madness. Now just imagine the magic I like to ask is don't ask for your favorite rapper.
He dead.
Yes, sir.
Amen.
Church.
He dead.
I killed him.
Amen.
Bitch.
Rigor Mortis is a nice break in the action. You know, it's not about like sexual assault or murder or anything. Unless you're talking about how Kendrick is killing these rappers, metaphorically speaking, like lyrically.
Bitch. Oh. And this is Rigor Mortis, and it's gorgeous when you die. I recorded, and I'm Morpheus, the Matrix in my mind. I'm out the orbit, you an orphan and a hairdresser combined. I'm on the toilet when I rhyme. If you the shit, then I decline. I climax where you begin, and then I end on cloud 9. And that's important when you morph into an angel in the sky. And don't be forging all my signatures. My listeners reply and tell me that you biting style. You got a hell of an appetite, and I'm a beer for a while. Just buckle up before the ride, or knuckle up if you can fight. We always making them duck or die. A suit and tie is suitable, and usual is suicide. CSI just might investigate this fucking parasite.
He dead. Amen.
That's what they telling me. Aim it at your celebrity. This is studio felony. Pharaoh Gumby to many and cool enough for the 70s. Nigga, payback's a bitchin'. Bitch, you been living in debt with me. Dead I'm all in especially. Leave a call on his mother voicemail. They say that he rest in peace. Big ol' chopper the recipe. Wrestling, that's irrelevant. Rather rest at your residence. Whistling to the melody. Couldn't think of a better D. Better be on your P and Q. It's just me, J-Rock, Soul, and Q. Solar system and barbecue. Nothing else you can do.
Because this isn't like super essential to Section 80's narrative or lore, we're just gonna talk about the cool rapping. Let's try this. This is Rigor Mortis, and it's gorgeous when you die. I'll record it, and I'm Morpheus, the Matrix of my mind. I'm out the orbit, you an orphan, and a hairdresser combined. I'm on the toilet when I rhyme. If you the shit, then I decline. I would argue this guy's pretty good at rapping. The track is Rigor Mortis. It's based on the term rigor mortis, which is the third stage the body goes through after death. Kendrick is claiming to be a part of that process when it comes to your favorite rapper, the death of their fandom or their career or their status in the game or in the culture. Their death will be by his hand. Fortunately, he would never have to follow through on this threat.
Say Drake.
The first verse is fun, and there are a lot of funny moments from it, but the second verse is where we really eat.
I rapped them and made them Casper. I captured the likes of NASA. My pedigree to fly faster. I passed the week to the pastor. We all are sinners. Once you send us the Bible study faster. Yo, hypocrite is reaction of blasphemy. I assassin my casualty, and it's casually done. And tell 'em my salary coming. Lump so 100s. Don't talk to me about no money. The sun is under my feet, and I come in peace to compete. I don't run. If you athlete, my statistics go up in weeks, and I go visit the nearest creek, and I get busy. Yo, mini MC, really ballistic. Anybody can see any assistance. Everybody to see some persistence. Recognize I be really too vicious. The permanent beast and the demolition, breaking up the streets, better partition, better dot your T, Hannibal mention, how the all you see, putting my dick in the rap industry, everybody bitching, getting mad at me, recognize Kendrick in a battery, and I'm charged up in a catastrophe, it's charged up in audacity, and y'all fucks never could hassle me, and y'all luck just ran out, you'll see. Yep. Amen. I know.
Similarly to Backseat Freestyle, despite this track not being ultra conceptual or full of nuance and depth, The sample is sassy jazzy, the flows are fun and flashy, the rhymes are nice and tight, and the swagger uncompromised. I feel like a decent to strong 9, but honestly close to 10, because it's on the 10-10 list, and I don't want to fake pretend like I would ever skip the track, but it's great. It's a strong 9.
9.
Next we have Kush and Corinthians, His Pain, featuring BJ, the Chicago kid, who, and you're not going to believe this, is in fact from Chicago.
It go ride to it, cause you never know when a bullet might hit and you die to it, die to it, die to it, die to it. Live your life, live it right, be different, do different things, don't do it like he did, cause he ain't what you is, but we can win. Wait, let's get straight to the point, to the meaning of life. What's my purpose? Maybe this earth ain't a good place.
I really like how Kendrick says at the end of the chorus, let's get straight to the point, and then he jumps right into the first verse so quickly that it's hard to even know, unless you were reading the lyrics on a site, that the chorus ended and the verse began. I think that's a really cool, intentional thing that Kendrick did there. Kendrick is seemingly putting himself at the forefront of this track, not talking about another woman or man, but, you know, quote unquote, his pain. His fears coming up, and maybe still at this time in 2011, urging others to be different, do different things, because you never know when you could go. Simple delivery and pretty matter-of-fact tone. He's kind of just talking, but let's see what comes of this first verse.
Maybe this earth ain't a good place to be. How far is heaven? Let's see. Is it in the clouds like they said it would be? I wonder when I die, will he give me receipts? I wonder with the eyes of the Lord look at me, look at me, look at me. I'm a loser, I'm a winner, I'm good, I'm bad, I'm a Christian, I'm a sinner, I'm humble, I'm loud, I'm righteous, I'm a killer. What I'm doing, I'm saying that I'm human. Now people just ride to it.
I like the message. The flow here isn't exactly my favorite, and despite the subject being a nice starting point in theory, the bars aren't quite hitting the way that I would like them to. I'm a loser, I'm a winner, I'm good, I'm bad, I'm a Christian, I'm a sinner, I'm humble, I'm loud, I'm righteous, I'm a killer. I'm just not really getting the passion that I would like to see, but regardless, I do enjoy how he seamlessly moves from verse to hook. I just hope that the verses moving forward have a little bit more punch to them.
It go 1, 2, 3, 2 in the front, 1 in the back seat. Looking for a victim of a AK-47, 100 round each. But why must we retaliate? Is it human nature? I don't know. I look for the answers later. Make a right, there they go. Sometimes gotta ride to it, cause you never know when a bullet might hit and you die to it, die to it, die to it, die to it. Live your life, live it right, be different, do different things, don't do it like.
The second verse wasn't really much better to me. Like, I see the theme talking about human nature and the urge to respond to violence with violence, but there's just little to no meat here for me. The delivery feels weak and kind of drawn out, like he's just killing time. Maybe that's the point, though. I don't know. In the verse, he says he doesn't know either. He's like, I don't know, man. I'll look later. Then he wears, there they go. He just doesn't sound that interested on the song, and I feel like it's rubbing off on me. But by all means, tell me if I'm tripping.
You tripping.
As I hope in this book and then burn up some of this reef, my plan is to figure out the world and escape all my demons. I'm dying inside. I wonder if Zion inside the heavens. A condom, a rolling chain, a fat blunt, and a Mac 11. It's all I see in my life, and they tell me to make it right, but I'm right on the edge of Everest, and I might jump tonight. Have you ever had known a saint that was taking sinners' advice? Well, it's probably you. Am I right? If I'm wrong, you a fucking lie. When I lie on my back and look at the ceiling, it's so appealing to pray. I wonder if I'm just a villain dealing my morals away. Some people look in my face and tell me don't worry about it. I give them back they deposit. No money, just total silence. I'm running, they say I'm wildin'. A youngin' with lack of guidance. There's hundreds of us with problems. More money, more drugs and violence. Look at the soul of an out of control artist that's dealing with life the hardest. That's all my life, but regardless, I'ma ride to it, cause I never know.
Okay, far better verse here. Some actual really thought-provoking lyrics, better rhyme schemes, more vivid storytelling. Dying inside, I wonder if Zion inside the heavens, a condom, a Rolly Pain, a fat blunt, and a Mac 11, right on the edge of Everest, and I might jump tonight. Have you ever had known a saint that was taking sinners' advice? This is some pretty compelling stuff here. We also have lie on my back and look at the ceiling. It's so appealing to pray. I wonder if I'm just a villain dealing my morals away. You're already on your back just looking up. You're not even doing anything. You might as well send one upstairs. Talk to the big guy up there. I love some good duality of man lyrics. We have mo money, mo drugs, and violence. Look at the soul of an out-of-control artist that's dealing with life the hardest that's on my life. So we have him really going into detail about the pain that he's experienced and how it has affected him throughout his childhood and also into his adult life. These ideas will be explored more and more in depth throughout future Kendrick Lamar albums, but I think that his pain, in particular, this third verse from Kendrick, is a great precursor, great appetizer for what is to come later on in Kendrick Lamar's discography. We get references to prayer and God, references to being on the edge and feeling overwhelmed and burdened with what you've been subjected to growing up, being that 80s baby, lacking guidance, seeing young people, men and women alike, not be able to make it out, not just from the neighborhood, but I mean just farther on in life. It's pretty heavy stuff. And the track ends with a BJ the Chicago Kid verse where he discusses his pain and ends referencing the track's title and how they cope.
Yeah, life can please you, but death can tease you. Oh, the day Miko had that seizure, I lost one of my biggest believers. Oh, close steps make you think about your life, like if I had that same chance twice. What would I do different? Tell her I love her more, do more, but tease her about crying on that picture. Now when I'm done recording, swear I let the beat bang in her name. Make her shake her head in heaven, saying they get it again. Make them clouds turn to speak and take too much smoke from the love being in the room with her people. Now my love like murking me, family having surgeries, hated by people that chose for their life to be under me. Lord, what kind of life is this? Mama, I just wanna sing. Mama said, according to get everything, you gotta risk everything.
Yeah, I think this feature actually adds a lot to the track. Great vocals and thematically consistent with similar themes about cherishing life. The Chicago Kid sings of a close friend passing due to overdose and how that's made them reevaluate how they approach life and also made them not want to smoke too much reefer. This is how the track closes.
So I'm smoking my kush, reading Corinthians. Smoking my kush, reading Corinthians. Smoking my kush, reading Corinthians. Smoking my kush, reading Corinthians.
While I didn't really enjoy the first half of this track that much, the second half certainly saved it, and I am feeling a light to decent 8 on the track.
8.
It falls right in line with the album's themes of struggle and trying to cope with less than advantageous circumstances, but I'm interested to know how you all feel. Chapter 10, Keisha's song, Rigor Mortis, Kush and Corinthians. What's your favorite? What's your least favorite? This is Blow My High.
Like the video.
Members Only by Kendrick Lamar.
What up, derps?
Kush and Corinthians and then Blow My High? Probably not a coincidence.
Derapy.
Smoking, eye pouring up, keep that lean up in my cup. All my car got leather and wood. In my hood, we call it book. Everybody wanna bow. Holla at bras at the mall. If he up, watching falls. I can't fuck with y'all.
Pussy ass hoe niggas.
I can't fuck with y'all.
Bitches all up in my business.
I can't fuck with y'all.
In the street, counterfeits.
I can't fuck with y'all.
Taking off when you landing. Bitch niggas gonna throw tantrums and I'm dancing on them stars. The galaxy ain't got room for y'all. Ain't nothing gonna happen soon for y'all. While I'm here and every day I hear your bullshit. Self-pity, reason why you never dealt with me. Reason why your girl dealt with me. Hands up in the building, we get busy and say R.I.P. Aaliyah. R.I.P. Yup. R.I.P. Aaliyah. R.I.P. Yup, that's exactly what this sound like. A to the A to the L-I-Y. A-H, give it up 2 times. They give it right back, don't blow my high.
The 13th track from Section 80 pays tribute to the late Aaliyah, who is a highly respected R&B artist and human who tragically passed by plane crash in 2001. Kendrick has the deep voice on doing the hook, and I find it fairly catchy. The first verse starts with taking off when you landing, which I think is both Kendrick saying he has ops who are falling off while he's going up, but also references picking up where Aaliyah left off, making quality music, just a theory, you know, take off, landing, plane, you get it. Let's get into the second verse.
I can't fuck with y'all.
Industry of counterfeits.
I can't fuck with y'all.
Look at my life to look at yours. Get some ambition while you bored. Time will never wait on no man. Society will never hold your hand. Niggas like to gossip like bitches. Got me thinking you don't like bitches. Wonder what's behind them Ray-Bans. Eyes of a coward, I understand. Niggas like to gossip like bitches. Sip down Perignon when we finish, we say R.I.P. Aaliyah. R.I.P. Yup. R.I.P. Aaliyah. R.I.P. Yup. That's exactly what this sound like. But never will I ever forget left eye. Roll up, put a ribbon in the sky, and a button on your lips, don't blow my high.
Kendrick also shouts out Lisa Lopez, also known as Left Eye, a member of the group TLC who actually dated Tupac for a bit, believe it or not. Left Eye, similarly to Aaliyah, also passed early via car crash at just 30 years old. Rest in peace. The verses on the track are okay, but between the 3 hooks and the 2 pre-choruses, the verses feel pretty small and short and a little lacking on this kind of shorter 3.5 minute track. I do very much enjoy the outro with Aaliyah singing and then like Kendrick hyping her up. I think it's overall really sweet track, and I love how it ends actually.
Now everybody sing this shit.
I'm sending him a photo. And I am close to it again.
Look at my life to look at yours. Get some ambition while you bored.
This track, even though technically it is a tribute to 2 people that have passed on earlier than they should have, it's actually kind of a nice break, a little bit of a breather from Kendrick Lamar talking about some of the worst things that he grew up around, men and women forced into awful situations because of the environment they grew up in. I think that the hook is really catchy. I love the use of the samples, Pimp C, Aaliyah. All in all, I'm feeling strong. A decent to strong 8 on the track.
8.
Great vibes, great message, solid hook. And our last, well, actually, it says outro, but it's really our penultimate track, Ab-Soul's outro. A lot of it is Ab-Soul kind of just talking about the themes and the concept of the album, so we're gonna let the man speak.
What's your life about? Enlighten me. Is you gonna live on your knees or die on your feet? It's fire in the street. Fire in my swisher. Fire in between the 2 legs of your little sister.
What does she have to do with it?
Just get a sip of this elixir before they crop us out the picture. I never seen a crop circle, but I seen cops circle the block. I puff squares, but I swear one day I'ma stop. My nerves itch. On the brink of my career where my peers struggle for employment. Can you hear these screams?
Uncle Sam Ain't No Kin to Me is an ad-lib that's just kind of snuck in there, and I think that's really interesting because Uncle Sam is mentioned as an antagonist early on in Kendrick's career and will be explored more thoroughly on the Pimp A Butterfly album, but I just had to point that out.
Can you hear these screams? 1, 2, 3, 4 grams and a fifth of Hennessy. A bad bitch, fuck the penitentiary.
Section 80s, babies, play Ronald breaking. We breaking.
Lord forbid, the homie got wet, so we tryna soak it in. The president is black, but you can't vote for skin. You vote for the better man. Come to our show, you can see the diversity. Unify the people, they gon' peep it universally. We might not change the world, but we gon' manipulate it. I hope you participate in. Hey, yo, Doc, won't you let these cats know? We knew we'd be here like back in 04. Started high power cause a generation needed a generator and a system made to disintegrate us. And all we do is a system. We're not victors, we're victims. The bigger picture isn't developed yet. Like, what if Keisha was celibate? Or what if Tammy came across a real man who didn't play games like children? My nigga cheated on his girlfriend with his girlfriend's girlfriend. Let the world in.
I think Soul's performance is actually great here. The female vocals slide in and out, and then he picks up right where they left off, talking about how the president is black, but you can't vote for skin, vote for the better man. Like, actually, not to get too political, but the average person obviously doesn't have time to read into and watch for policy talk. The best we can do is vote for the best human. Ideally, shout out Obeezy. I love the mentions of Keisha and Tammy and the hypotheticals proposed. Terrace Martin is cooking on the production. It's all coming together. Some of the amazing vocals are provided on this track by Absol's former girlfriend, Loriana Angel Johnson, also known as Lori Joe. Rest in peace.
Let the world in. And everybody tripping off 2012 and the extraterrestrial presence as well. Our future's but our future's not. That martial law shit drop, we gon' all get got. So keep that question mark on your face. Eat your fast food, use your fluoride toothpaste. Hide your feelings from the public, work your low 9 to 5. Don't forget to pay the tithes and thank God you alive.
High power.
And on another note, we focus like the Hubble telescope. So,
life is a traffic jam. 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 I wrote this because I was ordered to.
I wrote this because someone forced me to do it. Honestly, one of my favorite parts from this track, probably my favorite part, is actually that little bridge or refrain, that "Life is a traffic jam" bit. I really enjoy that. "Life is a Traffic Jam" is a song, of course, from, go ahead and guess. You know Miles? Yeah. It's Tupac. Oh. "Life is a Traffic Jam," I figure, is kind of like a simple metaphor that refers to all the things in life that may keep you from moving forward and prospering. Traffic jams are caused by accidents. Some are inevitable. Kind of just depends on where you live, even, at times. Sometimes traffic is your fault. Sometimes it's someone else's. It's a very useful metaphor, I believe. And also, shout out Lori Joe. Hopefully I'm saying that right. Great contribution. And now we have Young Dot, who is writing this because he was ordered to.
I wrote this because I was ordered to. People say I speak for Generation Y. Why lie? I do. Section 80. Your son to play me if radio won't. Daughters that just turned 1 to 21 listen to Kendrick. For instance,
what's your life about? Enlighten me. Is you gonna live on your knees or down on your feet? Take out that student loan and pay off your college degree and do exactly what you see on TV.
True story.
Could you please repeat that?
Can you repeat that for me, soul?
What's your life about? Enlighten me. Is you gonna live on your knees or down your feet? Is you gonna plead the fifth or sound the horn? The time is now, my child. Come on.
See, a lot of y'all don't understand Kendrick Lamar because you wonder how I can talk about money, hoes, clothes, God, and history all in the same sentence. You know what all them things have in common? Only half of the truth, if you tell it. See, I spent 23 years on this earth searching for answers. Till one day I realized I had to come up with my own. I'm not on the outside looking in, I'm not on the inside looking out. I'm in the dead fucking center looking around. You ever seen a newborn baby kill a grown man? That's an analogy for the way the world make me react. My innocence been dead. So the next time I talk about money, hoes, clothes, God, and history all in the same sentence, just know I meant it and you felt it, cause you too are searching for answers. I'm not the next pop star, I'm not the next socially aware rapper. I am a human motherfucking being of a dope ass instrumentation. Kendrick Lamar. Now fuck him up, Terrace.
That man is talking, brother. Kendrick makes a declaration. He's speaking for Generation Y. He's speaking for those who experienced the struggle of Section 8 in the 80s. He says the music is for boys and girls, men and women. He spent 23 years on this earth searching for answers. Writing this at 23 is crazy, by the way. And wait, he went searching for answers? Like running for answers? No, that's a different album. But Kenny says he's not outside looking in or inside looking out. He's in the middle of it. He's still right in it. Kendrick says that the listener should imagine a newborn baby killing a grown man. Don't think about it like literally because it's kind of silly when you think about it. But this is not the first time he's painted this picture. In Hole Up, he also talks about being a kid and killing adults. He also called himself 87, but he could be talking about how he's an old man or the fact that he was born in 1987. There's a lot going on with numerology and Kendrick. But the point is, his innocence was robbed of him, he feels. Based on the circumstances he came up in, he had to grow up quick, and now he's grown, and still he feels like there's so much to learn. The elites still feel far away, and the track ends with the album's narrator, Kendrick, back at the campfire with the parting message.
I watch this fire that we're gathered around and see that it burns similar to the fire that's inside you. Section 80, Section 80, babies. A generation of bliss and disobedience. No, they can't control us. No, they can't control you. No, they can't control us. But we can control each other. We build our own world. If you don't leave with nothing else tonight, you will leave with knowing yourself. You will leave knowing that you represent something that's bigger than all of us. Our family. Heart, honor, and respect. This is you. This is me. And we are high power.
9.
This track is great when listened to in the flow of the album. I think the performances from Ab-Soul and Kendrick and how they work in tandem are great. The instrumental passage that I talked over and the overall production from Terrace Martin is really impressive. The figurative language on display in this track is also great. And also in the outro, when he's saying like, no, they can't control us. No, they can't control you. It just hit me literally today that the no works both ways. Like, no, they cannot control us, but also you should know that they can't control us. You get it. This track is actually far better than I remembered, and I think it could have been a great closer if the album were to end right there, but we still also have the last word from last track is the name of the last track, which was actually the first track released from this album. There's a whole lot going on here. It's High Power, and it was produced by one J. Cole.
Everybody put 3 fingers in the air.
But I'm driving.
The sky's falling, the wind is calling, stand for something or die in the morning. Section 80, High Power.
High Power is about enlightenment and reflection. Seek knowledge and peace, and you'll know about high power as the concept, as the state of being. I just know for a fact that Kendrick used to love probably performing this live and having those threes thrown up at the shows. Also, this is a crazy tough way to start a verse.
Visions of Martin Luther staring at me. Malcolm X put a hex on my future, someone catch me. I'm falling victim to a revolutionary song. The Serengeti's clone. Back to put you backstabbers back on your spinal bone. You slit your disc when I slit you my dish. You wanted to diss but jumped on my dick. Grown men never should bite their tongue unless you eating pussy that smell like it's a stale plum. I got my finger on the motherfucking pistol, aiming it at a pig. Charlotte's Web is gonna miss you. My issue isn't televising. You ain't gotta tell the wise how to stay on beat because our life's an instrumental. This is physical and mental. I won't sugarcoat it. You'll die from diabetes if these other niggas wrote it. And everything on TV just a figment of imagination. I don't want a plastic nation. Dread that like a Haitian. Why you motherfuckers waiting? I be off the slave ship, building pyramids, writing my own hieroglyphs. Just call it shit high power. Nigga, nothing less than high power.
Soul took a lot of space in the quote-unquote outro last track, so Kendrick is talking his talk here. Visions of Martin Luther staring at me is crazy.
Martin had a dream.
I like the juxtaposition of Martin Luther and Malcolm X in back-to-back lines here. Also, gotta be real, I had to look up Serengeti's clone because, brother, what? Serengeti is a region in Tanzania, which is in South Africa, and it's a place where one of the largest migrations in history led to. Kendrick is like, yeah, that's what I'm doing, starting right now at 23. High power. That's that savior talk for sure. We get some dope bars about being back to putting backstabbers back on their spinal bone. You slipped your disc when I slid you my disc. You want a diss, but you jumped on my... Also, we got a dread that like a Haitian bar. Dread like dreading something. Haitians like, you know, they have the hair. Anyways, here's the hook. Solid track, solid bars so far. Many more to come.
Nothing less than high power. 5-star dishes, food for thought, bitches. I mean, this shit is Huey Newton going stupid. You can't resist his high power. Throw your hands up for high power. Visions of Martin Luther staring at me. If I see it how he seen it, that will make my parents happy. Sorry, mama, I can't turn the other cheek. They wanna knock me off the edge like a fucking widow's peak. And she always told me pray for the weak. Them demons got me, I ain't prayed in some weeks. Dear Lord, come save me, the devil's working on. He probably clocking double shifts on all of his jobs. Frightening, so fucking frightening, enough to drive a man insane. I need a license to kill. I'm standing on a field full of landmines, doing the moonwalk, hoping I blow up in time. Cause 2012 might not be a fucking legend, trying to be a fucking legend, the man of mankind. Who said a black man in the Illuminati? Last time I checked, that was the biggest racist party. So get up off that slave ship, build your own pyramids, write your own hieroglyphs.
We have some clear Kanye influence in our second verse. Yo, Dad, I got you. My God, how we have fallen. We get the frightening, so fucking frightening. We also get the 5-star wishes, food for thought, bitches. I mean, shit is not ridiculous. We got Huey Newton going stupid on the K-Dot song. But I love the bars in the second verse saying they want to knock him off the edge like a widow's peak. Told me pray for the weak. Demons got me. I ain't prayed in some weeks. Devil working hard, clocking double shifts on all his jobs. We got some great wordplay. We got some solid flows. We are eating. I like how in the chorus also Kendrick changes the end each time. And we also get this nice bridge.
I mean, this shit is Bobby Seale making meals, you can't resist his high power. Throw your hands up for high power.
Never liked the system.
A respectable shift from our feature, and we're still fighting the man, fighting the system, leaning into high power. Let's see how our last verse closes out the record.
Who said a black man in Illuminati? Last time I checked, that was the biggest racist party. Last time I checked, we was racing with Marcus Garvey on the freeway to Africa till I wrecked my Audi. And I want everybody to view my autopsy so you can see exactly where the government has shot me. No conspiracy, my fate is inevitable. They play musical chairs once I'm on that pedestal. Frightening, so fucking frightening, enough to drive a man insane, a woman insane. The reason Lauren O don't sing, or Kurt Cobain loaded that clip and then said bang. The drum it brains crazy, product of the late 80s, trying to stay above water. That's why we shun the Navy. Pull your guns and play me, let's set it off. Cause a riot, throw a Molotov. Somebody told me them pirates had got lost. Cause we been off them slave ships, got our own pyramids, write our own hieroglyphs. Just call it shit high power. Yeah, nothing less than high power. 5-star dishes, food for thought, bitches. I mean, this shit is Fred Hampton on your campus. You can't resist his high power. Throw your hands up for high power. Thug life. Thug life.
9.
High Power is a really solid track. Thug Life being the last words on the album is pretty fitting. Another nod to Tupac, who was at the head of the Thug Life movement, who had the words tatted on him as well. High Power is a bold statement, a call to action, kind of like Tupac's Thug Life. Thug Life to Tupac was about acknowledging the way in which the treatment of children affects society as a whole. Kids are the future, and the environment they grow up in should be nurturing them. It should be protecting them and protecting their innocence. It should be setting positive examples for them. Kendrick also claims to be trying to do the same thing with Section 80, sharing stories like Keisha's and Tammy's, having the album framed around a community leader gathering individuals around a campfire. The album begins with dismissing the ethnic background of everybody involved, stating that these issues are prevalent regardless of your complexion. ADHD talks about substance abuse. No Makeup and Tammy song talk about abusive relationships and infidelity. We're really trying to cover a lot of bases, a lot of the results from a community where wealth and success and comfort are extremely rare. Chapter 6 is actually one of my favorite sounds from the album. Ronald Reagan era and Poor Man's Dreams speak to the cycle of poverty and danger in the community, how the goals of the poor are the necessities, eating good, living good. And the album is very consistent in its qualities and themes all throughout. Kendrick Lamar at the age of 23 is incredibly ambitious in his concepts and goals. Definitely still in his savior arc with some of the bars here. For many rappers, this would be their best work, but Kendrick would go on to execute ideas better, structure songs better, have more compelling features and more coherent ideas. The album all around is solid, but not one that I revisit frequently because it has some of like the better songs throughout his entire discography. I'm personally feeling a really solid 8 on it.
8.
My favorite songs being Rigor Mortis, Hole Up, Chapter 6, and Keisha's song. My least favorite, honestly, probably being Tammy's song. But let me know what you all think. What's your favorite? How would you rate it? What's your least favorite? Where does this rank in his discography? I know we don't do this very often, but I would like to start this review with a quick prayer.
Lord God, I come to you a sinner, and I humbly repent for my sins. I believe that Jesus is Lord. I believe you raised him from the dead. I ask that Jesus come into my life and be my Lord and Savior. I receive Jesus to take control of my life, and that I may live for him as this day forth. Thank you, Lord Jesus, for saving me with your precious blood. In Jesus' name, amen.
The album begins with the sinner's prayer, which is actually going to be repeated later on in the song Sing About Me, I'm Dying of Thirst, arguably the peak of the album. It's really cool how we get a glimpse into the future. At this very moment, we don't know exactly why or when this prayer is being recited, so we just have to wait and see when we are going to get that payoff. In the meantime, we begin with the first verse from the album by Kendrick. Here we go.
I met her at this house party on El Segundo in Central. She had the credentials of strippers in Atlanta. Ass came with a hump from the jump, she was a camel. I wanna ride like Arabians, pushing no for Mercedes-Benz. Hello, my name is Kendrick, she said no, you're handsome. Whispered in my ear, disappeared, then found her dancing. Sierra had played in the background, the parade music we made had us all wearing shades now, cool.
Kendrick begins the album with the story of how he first met Shireen, also known as Master Splinter's daughter. Master Splinter is the rat that raised the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. My instinct tells me Shireen being Master Splinter's daughter means she's a rat for real. Whoa. A hood rat. Wow! The verse talks about meeting her at a house party on El Segundo, a street near Centennial High School where Kendrick attended. Dot paints a picture where Shireen is like the ultimate seducer. Sierra is playing in the background. She got a bum that's got a hump like a camel. Call to reach, but I'm pretty sure camels are in deserts where people are generally very thirsty. Let's continue.
Now, cool. Where you stay? She said down the street from Dominguez High. Okay, I know that's borderline Compton or Paramount. Well, is it Compton? No, she replied to quickly start batting her eyes. I strictly had one of her thighs around me. 17 with nothing but pussy stuck on my mental. My motive was rather sinful. What you trying to get into? She didn't tell, just gave me her next tale. Dropped the number, we chirped the whole summer, and well.
Kendrick's storytelling ability is already really great at this point. He's 25, I believe, when this album comes out. He's 17 at the time of this story that he's telling. All he wants is action at this point. He conveys how easy it is for him and Shireen to connect and makes it very clear what he's looking for. He says his motive is sinful, wants to know what she's trying to get into. She didn't tell, just gave him her Nextel. Nextels were popular mobile devices in 2004, the date of this story, so this indicates that after meeting they exchanged numbers and would go on to talk all summer. I'd like to point out at this point that despite this being the story of how a young man, 17 years old, meets this fine girl at this party and he is successfully rizzing her up, getting her number, and they're having this great conversation, that should not distract you from the fact that this instrumental is incredibly sinister. Like, it's very obvious this is not going to be a happy ending to this story.
Summer and well, the summer had passed and now I'm liking her. Conversation we having probably enticing her. Who can imagine maybe my actions will end up wifing her. Love or lust, regardless what fuck us to trifling us. It's deep rooted, the music of being young and dumb. It's never muted, in fact it's much louder where I'm from. We know a lot about each other. Her mother was a crack addict. She lived with her granny and her younger 2 brothers. Her favorite cousin Demetrius is a reputable. Family history of game banging did make me skeptical, but not enough to stop me from getting a nut. I wanna come over, what's up? That's what I told her soon as this episode. A Martin go off, I'm trying to get off. I wasn't heat like a cactus, my tactics of being thirsty probably could hurt me, but fuck it, I got some heart. Grandma, mama, keys, hopped in the car, then the old bar.
So earlier we heard a bar about camels and Arabians, desert, hot. Felt like it could be a reach at the time, but then we get I was in heat like a cactus, which are also found in the desert. Great callback, great writing. Gotta give props there. We get some more backstory about Shireen. They talk all summer, and whatever they're getting up to, Kendrick has gone from,
wow, she's a looker,
all the way to,
I could be with this woman for the rest of my life.
Some about them yams. Young Kenny has these thoughts despite finding out mom's on crack, there's gang banging in her family, and she lives with her two brothers who are probably also up to no good. Kendrick does not care. He is ready to risk it all. So he grabs his mom's keys to her van and he's on his way to Shireen's.
So now I'm down Rosecrans in the caravan, passing Alameda, my gas meter hit needle for pump. I got enough to get me through the traffic jam. At least I hope, cause my pocket's broke as I promise, man. I'm thinking about that sex, thinking about her thighs, or maybe kissing on her neck, or maybe what position's next. Sent a picture of her titties blowing up my text. I looked at them and almost ran my front bumper into Corvette. Enthused by the touch of a woman, she's a masseuse, and I'm a professional porn star, went off the goose. I had a fifth in the trunk like Curtis Jackson for ransom. I'm hoping to get her loose like an Uncle Luke anthem. I'm 2 blocks away, 250 feet and 6 steps from where she stays. She waving me across the street. I pulled up, a smile on my face, and then I see 2 niggas, 2 black hoodies. I froze as my phone rang.
The storytelling on this song is up there with some of Kendrick's best work. There's a reason why the cover of this album calls it a short film. The first time I listened to this with the intention to actually comprehend the story, when I heard she's waving him across the street and Kenny has a smile on his face, probably skipping across the street to go see her. Then he sees 2 of the homies in black hoodies. He freezes as his phone rings. Crazy twist. Awesome build up before it. Painted the picture incredibly. If you remember being a teenager or are currently one, you may have been in a situation where you know you probably shouldn't be messing with a girl. Like all the signs are there, but you just can't help it. The text and the pictures being exchanged, and you're just too thirsty.
I need it!
The track ends with a voicemail that Kendrick's parents left him after he took the van to Shireen's, and that's how the song ends.
Kendrick, where you at? Damn, I'm sitting here waiting on my van. You told me you was going to be back in 15 minutes. I got to go to the county building, man. These kids ready to eat. I'm ready to eat. Shit. I got to get them food stamps. Come on now. You on your way or what? I hope you ain't out there messing with them damn hood rats out there, shit. Especially that crazy-ass girl, Shireen.
First of all, really funny how Kendrick's mom is portrayed here. It's so funny how you think that you're getting away with things and your parents pretty much always know what you're up to. Also, theory confirmed, Shireen is in fact being referred to as Master Splinter's daughter because she's referred to here as a hood rat, literally the daughter of the rat, Master Splinter. That's pretty funny.
And plus, you got school tomorrow. You keep fucking around in them streets, you ain't gonna pass to the next grade. 11th grade.
Is that Kendrick on the phone?
The daddy talking about some damn dominoes. He wanna holler at you too. Go ahead, Kenny. Go on. Yeah.
Hello? Yeah, where my motherfucking dominoes at?
Kenny.
What?
I'm on his voicemail. Damn fool.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, where my motherfucking dominoes at?
Bro, this makes me laugh every single time. I love how he's like, where my motherfucking dominoes? And she's like, bro, it's just a voicemail. And he's like, oh, okay. Where my motherfucking dominoes?
It's the second time I asked you to bring my fucking dominoes.
Give me the damn phone. Shit, don't hang up. Damn, let me see. Kendrick, when you get this message, man, call me back. I need to know when you're gonna bring back my damn car. This man fussing about some damn dominoes. It ain't all that serious. Oh, damn dominoes. Shit, I'm gonna miss my damn appointment. Fuck. Fuck some damn dominoes. Nobody wanna hear that.
Nobody wanna hear your ass. Matter of fact, cut my motherfucking oldies back on. You killing my motherfucking vibe.
The transition from the end of this song to Bitch Don't Kill My Vibe is perfect. I'm feeling a strong 9 on this song.
9.
Storytelling, immersiveness is awesome. Lyricism and delivery is near perfect. Instrumental is appropriate. Even the voice acting is really impressive. A strong 9.
9.
Feels right to me. Let's move on to Don't Kill My Vibe.
I am a sinner who's probably gonna sin again. Lord, forgive me. Lord, forgive me. Things I don't understand. Sometimes I need to be alone. Bitch, don't kill my vibe. Bitch, don't kill my vibe.
I can feel your energy from 2 planets away. I got my drink, I got my music, I would share it, but today I'm feeling bitch, don't kill my vibe. Bitch, don't kill my vibe. Bitch, don't kill my vibe. Bitch, don't kill my vibe.
Despite the transition from last song to this one, it doesn't actually contribute to the short film narrative of Good Kid, M.A.A.d City, the album. Kendrick actually said in an interview with Complex that it's present day him talking about creative control. Knowing this, we'll just judge the song as a single and not look too deep into the lyrics in regard to the overall narrative of the album. Also, fun fact, this song was originally supposed to have Lady Gaga on it. Isn't that crazy?
Bitch, don't kill my vibe.
Look inside of my soul and you can find gold and maybe get rich. Look inside of your soul and you can find out it never exists. I can feel the changes. I can feel a new life. I always knew life can be dangerous. I can say that I like a challenge and you to me is painless. You don't know what pain is. How can I paint this picture when the colorblind is hanging with you? Fell on my face and I woke with a scar. Another mistake living deep in my heart. Wear it on top of my sleeve in a flick. I can admit that it did look like yours. Why you resent every making of his? Tell me your purpose is petty again. But even a small light they can burn a bridge. Even a small light they can burn a bridge.
So when this verse begins, we get poetic Kendrick. Look inside of my soul and you can find gold and maybe get rich. Look inside of your soul and you can find out it never exists. What an elegant way of saying we are not the same. He then says he's trying to paint the picture, but you're colorblind.
You can't see the vision.
Damn. Then he switches the flow and ends the verse saying even a small lighter can burn a bridge. Like a small slight can ruin a relationship with him. Just really impressive writing from 24, 25-year-old Kendrick here. Let's listen to this pre-chorus.
I can feel the changes. I can feel the new people around me just want to be famous. You can see that my city found me, then put me on stages. To me, that's amazing. To you, that's a quick check with all disrespect. Let me say this.
This refers to people being there right after he blew up, steering him in the wrong direction, or just trying to jump on the bandwagon. Many people view this as his first commercial album, so it's pretty interesting to hear that Kendrick already has this perspective, speaking on people that are around him that are just simply trying to get famous off of him. That's really funny, actually. So we are going to skip the chorus and go straight into the second verse here.
Bitch, don't kill my vibe. Bitch, don't kill my vibe.
I'm trying to keep it alive and not compromise the feeling we love. You're trying to keep it deprived and only co-sign what radio does. And I'm looking right past you. We live in a world on two different axles. You live in a world, you're living behind the mirror. I know what you're scared of, the feeling emotions inferior. This shit is vital, I know you had to. This shit is vital, I know you had to.
Here, you can hear Kendrick talking about not compromising, people only wanting him to put out music good for the radio. He says he's looking right past them. Kenny says some people are living behind the mirror. Looking in the mirror, of course, is seeing you, being true to yourself. It sounds like he's even trying to see their angle. He knows the label or the executives there just don't want to fail by experimenting with new sounds and new angles. I think it says a lot that this song is titled Bitch Don't Kill My Vibe when it could have easily just been titled Don't Kill My Vibe. He wants you to understand that he's serious about not compromising on the art.
Bitch!
And of course, as per usual, we get another flow switch because this guy cares about, switching it up.
Die in a pitiful vein. Tell me you're watching a chain. It's way more believable. Give me a feasible gain. Rather her seasonal name. I'll let the people know this is something you can blame. On yourself you can remain stuck in the box. I'ma break out and then hide every lock. I'ma break out and then hide every lock. I can feel the changes. I can feel the new people.
Rhyme scheme is just impeccable here, by the way. Of course, die in a pitiful vein. Tell me you're watching a chain is way more believable. Give me a feasible gain. Rather a seasonal name. I'll let the people know this is something you can blame on yourself. You can remain stuck in a box. This is just, I don't know. I feel like if you just hear it, if you just feel it, if you just see it, like it's pretty clear that we're dealing with like a complex rhyme scheme here. It's just on a different level. Anybody can rhyme something at the end of a line, but having multiple rhymes in halfway through the line or at the beginning of the line and then still ending the verse with it sounding more traditional is just very impressive to me. That's all I'm gonna say.
The glazing's getting kind of crazy.
Let's move on to the bridge before we wrap up this song.
You ain't heard the coast like this in a long time. Don't you see the long line? And they waiting on Kendrick like the first and the 50. Threes in the air, I can see you are in sync. Hide your feelings now. What you better do? I'll take your girlfriend and put that pussy on the pedestal. Bitch, don't kill my vibe. Bitch, don't kill my vibe.
Bitch Don't Kill My Vibe is a pretty exceptional melodic rap joint. The chemistry between Kendrick and Anna Wise is already on display here very, very early on in Kendrick's career. My only problem is that it feels like the hook kind of carries, and I don't mean the hook is the best part of the song. I mean the hook is played for the majority of the song. The hook is played 4 times, and the pre-chorus is played twice. In my opinion, this song does not have to be 5 minutes long. Despite this, the verses and the lyrical content are great, but it's not like they're legendary Kendrick Lamar verses here. I'm feeling a light 9. It's still an incredible song.
9.
I actually just happen to like Shireen a little bit more than this track. Hits a little bit harder in my opinion. Now, before we move on to Backseat Freestyle, let's hear how this song ends. Because once again, we get another great transition from this song to the next.
K-Dot, get in the car, nigga. Come on, we finna roll out. Nigga, I got a pack of blacks and a beat CD. Get your freestyles ready.
Hey, Editor Derek here. Quick reminder to
like the video.
Also, adjust your posture. Now prepare yourself. Oh my god. What is that? That's a banger alert.
Martin had a dream. Martin had a dream. Kendrick have a dream. All my life I want money and power. Respect my mind or die from last child. I pray my dick get big as the Eiffel Tower so I can fuck the world for 72 hours.
The bass from the jump of this song is just super infectious. I just love it. This song, actually, apparently the beat was made by Hit Boy, and he made it for Sierra originally. Isn't that wild? What was she gonna do with this beat? I guess we'll never know. Apparently Hit Boy sent her the beat and she just didn't respond. Thank God. Kendrick did, and now we get this backseat freestyle from the perspective of a 16-year-old Kenny. And I mean, let's be real. Like, she probably heard the beat and was just like, yeah, that's gonna be a no from me, dog.
Goddamn, I feel amazing. Damn, I'm in the matrix. My mind is living on cloud 9, and this 9 is never on vacation. Start up that Maserati and vroom, vroom, I'm racing. Popping pills in the lobby, and I pray they don't find her naked. And I pray you niggas is hating. Shooters go after Judas. Jesus Christ, if I live life on my knees, ain't no need to do this. Park it in front of looters. Next to that church is chicken. All you pussies is losers. All my niggas is winning, screaming all my life. I want money and power.
I'm not gonna lie. This is a 10 out of 10 verse. Damn, I feel amazing. Damn, I'm in the Matrix. My mind living on cloud 9 and this 9 never on vacation.
His gun gets no days off.
Oh my. If you can just read the bars and they jump off the screen, you know you have a hit. I love how he opts to do the vroom vroom sound himself because there's that much confidence in him to use his own voice as the sound effect or instrument himself. I pray you boys is hating. Shooters go after Judas. Jesus Christ, if I live life on my knees, no need to do this.
He's sliding.
Park in front of looters next to the church's chicken. Y'all are losers.
My guys are winning.
Now, as you can see, right, he mentions Judas, who's the bad one, and then he mentions Jesus, who was the good one. And he's saying if he lived life on his knees, you know, praying, then there would be no need to do this. And he's parked in front of looters, and then he says next to the church's chicken. This might be a real thing, a real place that he's referring to, but he also references church's chicken because he was just talking about Jesus and Judas, and then he says, you guys are losers, my guys are winning. Now listen.
I'm locked in, brother.
The reason why him saying y'all are losers and we're winning works better than when LeAngelo Ball says it is because it completes a already complex rhyme scheme, okay? We are not hypocrites out here. These are bars. I love this verse. It's phenomenal. Let's skip the hook and hit the next.
Respect my mind or die from last shower. I got 25 lighter on my dresser. Yes, sir. Put fire to that ass, body cast on a stretcher. And her body got that ass that a ruler couldn't measure. And it make me come fast, but I never get embarrassed. And I recognize you have what I've been wanting since that record that Adina Howard had. Pop it fast to impress her. She rolling, I'm holding my scrotum imposing. This voice here is golden, so fuck y'all, I goes in and all my life.
I got 25 lighter on my dresser. Yes, sir. I thought he meant literally he had 25 different lighters. I was like, that's kind of excessive. But it actually refers to the small baggies that dealers keep in their lighters, apparently, reportedly. That's just what I've heard. This could also be a reference to DJ DMD's 25 Lighters, it's a song, which is also referenced in Big Crit's Money on the Floor. The line is used in a lot of different places. But the next line continues referring to that fire by saying he'll put fire to that ass, body cast on a stretcher. And her body got that ass that a ruler couldn't measure.
Wow!
We get more internal rhyme schemes and more continuity from one line to the next. Kendrick then admits that he may fall victim to early arrival. Happens to the best of us. Huh? That's your goat. He then makes a reference to Adina Howard, who once made a song called Don't Come Too Fast. Now, I assume she means, if she invites you over, don't arrive before, the agreed upon time. Boy, if you don't get this is a great song. Let's just get to the last verse where surprised, this man transforms again.
All my life I want money and power. Respect my mind, no nigga, it's go time. I roll in dough with a good grind and I run that hoe with a bouton. That's a relay race with a bouquet. They say, K, you gon' marry mines. Biatch, no way. Biatch, no way. Biatch, no way. Biatch. Okay, I'm never living life confined. It's a failure, even if I'm blind. I can tell you who, what, when, where, how to sell your game right on time. Biatch. Go play, biatch, go play, biatch, go play, biatch. I look like OJ killing everything from pussy to a motherfucking hit boy beat. She pussy popping, then I got options like an audible. I beat C-O-M-P-T-O-N. I win, then ball at your defeat. C-O-M-P-T-O-N. My city mobbing in the street. Yeah, all my life I want money and power. Respect my.
Could you imagine young Kenny being a friend of yours and you're like, hey, yo, spit one of those raps you wrote. Got a beat CD. And he just comes in like,
biatch, no way, biatch.
I would not be trying to follow that up just for a backseat freestyle. But honestly, in my opinion, this song is the album's first 10.
10.
In my opinion.
10.
Great beat, great lyrics, great performance, catchy hook, punchline, storytelling, flow, switches, delivery, flawless. 10 out of 10 track, in my opinion.
Everybody. Everybody sit your bitch ass down and listen to true motherfucking story told by Kendrick Lamar, Rose Cranch, bitch.
It's really quite sad because when you first hear this song, you're like, oh, this is going to be a really sweet track. It's called The Art of Peer Pressure. It's just going to be talking about him rolling around with his friends, doing things that he really doesn't want to do, but it's coming from kind of like a wholesome angle. I love this part. I'm singing along. My bad. All right, let me actually analyze the song. Sorry. That's my favorite part of the song. Even though it's really just the intro to the track, I really just like that part. That's one of the parts probably when I listen back to this album that I sing along to the most. It's just really well executed. I really like the harmonies. I really just love the artistic choice to have such like a wonderful and lush like harmonic intro to this otherwise pretty haunting song where it's the story of a kid on Rosecrans who's getting caught up in some shenanigans. And this song's going to talk about the art of peer pressure. We're getting a real tone switch, so prepare your body.
Me and my niggas 4 deep in a white Toyota. A quarter tank of gas, 1 pistol, and orange soda. Janky stash box when the federales a roll up. Basketball shorts with the Gonzalez Park odor. We on the mission for bad bitches in trouble. I hope the universe love you today. Cause the energy we bring is sure to carry away a flock of positive activists and fill their body with hate if it's necessary. Bumpin' cheesy first album looking distracted. Speaking language only we know you think it's an accent. The windows roll down, all I see is a hand pass it. Hotboxing like George Foreman, grilling the masses of the working world. We pulled up on a bunch of working girls and asked them what they working with. Look at me, I got the blunt in my mouth. Usually I'm drug free, but shit, I'm with the homies.
Pretty sure Drake had a bar about the homies empowering Kendrick during the beef. I think it was a reference to this song, which makes sense because Drake probably listened to it. He's probably a fan of the album.
He's on it.
Kendrick paints the picture, and you can tell by his tone that he looks back on this time with a little bit of regret. 4 homies in the white Toyota. He's painting the picture. Quarter tank of gas, 1 pistol, an orange soda. He's like, this is us. This is how we ride. This is how we smell. This is what we're up to. It's no good. We get one of a couple of the Jeezy references on the album. Kendrick says the energy they're moving with could fill a positive activist body with hate. That is bad Juju Smith-Schuster right there. He talks about the accent they speak with, says they're hotboxing like a George Foreman grill. They're catcalling random women. He's smoking a blunt. He's like, bro, this is not me for real. But also,
I am with the homies.
Perfect start to the song. Great verse. Let's hit the chorus.
Yeah, nigga, we out for peeling Remy Red. Come through and bust your head, nigga.
Me and the homies.
Sag all the way to the liquor store with my niggas pour forward and get twisted some more.
Me and the homies.
I ride for my motherfucking niggas. Hop out, do my stuff, then hop back in.
Me and the homies.
Matter of fact, I hop out that motherfucking be like, do, 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 do. So our first chorus has Kendrick and the homies feeling big, feeling tough. They're off a pill and Remy Red. They're coming through to bust your head. They're sagging to the liquor store. They're hopping out. They're doing their stuff. They're hopping back in. Actually, no. They're not just hopping out and doing their stuff and hopping back in. They're hopping out and they're like, do. Actually, more so than that. They're hopping out and they're like, boom, 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 bam. The type of shit they're on there, you probably wouldn't understand, to be fair. Anyways, here's the second verse.
It's 2:30 and the sun is beaming. Air conditioner broken, I hear my stomach screaming. Hungry for anything unhealthy, and if nutrition can help me, I'll tell you to suck my dick, then I'll continue eating. We're speeding on the 405 passing Westchester. You know the light-skinned girls and all the little dresses, good lord. They knew we weren't from around there, cause every time we down there, we pulling out the Boost Mobile SIM cards. Bougie bitches with no extensions, hood niggas with bad intentions. The perfect combination. Before we sparked the conversation, we seen 3 niggas in colors we didn't like, then start interrogating. I never was a gangbanger, I mean I never was stranger to the funk neither. I really doubt it. Rush a nigga quick and then we laugh about it. That's ironic, cause I never been violent until I'm with the homies. Just riding.
So our second verse is a few things I want to point out. 2:30 and the sun is beaming is such an interesting thing to detail. Like, y'all are really popping out with the shenanigans in broad daylight. That's unfortunate for the community. Air conditioner broke and my stomach's screaming. Hungry for anything unhealthy. This means a number of things, because throughout the album, we'll talk a lot about being thirsty for the spirit, thirsty for holy water. We are also hungry, but not literally. Well, maybe literally, but we are unfulfilled, so to speak. And when we do eat, it's unhealthy. And we're not just talking about eating unhealthy like Hardee's or something. I mean, we're filling our soul and our mind and our spirit with unhealthy actions and activity like are being detailed in this song. Kendrick is in this song with the homies, just acting up, filling themselves with nothing but bad behavior, bad attitudes, bad intentions. He mentions the 405 and Westchester to kind of add to the imagery. He says light-skinned girls are out in dresses, which means it's probably spring or summer. He talks about Boost Mobile SIM cards to further describe the time. And I also like the rhyme schemes.
Get water immediately.
I also like the rhyme schemes of bougie bitches and no extensions. Hood homies say it with bad intentions. Perfect combination. We spark conversation. Then we see colors we don't like. We start interrogating, and suddenly we're gangbanging. And Kendrick once again blames it on the homies for his tripping. But deep down, we all know he's just as much as responsible as anybody else in this crew. Like, he's the one who took his mom's van and said he'd be back in like 15 minutes.
So that was a fucking lie.
So after the chorus, where he admits that he's tripping, but he's not loving it, we get to the third verse where Kendrick basically says that him and the homies are going to rob a home.
Bragging about the episode we just had. A shot of Hennessy didn't make me feel that bad. I'm usually a true firm believer of bad karma. Consequences from evil will make you pass on ya. We trying to conquer the city with disobedience. Quick to turn it up even if we ain't got the CD in. But Jeezy still playing and our attitude is still, nigga, what is you saying? Pull in front of the house that we've been camping out for like 2 months. The sun is going down as we take whatever we want.
Kendrick would proceed to detail how him and the homies would burglarize some unsuspecting tax-paying citizen's home.
Hey, nigga, jackpot, nigga, about to say.
Hey, nigga, I think there's somebody in this room.
Wait, what?
Nigga, there's somebody in this room.
I hit the back window in search of any Nintendo, DVDs, plasma screen TVs in the trunk. We made a right, they made a left, they made a right, they made made a left. We was just circling life. My mama called.
Hello? What you doing?
Kicking it. I should have told her I'm probably about to catch my first offense with the homies.
Fascinating how the song just kind of escalates further and further down the path of just treachery. Because in the first verse, they're just hollering at randoms and hotboxing. Fine. Second verse, they're hollering at like light-skinned girls and they're intimidating people wearing different colors. You're like, all right, this is getting a little, it's getting a little hairy. Maybe we should settle it down. Like maybe we should relax. And in the third verse, it's just like, yeah, we just robbed someone's home. Like, bro, call it a day.
But they made a right, they made a left, they made a right, then another right. One lucky night with the homies.
Hey, you faded up? Yeah, we finally got that nigga faded. Ooh, he on now. I think he hit the wrong blunt though. Ooh, which one you talking about? Which one you talking about? I was pretty hit the one with the shenanigans in. I'm pretty hit that. Nah, that nigga straight, he ain't hit that one. Not the shenanigans?
Not the shenanigans!
Yeah, that nigga the shenanigans. Nigga, I think we should push back to the city. For real though. Nigga, for what? What's that Jeezy song say, nigga? Last time I checked, I was the man on these streets, man. Yeah, that shit right there. I'm trying to be the nigga in the street.
Jeezy gets mentioned 3 different times on this track, and I wonder how Jeezy himself feels about being the cause for these young men just absolutely crashing out in broad daylight. The shenanigans begin at 2:30 in the afternoon. We're hollering at people, we're gangbanging, we're running up in people's houses, we're smoking things that are laced, we're hotboxing like George Foreman grills. All of this because of Jeezy songs. They've been bumping Jeezy for as long as some people clock into work.
Go. Man, you know how this shit go. Alright, here's the plan, love. We can use the kickback as an alibi. Wait till the sun go down, roll out, complete the mission, drop K-Dot off at his mama van, at the park. Cause I know he's trying to fuck on Shireen tonight. Yeah. That's not gonna do it. Then we all gonna meet back at the block at about 10:30. That's straight, but we should just meet up around 12. I'm trying to fuck on something too. Nigga, shut your dumb ass back down, nigga. You ain't finna do shit tonight. Matter of fact, nigga, get in the motherfucking car. We finna get active.
The Art of Peer Pressure is a 10.
10.
This song is so unintentionally funny. I love how Kendrick describes it as one lucky night with the homies, because with all the stuff that they got up to throughout the day, there definitely should have been some more consequences, and there were none. We're smoking, we're drinking, we're hollering at random women, we're committing robberies, we're like starting turf wars with rival gangs. Like, for them to all just be chilling here, joking about how young Kenny might be spazzing because he smoked something that they're referring to casually as the shenanigans. The fact that they're all just sitting around chilling in one piece is crazy. So, but yeah, the storytelling's awesome. The lyricism's awesome. It's a shockingly like easy story to follow. It seems to me like this is before the Shireen incident, so this isn't necessarily like linear storytelling, because in the beginning of the album, Kendrick is pulling up to Shireen's and being confronted by her brothers or her family or whatever. But in this song, at the end of it, they're talking about how he's going to see her later. So that's something interesting to note. Also important for us to note that Kendrick may have smoked something that he was not supposed to, and they should probably be more concerned about it, but they're kind of just playing it off as a joke. But yeah, this is a really great song. I never skip it. I love the beginning with the one day it's gonna burn you out, and then we get the actual story, and you can tell by the instrumental that even though they're getting off scot-free and it seems like they're rolling around having tons of fun, you can tell by the tone of the instrumental that these are not good things. These are not positive activities that are going to benefit you in the long run. So yeah, if you want a 10 on this one.
Me and my niggas tryna get it, yeah bitch. Yeah bitch. Hit that house, yeah, nigga, tell me is you with it, yeah bitch. Yeah bitch. Home invasion was persuasive. From 9 to 5, I know it's vacant, yeah bitch. Yeah bitch. Dreams of living life like rappers do. Back when condom rappers wasn't cool. They wasn't cool. I fucked Shireen and went to tell my bros. Then Usher Raymond Let It Burn came on. Hot sauce all that night, I rhyming, yeah bitch. Park the cars and we start rhyming, yeah, bitch. Yeah, bitch. The only thing we had to free our mind. Then freeze that verse when we see dollar signs. You looking like an easy come up, yeah, bitch. Yeah, bitch. A silver spoon, I know you come from, yeah, bitch. Yeah, bitch. And that's a lifestyle that we never knew. Go at a rapping for the revenue.
This is many people's favorite song from the album, and I definitely understand why, because the hook is super fun and catchy, which we will definitely be getting to. The first verse, however, is directly referencing the album. Yeah, bitch. He talks about robbing the home, the backseat freestyle, Shireen. He says they dream of living life like rappers do. Like Jeezy, I imagine. It's all very in line with what we've heard on the album so far. I don't think it's Kendrick's best or one of the best flows on the album, but the vibe is definitely there. Let's hear the chorus one time.
Go at a rapping for the revenue. Go Holly Berry or Hallelujah. Pick your poison, tell me what you doing. Everybody go respect the shooter, but the one in front of the gun lives forever.
The one in front of the gun forever.
And I've been hustling all day, this away, that away, through canals and alleyways, just to say, money trees is the perfect place for shade, and that's just how I feel. Nah, $8 might just fuck your main bitch, that's just how I feel. Nah, $8 might say fuck them niggas that you came with, that's just how I feel. Nah, $8 might just make that lane switch, that's just how I feel. $8 might turn to $1 million, then we all rich.
This is arguably the best hook on the album. Halle Berry or Hallelujah is pretty funny. Like, you can either be a God-fearing man or you can go Hollywood, get the money and the fame and the baddies. See Halle Berry. Pick your poison. The one in front of the gun lives forever is actually pretty deep, in my opinion. We'll talk more about this in later tracks, but the basic idea is that you don't get props for shooting somebody because, you know, everybody's shooting. But the one who was lost, they came from a family. They have people who love them and may miss them, especially if they died before their time, if they were young. And they'll be immortalized because they had unrealized potential. The one in front of the gun lives forever. Then, of course, there's the duality of man after the sentiment. Kendrick is like, yeah, money trees are the perfect place for shade. Only rest, only stop hustling if you're chilling under a tree of money, which kind of alludes to the old cliche, money doesn't grow on trees. This chorus is deeper than I think people actually give it credit for. The last bit of the verse, I believe, kind of references the lottery, that it's the homie's ultimate dream, I think, $1 lottery ticket making you a millionaire. But yeah, that's just how I feel. Let's hit the second verse.
Dreams of living life like rappers do. Bump that new E40 after school. You know, big ballin' with my homies. Bro Stevens had us thinking rational. Back to reality, we pour, yeah, bitch. Another casualty at war, yeah, bitch. 2 bullets in my Uncle Tony head. He said one day I'll be on tour, yeah, bitch. That Louis burgers never be the same. A Louis belt'll never ease that pain. But I'ma purchase when that day is jerking. Pull off at churches with Pirelli skirting. Gang signs out the window, yeah, bitch. Hoping all of them offend you, yeah, bitch. They say your hood is a pot of gold, and we go crash it when nobody's home.
Kendrick talks about living life like rappers, bumping E40s, big baller with my homies. But when the song ends, they're still broke. Another casualty at war refers to neighborhood friends lost in Compton. Casualty of war is kind of like it's expected. Kind of comes with the cost of doing business when it comes to war. A casualty in Compton kind of comes with the business of just living in Compton. Kendrick says Uncle Tony was killed at Louis Burgers, and now that place is never going to be the same. A Louis belt won't ease that pain. Money or fame is not going to bring back Tony or any of the dead homies. And this verse is honestly kind of sad. I'm not going to lie. And it ends with him saying, yeah, that's why we rob people. We are trying to get our money up and get out of here. And honestly, I feel you, dog. Don't rob people, though.
$8 might turn to $1 million, then we all rich. That's just how I feel.
Be the last one out to get this dough. No way, love one of you bucket-headed hoes. No way, hit the streets and we break the code. No way, hit the brakes when they on patrol. No way, be the last one out to get this dough. No way, love one of you bucket-headed hoes. No way, hit the streets and we break the code. No way, hit the brakes when they on patrol.
We get a bridge from Anna Wise, one of a few contributions from her on the album. She speaks from the perspective of a youngin' in Compton as well. No one wants to be the last to get the dough. No one wants to be stuck with a bucket-headed hoe? It's understandable. Then we get a inspired verse from J-Rock here.
Imagine rock up in them projects where them niggas pick your pockets. Santa Claus don't miss them stockings. Liquor spilling, pistols popping, baking soda, Yola whipping. Ain't no turkey on Thanksgiving. My homeboy just domed a nigga. I just hope the Lord forgive him. Pots with cocaine residue. Every day I'm hustling. What else is a thug to do when you eat cheese from the government? Gotta put five for my daughter and them. Get the fuck up out my way, bitch. Got that drum and I got them bands just like a parade, bitch. Drop that work up in the bushes. Hope them boys don't see my stash. If they do tell the truth, this the last time you might see my ass. From the gardens where the grass ain't cut, them serpents lurking blood. Bitches selling pussy, niggas selling drugs, but it's all good. Broken promises, still your watch and tell you what time it is. Take your J's and tell you to kick it where a falaka is. In the streets with a heater under my dungarees. Dreams of me getting shaded under a money tree.
So many great bars from J-Rock in this verse. Tell me which are your favorite. We got baking soda, YOLO whipping, ain't no turkey on Thanksgiving. Right after Santa Claus, don't miss them stockings. I just find this the juxtaposition of these bars is really cool. I love where he says, I'm providing for my daughter. Get the fuck up out my way, bitch. Just awesome delivery. And then he follows that up with got that drum and I got them bands just like a parade, bitch. Drums like gun drums, bands like money. Drums and bands are also in a parade. It might sound simple. I think it's very well executed. Then we get broken promises, steal your watch and tell you what time it is. It's kind of like, this is like stealing somebody's phone, turning it off, and then being like, hey bro, let me just call it for you and we'll see where it is. But man, you really gotta be more smart with your valuables, man. You gotta look out. Like, dude, you stole it. Then, to reinforce this idea, he adds, they'll steal your J's until you kick it where a Foot Locker is. Awesome verse, very punny, high marks from me. We get a final chorus from Kendrick and Anna Wise, and then another hilarious skit from Kendrick's parents.
Just to say, money trees is the perfect place for shade, and that's just how I feel.
Kendrick, just bring my car back, man. I called in for another appointment. I figured you weren't going to be back here on time anyway. Look, shit, I just want to get out the house, man. This man is on one. He feeling good. And a motherfucker. Shit, I'm trying to get my thing going, too. I'm going to Maryland house. Just bring my car back. Shit, he made it. He feeling good. Look, listen to him.
You got a big old fat ass, girl. Girl, I want your body. I want your body because of that big old fat ass. Girl.
See, he as hell. Shit, he ain't even tripping off them dominoes no more. Just bring the car back.
Did somebody say domino?
Kendrick, just bring the car back. You know, it actually just occurred to me that he might not even be talking about Domino's Pizza. Like, he could very much be talking about the dominoes that you use to play games, but I digress. Money Trees isn't my favorite song on the album. I don't think it's the best, but it does have great impact, a memorable beat, great lyrics and vibe, awesome storytelling. I actually really enjoy J-Rock's feature. Honestly, I like J-Rock's verse just as much as I enjoyed Kendrick's verses on this song. I do think the song runs a little bit long even before the skit at the end, but it's still a really, really great song. I'm feeling a solid 9 on it, like a 9.5, something like that.
9.
Really great song, just not one of his best in my opinion.
every second, every minute. Man, I swear that she can get it. Say if you a bad bitch, put your hands up high. Hands up high. Hands up high. Tell them dim the lights down right now. Put me in the mood. I'm talking about dark room perfume. Go, go.
Poetic Justice was the 4th single from this album. That's a lot of singles, but it was kind of like his debut commercial album, so to speak. It features Drake, your second favorite artist. What? Drake was working on Nothing Was the Same around the same time this album was being created. Kendrick at the time was quoted saying, "My vibe with Drake is real cool."
Oh, cool.
This would be the case for many, many years to come, and Drake and Kendrick remain very close and kind to each other to this very day. Don't fact check that.
I think niggas like him should die.
Poetic Justice has a great vibe. Janet Jackson's Anytime, Anyplace is sampled. Let's get into this track.
I recognize your fragrance, hold up, you ain't never gotta say shit, and I know you taste this a little bit, high maintenance, everybody else basic, you live life on an everyday basis with poetic justice, poetic justice. If I told you that a flower bloomed in a dark room, would you trust it? I mean, I write poems in these songs, dedicated to you when you're in the mood for empathy, it's blood in my pen, better yet with your friends and them. I really wanna know you all, I really wanna show you off. Fuck that, pour up plenty of champagne. Cold nights when you curse this name. You called up your girlfriends and y'all curled in that little bitty range. I heard that she wanna go and party. She wanna go and party. Nigga don't approach her with that Atari. Nigga that ain't good game home is sorry. They say conversation rule a nation. I can tell, but I could never right my wrongs lest I write it down for real. P.S.
Great verse off the rip. I mean, I recognize your fragrance, hold up, you ain't even gotta say shit. So we get Hold Up, which is a reference to one of my favorite Kendrick songs ever, Hold Up. I recognize your fragrance, hold up, you ain't even gotta say shit. So it was like, you don't have to speak, I recognize you by the way that you smell. I also like how this ends where he says, you ain't even gotta say shit, you know, naturally. That's known for not smelling great. I recognize your fragrance, which, you know, he's saying that in a positive manner. I know your taste a little bit, high maintenance, everybody else basic, you live your life on an everyday basis. Solid rhyme scheme, I don't know, just my opinion. If I told you that a flower bloomed in a dark room, would you trust it? I think that's just really nice imagery, really painting a picture. Sounds very poetic, one would say. I also like how the verse began with fragrance and then he follows through by saying that a flower bloomed. I write poems in these songs dedicated to you. You're in the mood for empathy. It's blood in my pen. Just a lot of detailed, just explanation when it comes to him really painting this picture, painting this scene, the type of woman that we're dealing with. So yeah, I think that this is just a really, really good start to the song. Let's listen to our chorus here. It's Kendrick Lamar and Janet Jackson, you know, with the sample and everything.
You can get it, you can get it, you can get it, you can get it. And I know just what you want. Poetic justice, put it in the song, alright. You can get it, you can get it, you can get it, you can get it. And I know just what you want. Poetic justice, put it in the song, alright.
Here we go. Prime Drake.
I really hope you play this, cause oh girl, you test my patience with all these seductive photographs and all these one-off vacations you've been taking. Clearly a lot for me to take in, it don't make sense. Young East African girl, you too busy fucking with your other man. I was trying to put you on game, put you on a plane, take you and your mama to the motherland. I could do it, maybe one day, when you figure out you're gonna need someone. When you figure out it's all right here in the city and you don't run from where we come from. That sound like poetic justice, poetic justice. You were so new to this life, but goddamn, you got adjusted. I mean, I write poems in these songs dedicated to the fun sex, your natural hair and your soft skin and your big ass and that sundress. Ooh, woo, good God, what you doing that walk for? When I see that thing move, I just wish we would fight less and we would talk more. They say communication save relations, I can tell, but I can never right my wrongs unless I write them down for real. P.S.
Hey, come on now. Y'all are not going to sit here and tell me the young Aubrey didn't kind of come with it, right? I really hope you play this because, oh, girl, you test my patience with all these seductive photographs and all these one-off vacations you've been taking. Clearly a lot for me to take in. It don't make sense. I'm just saying, bro, Drake used to have it. You can hear the excitement in my voice because this is the Drake that I grew up actually enjoying. It's crazy. I feel like this verse is actually exactly what this song needed to me. I feel like it's another perspective. I feel like Drake couldn't have featured on literally any other song on this album, and it makes sense besides Poetic Justice, where we're kind of just simping over a woman. You know, Drake has his Captain Save-A-Ho cap on. He's out here saying, this is why I'm the one. I can introduce you to new things. Quit playing with your other man. This is the type of music that, like, this is a home game for Drake. I feel like this is a really good verse, and I truly do believe that the song would not be the same without Drake here. I'm just really glad that Drake and Kendrick would continue to foster this relationship and continue to collaborate in a very positive and meaningful way. I'm sorry, I can't even say it. Let's get to Kendrick's next verse here.
Every time I write these words, they become a taboo. Making sure my punctuation curve, heavy letter hits true. Living my life in the margin, and that metaphor was proof. I'm talking poetic justice, poetic justice. If I told you that a flower bloomed in a dark room, would you trust it? I mean, you need to hear this. Love is not just a verb, it's you looking in the mirror. Love is not just a verb, it's you looking for it, maybe. Call me crazy, we can both be insane. A fatal attraction is common, and what we have common is pain. I mean, you need to hear this. Love is not just a verb, and I can see power steering. Sex drive when you swerve, I want that interference. It's coherent, I can hear it. That's your heartbeat, it either caught me or it caught me. Read slow and you'll find gold mines in these lines. Sincerely, yours truly, and right before you go blind, P.S.
I love how Kendrick had a verse, and then Drake had a pretty good verse as well, and Kendrick was like, yeah, let me get another one. I need to show him that I'm him. These are great metaphors and bars in this verse. This dialogue that he's starting on Love is great. We'll definitely talk more about that when we get to the song Real. I think this verse lends more to the Sherane narrative on this album. Let me know which lines from Kendrick's second verse on this song stick with you the most. I'd love to see that in the comments. I'm honestly feeling a solid 9 on this track too. Hate on me if you want. I find this song to be just as much
9
impactful to me personally as Money Trees. I think it has plenty of replay value if you ignore what happened in the past calendar year with the feature artist on this track. I think the song is borderline a classic, in my opinion. I love Poetic Justice. I think it's great. Anyway, speaking of Sherane, this is how we will end our show today.
One more time, homie. Where's you from?
Hey,
Where is
ask him
a
if you
problem?
over here from Sherane. Hey, you over here from Sherane,
I
homie?
don't care who this nigga over here from. He don't tell me where he's from. It's a rap. I'm sorry.
Hold on. We're gonna do it like this, okay? I'm gonna tell you where I'm from, okay? You gonna tell me where you from, okay? Or where your grandma stay, where your mama stay, or where your daddy stay, okay?
Fuck all this talking.
As a matter of fact, get out the van, homie. Get out the car before I snatch you out that motherfucker, homie.
Look inside these walls and you see him having withdrawals of a prisoner on his way. Trapped inside your desire to fire bullets that stray. Track a tire, just tell you I'm tired and ran away. I should ask a choir, what do you require to sing a song that acquire me to have faith? That's the record spin, I should pray. For the record, I recognize that I'm easily prey. I got 8 alive yesterday. I got animosity building. It's probably big, it's a building. Me jumping off of the roof, it's me just playing it safe. But what am I supposed to do when the topic is red or blue? And you understand that I ain't, but no, I'm accustomed to just a couple that look for trouble and live in the street with rank. No better picture to paint than me walking from Bible study and called his homies because he had said he noticed my face from a function that took in place. They was wondering if I bang. Step on my neck and get blood on your Nike checks. I don't mind, cause one day you respect the good kid, Mad City.
So much to unpack here. Look inside these walls and you see him having withdrawals from the jump. Already great rhyming. Kendrick says if you look inside these walls of Compton, you'll see a prisoner on his way. He's mentally trapped, he's physically trapped, and on a path to potentially a real prison. Trapped inside your desire to fire bullets that stray. Track attire just to tell you I'm tired and ran away. Track attire like running track Ran away ties into the previous bar where it ends with stray, not just the rhyme, but runaways are strays. Ask a choir, what do you require to sing a song that acquire me to have faith? This is some of Kendrick's best writing, in my opinion. I'm telling you right now, as the records spin, I should pray. For the record, I recognize that I'm easily prey. Pray like prayer. For the record, as in the record spin, he should pray. He's prey like P-R-E-Y, like he's being preyed upon. I got ate alive yesterday, like a predator would eat a prey. The last song, he got jumped. So yesterday could be the previous song that he's referring to. He says, animosity is building. It's probably big as a building. Jumping off the roof is me playing it safe. So bro's saying, like, I would be better off just taking matters into my own hands instead of having to endure this trauma. What am I supposed to do when the topic is red or blue? This is such a good line because it refers to both gangs and the police at the same time. Kendrick paints the picture at the end of the verse of him leaving Bible study and getting harassed by police because he simply looks like someone they're looking for. This verse kind of flies by, but there's just a ton to break down. It's really heavy so far. Let's hit the second verse.
This is your station, baby.
All I see is strobe lights blinding me in my hindsight, finding me by myself. Promise me you can help. In all honesty, I got time to be copacetic until you had finally made decision to hold me against my will. It was like a head-on collision that folded me standing still. I can never pick out the difference in greater cop on the bill. Every time you clock in the morning, I feel you just want to kill all my innocence while ignoring my purpose to persevere as a better person. I know you heard this and probably in fear, but what am I supposed to do when the blinking of red and blue flash from the top of your roof and your dog has to say roof and you ask, lift up your shirt cause you wonder if a tattoo of affiliation can make it a pleasure to put me through gang files, but that don't matter because the matter his racial profile. I heard them chatter, he's probably young but I know that he's down. Step on his neck as hard as your bulletproof vest. He don't mind, he know and never respect the good kid, Mad City.
So our second verse focuses on the police. Strobe lights blinded me in my hindsight because they're behind him and because it happened in the past. Kendrick uses the word copacetic, which I don't have a lot of commentary on. It's just a word you don't hear very often. The only person I've heard use it is my mom. It means to be cool and cordial, basically stay calm and be, nice and decent to people.
Well, it's good he's staying calm.
Despite this, he's being held against his will. The police in Compton do not care if you are trying to be copacetic with them. Next, we get great rhymes along with pretty cool alliteration. Made decision against my will, head-on collision, for me standing still, pick out difference, grade cop on bill, clock in the morning, I feel you just want to kill. So we're getting two different rhyme schemes per bar. Then we have purpose to persevere as a better person. I know you heard this and probably in fear. What am I supposed to do? Wow. We get another red and blue mention, but the red and blue this time is on the roof of a police car where a police dog got a woof because, that's their job. They're looking for tattoos on them to affirm their suspicion of affiliation. These cops basically are hyping each other up to beat a man down based on preconceived notions. Sorry, not a man, a child. Beat a kid down based on preconceived notions about affiliation based on solely just racial profiling. It's awful, but Kendrick portrays it perfectly. Let's see how our track ends here.
This is your station, baby.
All I see in this room, 20 Xannies in these rooms, grown up candy for pain. Can we live in the same society? It's entirely stressful upon my brain. You hired me as a victim, I quietly hope for change. When violence is the rhythm, inspired me to obtain the silence in this room. With 20 Xannies and shrooms and grown up candy, I lost it, I feel it's nothing to lose. The street's sure to release the worst side of my best. Don't mind, just now you up on your neck. The good kid, Mad City.
Mass hallucinations, baby.
Grown-up candy for pain. Can we live in a sane society? It's entirely stressful upon my brain. Kendrick is writing this album like it's the last thing he'll ever do. The song is a 10.
10.
It's very underrated in my opinion because of the next track, which is also awesome. But it sounds, the next track, it sounds more fun, ironically. The subject matter is not meant to be fun, but it's the matter part. I think Pharrell's contribution in this song is great. The verses are incredibly performed. Not a single bar is wasted. The way he paints the picture, the lyricism, the production, the song could not be better in my opinion. But let's move on to the wilder, older brother of this song, fan favorite, part 2, Mad City.
If Pyros and Crips all got along, they probably gun me down by the end of the song. Seem like the whole city go against me. Every time I'm in the street, I hear
Man down, where you from, nigga? Fuck who you know, where you from, my nigga? Where your grandma stay, my nigga? This Mad City, I run, my nigga.
Quick break in the action. Editor Derek here. I'm just kidding. I'm sorry.
The M.A.A.D in Mad City is an acronym for My Angels on Angel Dust and My Angry Adolescents Divided. The latter definitely makes sense, referring to the Good Kid, Mad City couple of tracks. Mad is also a reference to the Compton hip-hop group WC and the Mad Circle. WC from that group would go on to form West Side Connection, another group who had ties to Ice Cube and Mac 10 from NWA. Sick. While Good Kid conveys a innocent Kendrick being targeted, Mad City is more aggressive in highlighting other situations where Kendrick is witnessing people just being blasted or how his friends successfully help him get promoted to customer right after he gets a job, all types of shenanigans. So let's get into the verse.
Brace yourself, I take you on a trip down memory lane. This is not a rap on how I'm slinging crack or moon cocaine. This is cul-de-sac and plenty cognac and major pain. Not the drill sergeant, but the stress that weighing on your brain. It was me, El Boogie, Yang Yang, YG Lucky. Ride down Rosecrans, it got ugly. Waving your hand out the window, check yourself. Warriors and Conans, hope euphoria can slow dance with society. The driver seat, the first one to get killed. Seen a light-skinned nigga with his brains blown out at the same burger stand with saying gout. Now this is not a tape recorder saying that he did it, but ever since that day I was looking at him different. That was back when I was 9.
Kendrick, I know you're not snitching.
He's not snitching.
He said it was me, El Bug, and Yan Yan, YG Lucky, ride down Rosecrans.
Write that down.
Then he says, I saw him get his brains blown out. Not saying that this guy did it. I'm just saying that ever since then, I look at him a little different. All right, bro. All right. This is a joke. He's clearly not selling. He's not snitching. He's not telling on anybody. Kendrick tells us from the jump, it's a trip down memory lane, and we are not slinging Krenak or pushing Dolly Parton. The flow on Warriors and Conan's Hope Euphoria can slow dance with society. The driver's seat, the first one to get killed. The flow is very dope. The bars are actually quite sad, though. Kendrick witnessed somebody being killed, and that is not good. It's not good. Kendrick said in an interview that the name is censored solely because he knows who it was, and he really doesn't want you to know. Like, he's not trying to slander anybody. He's not trying to incriminate anyone. So I'm not going to speak on that anymore because, you know, if Kendrick doesn't want anybody, I'm not going to. But Kendrick says this is back when he was 9, which is insane to think about. Like a 4th grader witnessing a soul getting hooked in broad daylight is just not normal stuff. But that's Mad City.
Looking at him different, that was back when I was 9. Joey packed a 9, pack a stand on every porch is fine. We adapt to crime, pack a van with 4 guns at a time. With the sliding door, fuck it's up, fuck you shooting for. If you ain't walking up, you fucking punk. Picking up the fucking pump, picking off you sucker, dick or die, a sucker punch. A wall of bullets coming from AKs, ARs, AR, duck. That's what mama said when we was eating that free lunch. Oh man, goddamn, all hell broke loose. You killed my cousin back in 94. Fuck your truce. Now crawl your head in that noose. You wind up dead on the news. Ain't no peace treaty, just peace and BG's up to pre-approved. Bodies on top of bodies, IVs on top of IVs. Obviously the coroner between the sheets like the Osleys. When you hop on that trolley, make sure your color's correct. Make sure you're corporate or they'll be calling your mother collect. They say the governor collect all of our taxes except when we in traffic and tragic happens. That shit ain't no threat. You moving backwards if you suggest that you sleep with a tech. Go buy your chopper and have a doctor on speed dial, I guess. Mad City.
Bend down.
Kendrick is now rhyming words at the beginning of bars. Pakistan on every porch is fine. We adapt to crime. Pack a van with 4 guns at a time with a sliding door. Fuck is up. This part is unintentionally funny because Kendrick is bragging about stuffing weapons of destruction into his mother's van, like Mama Duckworth. Her van with a sliding door. Notice how last track has no profanity. Now, Kendrick is kind of overdoing it because that's what kids do. Fuck is up. Whoa. Fuck you shooting for. Fucking punk.
Whoa.
Pick up the fucking pump.
Jeez.
Suck a dick.
Oh my God.
Flow switch. And then we get AK. Hey y'all. Hey y'all.
Duck! What your gun sound like?
Kendrick then refers to the truce that was signed in April of 92, where Bloods and Crips signed a truce right before the outbreak of the LA riots. People like Tupac, a GOAT, and football legend Jim Brown, another GOAT, helped facilitate this. The truce did not last. There are many theories as to why that is. I will not speak on it because I don't know.
Nice one.
But Kendrick personally refers to the killing of his cousin back in 94 and states that in this song, Mad City, teenage Kenny does not care about previous truces or deals. We are pulling up with that yak, 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 yak. Let me know what your personal favorite line from this verse is. I personally really enjoy the when we in traffic and tragic happens, that shit ain't no threat. You moving backwards if you suggest that you sleep with a tech.
That motherfucker's so good at rapping.
Heart. This song is crazy. The energy is insane. The violence being depicted is wild. They played this at my high school prom. What's up with that? Why would they do that?
Every time I'm in the street, I hear yak, yak, yak.
Wake your punk ass up. It ain't nothing but a Compton thing. Chill. Real simple and plain. Let me teach you some lessons about the street. Hood. Ain't nothing but a Compton thing. Chill. How we do?
I'm locked in.
Fresh out of school, cause I was a high school grad. Sleeping in the living room of my mama's pad. Reality struck, I seen a white car crash. Hit the light pole, 2 niggas hopped out on foot and dashed. My pop said I needed a job, I thought I believed him. Security guard for a month and ended up leaving. In fact, I got fired cause I was inspired by all of my friends to stage a robbery the 3rd Saturday I clocked in. Projects toe up, gang signs get thrown up. Cocaine laced in marijuana. And they wonder why I really smoke now. Imagine if your first blunt had you foaming at the mouth. I was straight tweaking the next week and we broke even. I made allegiance and made a promise to see you bleeding. You know the reasons, but still I never know my life. Kendrick, aka Compton's human sacrifice.
Yeah.
Kendrick raps with a childlike voice to give you a glimpse into his world. He talks about staging the robbery at his job as a teenager so his friends could hit a lick, which is kind of hilarious. I'm not going to lie. Getting caught is even funnier. But what is not funny is freaking out because your lettuce got laced. We'll talk more about that later. We actually have a feature verse.
Still in the hood, no, yeah, that's cool. The hood took me under, so I follow the rules. But yeah, that's like me. I grew up in the hood where they bang, and niggas that rep colors is doing the same thing. Pass it to the left so I can smoke on me. A couple drive-bys in the hood lately. Couple of IPs with the fucking spray can. Shots in the crowd, then everybody ran. Hood been a slave, the street life I crave. Shots at the enemy, hearts turn brave. Mount up, regulators in the whip. Down the boulevard with the pistol grip. Yeah, trip. We in the hood still, so low grab strap, cause yeah, so real. Deal with the outcome, a strap in the hand and a burn 10 grand's where motherfuckers stand.
Hey, I just wanted to give you the opportunity in case you are not wearing headphones, you're not wearing earbuds, or maybe you have earbuds in, but you're only wearing one. I need you to put the other earbud in. If you have headphones that you can listen to this on, please put the headphones on because you're not going to get the effect of this verse from Kendrick here unless, you know, you have like left and right channels and stuff like that. So lock in, okay? Lock in.
Being in a car works too.
If I told you I killed a nigga at 16, would you believe me? Or see me to be innocent Kendrick you seen in the street with a basketball and some now laters to eat? If I'm mashing all of my skeletons, would you jump in the sea? Would you say my intelligence now is great relief? And it's safe to say that our next generation maybe can sleep with dreams of being a lawyer, doctor, instead of boy with a chopper. They hold the codice like hostage, kill them all if they gossip. The children of the corn, they vandalizing the option of living a lie. Drive their body with toxins, constantly drinking and drive. Hit the powder, then watch this flame that arrive in his eye. Listen, count with the concept is aim and they bang in the slide. Out that bitch with deposit, a price on his head. The tots probably go to the projects. I live inside the belly of the rough. Compton, USA. Made me an angel on angel dust. What?
Being an engineer or producer for Kendrick must be crazy, because this third verse, it has the whole track swinging like back and forth from left ear to right ear, then
Try again.
left ear to right ear, then it has this pitch going from normal to like up and then all the way down and then like back around. And I never even really looked at the lyrics until today, but the flow is actually crazy if you tap into it. He begins the verse by saying, if I told you I killed somebody at 16, would you believe me? Perceive me to be innocent Kendrick you seen in the street with a basketball and some now-relators to eat. If I mention all of my skeletons, would you jump in the seat? Would you say my intelligence now is great relief? And it's safe to say that our next generation may be can sleep with dreams of being a lawyer or doctor instead of a boy with a chopper that hold the cul-de-sac hostage. I am telling you that Good Kid and Mad City, these two songs together, are probably the two best. It's the two. It's the best
You got it.
couple of songs back to back.
There you go.
Likely in Kendrick's entire catalog. Last song was Good Kid, and I gave it a 10. I guess now I have to say it was a light 10, and this is a strong 10, because
10.
This song
10
does go harder than the last song, not just from like the beat goes crazy or it's a banger, but the ambitious production, especially on the second half of this track, after the beat switch, with the feature, with the effects, with the lyricism, with the storytelling. And this is it all ends with the last words from the verse being made me an angel on angel dust. So it brings it back to the acronym, which is the title of the song. The effects add to the effect of Kendrick being high, but then taking that drink and his mind just kind of going all over the place. It's a perfect song. Good Kid, Mad City, the album, is so much better than I remember it being, because I never really took the time to sit down and listen to it in a critical way like this. But we are only 7 or 8 tracks into this 12-track project, and I'm already having it leap over these other Kendrick albums that I've grown to love over the course of the past year or few years. This song is incredible. The last song is incredible. There are more incredible songs to come. I am blown away. Let's get to this outro, which continues our narrative, our short film here.
Nigga, pass Dot the bottle. Damn. You ain't the one that got fucked up. What you holding it for? Niggas always acting insensitive and shit. Nigga, that ain't no word. Nigga, shut up. Dot, you good, my nigga? Don't even trip. Just lay back and drink that.
Hate when my friends act all unsensitive. So Kendrick partook in a little bud, herb, little chiba, little dagga, hemp, dope, Mary Jane, lettuce, hay, wacky tacky tobacco, pot, reefer, ganja, alfalfa, mean green, and now it's got him feeling kind of hazy, kind of lazy, a little crazy. So now they're giving the kid some liquor, which is super safe.
This is a joke.
This leads us to the song Swimming Pools, which was also played at my high school prom for some reason.
Pull up,
Frank,
headshot,
Frank,
sit down,
Frank,
stand up,
Frank,
pass out,
Frank,
wake up,
Frank,
fade it,
Frank,
fade it.
Nah, I done grew around some people living their life in bottles. Granddaddy had the golden flask, backstroke every day in Chicago. Some people like the way it feels, some people want to kill their sorrow. Some people want to fit in with the popular, that was my problem. I was in a dark room, loud tunes, looking to make a vow soon that I'ma get fucked up, filling up my cup. I see the crowd mood changing by the minute, and the record on repeat. Took a sip, then another sip, then somebody said to me, nigga, why you babysitting? Only 2 or 3 shots, I'ma show you how to turn it up a notch. First you get a swimming pool full of liquor, then you dive in it. Pool full of liquor, then you dive in it. I wave a few bottles, then I watch them all fly. All the girls wanna play, they watch. I got a swimming pool full of liquor and they dive in it. Pool full of liquor, I'ma dive in it.
Peer pressure strikes again. Young Kenny says his granddaddy had problems. He knows that some people use alcohol to feel, others use it to cope, some use it just to fit in. This, fitting in, is Kendrick's problem. In the chorus, he's getting clowned on for only having 2 or 3 shots, just babysitting them.
2, 3.
I would argue that 3 to 5 is exactly where you want to be. Like, I'm peaking at like 6 these days. I'm old. Also, this whole pour up, headshot, sit down, stand up, pour up, sit down, shot faded, stand up, sit down. It's too much, man. It sounds like way too much. But also, I'm 91 years old. Let's get into the second verse where Kendrick's conscience is now the problem.
Drink. Okay. Now open your mind up and listen to me, Kendrick. I'm in your conscience. If you do not hear me, then you will be history, Kendrick. I know that you're nauseous right now, and I'm hoping to lead you to victory, Kendrick. If I take another one down, I'ma drown in some poison, abusing my limit. I think that I'm feeling the vibe. I see the love in her eyes. I see the feeling of freedom is granted as soon as the damage of vodka arrived. This how you capitalize. This is parental advice. And apparently, I'm over influenced by what you are doing. I thought I was doing the most that someone said to me. Nigga, why you babysitting only 2 or 3 shots?
We get more effects on the front end of this verse with the panning going back and forth. High-pitched conscience talk pitches down into a fast flow from Mr. Lamar, where he is just drowning in the poison, and he is clearly reaching his limit while also feeling the vibe and seeing love in her eyes. Every time he thinks he's done drinking, the homies hit him with the chorus. My friends, you have to know your limit. Your body will give you signs. If you're swaying, if you're feeling nauseous, if you get that tickle in your throat, take a breather.
What do you mean by that?
Get some water. Rally. Stay locked in. I do have a light criticism for the song. The chorus and the post-chorus feel really repetitive to me. We get the Shireen interlude. We got the bridge. I ride, you ride, bang, one chopper, 100 shots, bang, hop out, do you, bang. There is so much slow and melodic filler here, it feels like, and I know that's probably intentional, the repetitiveness, the length of the song, feeling stuck and trapped. What I'm saying is it's a little overdone. Like, I just don't like it. And maybe this is a product of me just listening to 2 incredible songs, arguably the peak of the album, but I truly don't listen to Swimming Pools that much. Even when I am preparing for these episodes and I'm always listening to the album over and over again, I just don't really get all that excited about Swimming Pools, if I'm being honest. I think it just reminds me of a different time. It just doesn't resonate with me the way some of these other tracks do. But yeah, let's get into this last verse.
All I have in life is my new appetite for failure. And I got hunger, pain that grow insane. Tell me, do that sound familiar? If it do, then you're like me. Make an excuse that your relief is in the bottom of a bottle, and the green is in the leaf. As the window open, I release everything that corrode inside of me. I see you joking while you laugh. Don't you feel bad? I probably sleep and never ever wake up. Never ever wake up. Never ever wake up. In God I trust. But just when I thought I had enough.
So when we get to the end of the album version of Swimming Pools, we get an update after Kendrick gets jumped at Shireen's.
They stopped the homie out over a bitch? Get out, you good, lad? No, we can drop back off.
That nigga straight, man. That nigga ain't tripping.
We gonna do the same old shit. I'm gonna pop a few shots. They gonna run opposite way. Fall right in his lap. And he gonna tear their ass up. Simple as that.
And I hope that bitch that set him up out there, we gonna pop that bitch too.
Wait, hold up. Hey, I see something. Got them niggas. Head out, you good? You good?
Yeah, blood, I'm good. Dad, you good?
Hey, say something. Hey, these bitch niggas killed my brother.
Sing About Me is definitely a true song. First verse is speaking from my partner talking to me. You know, speaking on the story how I was there, you know, when his brother passed, and I got to watch him take his last breath, and him respecting that, him, you know, respecting I was down for his brother no matter how much they called him a delinquent. Him also recognizing the fact that this is his lifestyle, you know, he's gonna do what he's gonna do, you know, and I wish one day I can see some positive light like you're doing in music, but this is me, you know, and if I happen to pass before your album drop, I want you to tell this story. Sing about me. Make sure you sing about me. And he definitely passed too. That's what that story is really about. You know, from the first verse all the way to the second verse where I got the backlash. Right. Keisha's song is a real song too. And what I didn't understand is the fact, you know, she actually had a younger sister. I met her sister. And she went at me about her sister, Keisha. You know, basically saying she didn't want her to put her business out there. You know, and if your album do come out, don't mention me. Right. Don't sing about me. That's the whole flip side of it.
When the lights shut off and it's my turn to settle down,
At the end of the album version of Swimming Pools, Ken and friends decide to spin the block on the guys that jumped Kendrick at Shireen's place. While seeking retribution, they lost one of their own. The first verse is from the perspective of the homie who lost his brother at the end of the last song.
About me, promise that you will sing about me. I woke up this morning and figured I'd call you in case I'm not here tomorrow. I'm hoping that I can borrow a peace of mind. I'm behind on what's really important. My mind is really distorted. I find nothing but trouble in my life. I'm fortunate you believe in a dream. This orphanage we call a ghetto is quite a routine. And last night was just another distraction or a reaction of what we consider madness. I know exactly what happened. You ran outside when you heard my brother cry for help. Held him like a newborn baby and made him feel like everything was alright in a fight he tried to put up, but the type of bullet that stuck had went against his will. Last blood spill on your hands, my plan's rather vindictive. Everybody's a victim in my eyes. When I ride, it's a murderous rhythm, and outside became pitch black. A demon glued to my back, whispering, get him, I got him, and I ain't give a fuck. That same mentality I told my brother not to duck. In actuality, it's a trip how we trip off of colors. I wonder if I ever discover a passion like you and recover the life that I knew as a youngin' in pajamas and thunderlons. When thunder comes, it rains cats and dogs. Dumb niggas like me never prosper. Prognosis of a problem child. I'm proud and well devoted. This Pyru shit been in me forever. So forever I'ma push it wherever, whenever. And I love you cause you love my brother like you did. Just promise me you tell this story when you make it big. And if I die before your album drop, I hope
Hearing this song for the first time was super jarring to me. There was no reason for me to expect that a sentence would just be abruptly cut off by gunfire, signaling the end of somebody's life. It's especially tragic because it's someone claiming they love Kendrick because Kendrick loved their lost brother. There are references back to Mad City, also because we are mentioning Pyrus again. Kendrick actually said that if Pyrus and Crips all got along, they may gun him down before the end of his song. And at the end of this first verse, we have somebody getting gunned down literally before we even get to the middle of the song. Putting aside the emotional weight of the verse, which is pretty heavy, figured I'd call you in case I'm not here tomorrow. I'm hoping that I can borrow a peace of mind. I'm behind on what's really important. My mind is really distorted. Just expert level rhyme schemes, but that's just to be expected at this point. The ghetto being an orphanage is a really good metaphor. Kendrick talks from his friend's perspective, saying there's a demon glued to my back whispering, get him, I got him, and I ain't give a fuck. That same mentality that I told my brother not to duck, which is just really sad because it's like you have so much hate and vengeance coursing through your body that it puts yourself and the people you love in really compromising positions. You all tell me what your favorite line or set of bars from this first verse. It's pretty heavy. I gotta move on. We get another somber chorus where we compare the ending of someone's life to having their lights turned off and simply hoping that someone sings about them. The second verse is from the perspective of the sister of a girl that Kendrick rapped about on Section 80. This is someone who is asking specifically not to be sung about, but ironically, Kendrick writes the verse from their perspective nonetheless.
that you will sing about me. You wrote a song about my sister on your tape and called it Section 80. The message resembled Brenda's got a baby. What's crazy was I was hearing about it, but doubted your ignorance. How could you ever just put her on blast and shit? Judging her past and shit. Well, it's completely my future. Her nigga behind me right now asking for ass and shit. And I'ma need that $40 even if I gotta fuck, suck, and swallow. In the parking lot, Gonzalez Park, I'm followed by a married man and father of 3. My titties bounce on the cadence of his tingling keys. Matter of fact, he my favorite cause he tipped me with ease. He got a cousin named David and I seen him last week.
So at the beginning of the episode, we played a clip where Kendrick talked about the backlash he got in the second verse of this song. This woman went off on Kendrick because he made a song about her sister on Section 80 and the message resembled Brenda's Got a Baby. Brenda's Got a Baby is a song by Tupac that was released in 1991 where a young girl is taken advantage of, and Kendrick is trying to do like his own version of that song. According to this woman, he's trying to have like a Tupac moment, but his song was done without anybody's permission, really, and this girl does not appreciate it. She's pissed off. And she says that Kendrick is basically judging her sister's past, putting her sister on blast. Then she admits that her sister's past is currently her future. She's also someone who relies on prostitution for a living. And the parallels between this verse and the last verse are crazy. Because in the first verse, Dave's brother is following in the same footsteps as Dave, who was killed. He ends up dying himself at the end of the first verse. And he's asking Kendrick to sing about him. Then in the second verse, Keisha's sister is criticizing Kendrick, saying she doesn't appreciate the judgment and doesn't want him to sing about it, but she's falling victim to the same thing, putting herself in danger just like her sister was, who was ultimately raped and killed. So, yeah, really, really powerful stuff here.
David, and I seen him last week. This is the life of another girl damaged by the system. These foster homes, I run away and never do miss them. See my hormones just run away, and if I can get them back to where they used to be, then I'd probably be in the denim of a family gene that showed women how to be woman. Or better yet, a leader. You need her to learn something, then you probably need to beat her. That's how I was taught. 3 niggas in one room. First time I was tossed, and I'm exhausted. But fuck that, sorry for your lost shit. My sister died in vain, but what point are you trying to gain if you can't fit the pumps I walk in? I'll wait. Your rebuttal a little too late, and if you have an album date, just make sure I'm not in the zone, cause I don't need the attention, bring enough of that on my own. And matter of fact, did I mention that I physically feel great? A doctor's approval is a waste of time, I know I'm straight. I probably live longer than you and never fade away. I'll never fade away, I'll never fade away. I know my fate, and I'm on the grind for this cake. I'ma get it or die trying. I'm eyeing every male gender with intentions of buying. You lying to these motherfuckers talking about you can help them with my story. You can help me if you sell this pussy for me, nigga. Don't ignore me, nigga. Fuck your
In regards to production, one of the coolest moments on the album, Keisha's sister talks about how she knows her fate, but she'll probably end up living longer than Kendrick. She knows better. And as she continues to talk shit, she literally starts to fade away on the track as it continues. Kendrick's music continues. Her voice, her life, her story fades away just like it is on the track. She went down the same path. She fell victim to the same system. She says she physically feels great, while also saying, I'm gonna get it or die trying. And the last words that you could possibly hear in the verse are her saying, if I die. And then her voice is gone, which is extremely sad and very ominous. I used to always think that the first verse was way more sad, but this is arguably worse because she's hyper aware of the situation and fades away regardless. Dave's brother seemed to be aware of the danger after losing his brother and asked Kendrick to tell his story, while Keisha's sister is actively saying that it's useless. She doesn't want help. She's fine. If anything, he should be helping her sell herself so she can make some more money. But she ends up reaching the same conclusion as Keisha and Dave and his brother. In our third verse, Kendrick puts himself in the spotlight.
about me. Promise that you will sing about me. Sometimes I look in the mirror and ask myself, am I really scared of passing away? If it's today, I hope I hear a cry from heaven so loud it can water down a demon with the Holy Ghost till it drown in the blood of Jesus. I wrote some raps that make sure that my lifeline reeking the scent of a reaper, ensuring that my allegiance with the other side may come soon. And if I'm doomed, may the wound of my mother be blessed for many moons. I suffer a lot, and every day that glass mirror get tougher to watch. I tie my stomach in knots, and I'm not sure why I'm infatuated with death. My imagination is surely an aggravation of threats that can come about. Cause the tongue is mighty powerful, and I can name a list of your favorites that probably vouch. Maybe cause I'm a dreamer and sleep is the cousin of death. Really stuck in the schema, wondering when I'ma rest. And you're right, your brother was a brother to me, and your sister's situation was the one that put me in a direction to speak on something that's realer than the TV screen. By any means wasn't trying to offend or come between her personal life. I was like, you need to be told. Cursing the life of 20 generations had to hurt so. Exactly what'll happen if I ain't continue rapping or steady being distracted by money, drugs, and 4-5s. I count lives all on these songs. Look at the weak and cry. Pray one day you be strong, fighting for your rights even when you're wrong, and hope that at least one of you think about me when I'm gone. Am I worth it? Did I put enough work in?
Promise that you will sing about me. Promise that you will sing about me.
Kendrick ends this verse by asking, is he worth it? Did he put enough work in? And he's saying that like these people that I knew, they were real, they had this untapped potential and they didn't make it. I'm telling their story, but what if I were to die early too? Why am I better than them? And what if no one sings about me either? And I'm literally typing out this script and I started thinking the same way. Like, am I afraid of dying? Am I afraid of people not remembering me? Or I don't know. I'm glad that I have Derapy, and I just hope that what I'm writing in these scripts and what I'm saying on this show, I can only hope that it matters. I can only hope that it helps somebody or helps them temporarily escape whatever they're suffering through. I hope it's remembered. I hope that my kids take the time to listen to this and maybe share it with their kids when I have them. I can only hope that you know, like I put enough work in. Like, life is such a gift, so like, am I wasting it? Okay, enough about me. This third verse, very, very poetic. I'm just gonna read you some of the parts that hit me the hardest. Spoiler alert, it's the beginning and the middle and the end. Sometimes I look in the mirror and I ask myself, am I really scared of passing away? If it's today, I hope I hear a cry out from heaven so loud it can water down a demon with the Holy Ghost till it drown in the blood of Jesus. We've heard a lot in this album. Kendrick talking about being hungry and being thirsty, and you can only hope that at the conclusion of this song or later on in the album, eventually their thirst is quenched, and it is in fact that holy water. Also, every day that glass mirror get tougher to watch. I tie my stomach in knots after saying I suffer a lot. It goes without saying, like, I'm running out of ways to talk about how impressive Kendrick is when it comes to just a variety of different angles he takes when it comes to rhyming that can come about because the tongue is mighty powerful, and I can name a list of your favorites that probably vouch. Maybe because I'm a dreamer and sleep is the cousin of death, really stuck in the scheme of wondering when I'm a rest. When he's talking about resting, obviously he's talking about death, but he's saying maybe he thinks so much of death because sleep is the cousin of it, and because he has such ambitious dreams. I find this difficult to talk about. After this, he starts talking about how he's grateful basically that he had rap to focus on, that he had music that he could tap into because it allowed him to focus on the art as opposed to, you know, getting money, hitting the next lick, drugs, 4-5s, etc. And I really just feel like, as Kendrick is apologetic when discussing Keisha and her sister and talking about spreading the story of Dave and his brother, it's almost as if it's just him being grateful about the situation that he had, the people that helped lead him out of that situation. But he finds himself in the same place as these other people, hoping that people ultimately sing about him. Not literally, but, you know, kind of just have fond memories of him, his art, his music, his existence, and it is it's just unbelievably touching. Then we have this kind of bridge that connects the first part of the song to the next, which is I'm Dying of Thirst. We're gonna listen to this bridge because it's beautiful and because I want to.
Promise that you sing about me forever. Promise that you sing about me forever. Promise that you sing about me forever. Promise that you sing about me. Where you about to go? Nigga, the only brother, nigga, right here. Come to the house, nigga.
block right now, my nigga. Like, we right back here. Nigga, brother, nigga, they just killed the homie brother, my nigga. We right here on the block, my nigga. All right, nigga, just come. All right, just call me back. Back up black. Call me back. So what we gonna do, my niggas? What we gonna do? Bruh, we can go back right now, my nigga. Like, nigga, I don't give a fuck, my nigga. We can go back right now.
Fuck, I'm tired of this shit. I'm tired of fucking running. I'm tired of this shit. My brother, homie.
Tired of running, tired of hunting, my own kind, but retiring nothing. Tires are steady screeching, the driver is rubbing, hands on the wheel. Who said we wasn't? Dying of thirst, dying of thirst, dying of thirst. Dope on the corner, look at the coroner. Daughter is dead, mother is mourning her. Straight bullets, AK bullets. Resuscitation was waiting patiently, but they couldn't. Bring her back, who got the footage? Channel 9, cameras is looking. It's hard to channel your energy when you know it crooked. Banana clip, split is banana pudding. I'm like Trey, that's Cuba Gooding. I know I'm good at dying of thirst, dying of thirst, dying of thirst.
So we get another skit where one of young Kenny's friends is on the phone sharing the latest, talking about how the homie's brother was killed. And they're talking about spinning the block again, continuing the cycle. We can go back right now. So, just to recap, Kenny gets jumped at Shireen's. They go to get their get back. They shoot who they aim for. They shoot back and kill the homie. Now, they want to go back again, as if this time, if they're successful, the op won't feel like it's just their turn. So, it's just a great and terrible example of the nature of these circumstances they're living in. After this verse, we get Kendrick rapping, tired of running, tired of hunting, my own kind, but retiring nothing, dying of thirst. They're running when they're getting shot at. They're hunting when they're shooting back. They're hunting their own kind, their own people, in their own neighborhood. They won't retire because they're not going to grow old and they're not going to die peacefully. The next part, we get dope on the corner. Look at the coroner. Daughter is dead. Mother is mourning her. Stray bullets, AK bullets, just painting the picture of an awful scene and news coverage of it. Let's continue.
Dying of thirst, how many sins? I'm running out. How many sins? I lost count. Dreams are boarding like Spartan, but only shoddy bounce. The Reaper calling. I'm cotton mouth. Money is power. Yours is ours. Lay with a snitch. Die with a coward. Hope we get rich. Hope we get tower over the city with vanity, with the music louder. The same song. A black flower. I show you how to die your thirst. Die your thirst. Die your thirst. What are we doing? Who are we fooling? Hell is hot. Fire is proven to burn for eternity. Return of the student that never learned how to live righteous, but how to shoot it. Tired of running. Choirs is humming. Tell us to visit. We lie about coming. Now back to business. Loading the guns and back of the Buick. Your hood is feuding. The beef is bubbling. It's no discussion. Hereditary. All of my cousins. Dying of thirst. Dying of thirst. Dying of thirst. Too many sins. I'm running out. Somebody send me a well for the drought. See, all I know is taking notes on taking this life for granted. Granted, if he provoke my best days, I stress days. Forgive me for all my sins, for I not know. My best days, I stress days. Say fuck the world, my sex slave. Money, pussy, and greed. What's my next crave? Whatever it is, know it's my next grave. Tired of running, tired of running, tired of tumbling, tired of running, tired of tumbling. Backwards, my mama say, see a pastor, give me a promise. What if today was the rapture and you completely tarnished? The truth has set you free, so to me, be completely honest. You dying of thirst, you dying of thirst. So hop in that water and pray that it works.
In 3 more passages, Kendrick has lost count of the sins they've committed. They had dreams of balling, but are interrupted by the Reaper calling. In the next part, Kendrick talks about, biblically speaking, he knows where they're headed. Hell is hot, and the fire is proven. The choirs are humming. They tell us to visit. We lie about coming. Kendrick, I believe here, is referencing going to church and praying and worshiping, knowing they're going to be on some demon time later on and continue to participate in gang-related activity. This section ends by referencing more spiritual-based solutions like seeing a pastor, realizing that if the rapture was imminent, they would more than likely be cooked. He recognizes that they are in fact dying of thirst, so they hop in the water and pray that it works. Now, the conclusion of this track, Dying of Thirst, we have Kendrick's homies ready to go and avenge the death of Dave, but they are stopped by an old woman in the neighborhood who sees one of them with a gun and asks them to participate in the sinner's prayer, the same one the album begins with.
Fuck, I'm tired of this shit. I'm tired of fucking
Young
running.
man,
I'm tired
come
of this
talk
shit.
to me.
My brother, homie.
Is that what I think that is? I know that's not what I think that is. Why are you so angry? See, you young men are dying of thirst. Do you know what that means? That means you need water, holy water. You need to be baptized with the Spirit of the Lord. Do you want to receive God as your personal Savior? Okay, repeat after me.
Oh, okay.
Lord God, I come to you a sinner.
Lord God, I come to you a sinner.
And I humbly repent for my sin.
And I humbly repent for my sins.
I believe that Jesus is Lord.
I believe that Jesus is Lord.
I believe you raised him from the dead.
I believe you raised him from the dead.
I would ask that Jesus come into my life.
I would ask that Jesus come into my life.
And be my Lord and Savior.
And be my Lord and Savior. Come on, guys.
I receive Jesus to take control of my life.
I receive Jesus to take control of my life.
And that I might live for him from this day forward.
And that I might live for him for this day forward.
Thank you, Lord Jesus, for saving me with your precious blood.
Thank you, Lord Jesus, for saving me with your precious blood. My bad.
In Jesus' name.
In Jesus' name.
In Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen.
All right now.
Thank you.
Remember this day, the start of a new life, your real life.
10.
I've never heard a rap song like this before. I've never really heard any song like this. Where do I even begin? The parallels between the first and second verse on Sing About Me are crazy. It never even occurred to me until today. Dave and his brother, Keisha, and her sister sing about me, don't sing about me. Their fate was ultimately the same. Keisha's sister literally fading away as she says she'll never fade away. The instrumental on the front end is so addicting to me on Sing About Me. The metaphor of the light shutting off and it being my turn is beautiful yet unsettling. Kendrick's ability to rap from others' perspective has no rival. The gunshots at the end of the first verse, just extremely jarring and traumatic like every time I hear it. When he raps from the girl's perspective, super believable and raw and honest and just performed very well. I'm editing the show myself today, so I'll admit I had to re-record the part where I talked about the third verse on Sing About Me, where Kendrick talks about being scared of passing away himself. That, maybe because I'm a dreamer and sleep is the cousin of death really stuck in the scheme of wondering when I'm a rest is one of the best bars I've ever heard. Am I worth it? Did I put enough work in? And then that pause before the chorus is so heavy. These skits in between are so expertly woven in that it doesn't break the immersiveness of the song at all. The second half of the song, you don't know whether the homies are going to end up retaliating or we'll see the error of their ways, and then they're saved by the voice of Maya Angelou telling them to recite the sinner's prayer and give their life to Jesus, which has been like this thing that was teased at the very beginning of the album, and now it comes back at the most pivotal point. It's just such a beautiful end to a song that's been being built up the entire album with mentions throughout of hunger and thirst and water. And I see why people say this is Kendrick's best song. What do you think? I personally am exhausted. I am so drained from listening to this and talking about it. So comment your favorite line, your favorite bar, your favorite moment, your favorite skit. What hit you the hardest? Since I'll be premiering this at some point on YouTube, I will leave some space at the end of this episode so we can discuss live. Love you. Mean it. It's a 10 out of 10 song. Enjoy the outro.
I say what I want to say when I feel and die. Look in the mirror and know I'm there with my hands in the air. I'm proud to say yeah, I'm real, I'm real, I'm really, really real. I'm real, I'm real, I'm really, really real. I'm real, I'm real, I'm really, really real. I'm real, I'm real, I'm really, really real.
I just want to say from the jump, because I know people are going to ask and wonder, I don't like the hook. I'm just like every other simpleton, because to me, it's not only incredibly repetitive, things are allowed to be repetitive if they actually have some type of concept behind them. I don't really understand the function of saying I'm real, I'm real, I'm really, really real, I'm real, I'm real, I'm really, really real, I'm real, I'm real, I'm really, really real, I'm real, I'm real, I'm really, really real. If that sounded annoying, it's only because I was reading the lyrics as they are written on screen. There are certain lyrics that, depending on the context of the situation, it would make sense for them to be repetitive. This one doesn't, and also this hook is sang four times in this song. That's too many times. The song's already 7 minutes because of the skits and the bits from the album, from the film that we're covering. Like, it's just a bit too much. I'm sorry. But let's look past that. Starting off the song, we'll get into the first verse. Track is produced by Terrace Martin. Let's see what Kenny's talking about.
I promise that I know you very well. Your eyes never lie, even if they tell. Sweet lullabies that come with the smell of a dozen roses flipping down a green hill. You living in a world that come with plan B, cause plan A never relay a guarantee, and plan C never could say just what it was. And your plans only can pan around love. You love him, you love them, you love her. You love so much, you love when love hurts. You love red bottom and gold that say queen. You love handbag on the waist of your jean. You love French tip and trip that pay for. You love bank slip that tell you he paid more. You love a good hand whenever the card dealt, but what love got to do with it when you don't love yourself?
Very mellow delivery from Kenny in the first verse, very poetic. I like the plan A, B, and C rhymes talking about, I think it's talking about contraception in my opinion. We got the rubbers for plan A, we got the pill for plan B, and then plan C, just use your imagination. Then we have, you love him, love her, love so much you love when it hurts. You love the material things, but you gotta love yourself at the end of the day. Kind of sounds like a prequel to TPAB's I, in my opinion. It's a solid verse, but I would hope for a little more feel behind the reel. So we get another hook, and then we get our second verse.
I promise that I know you very well. Your eyes never lie, even if they fail. Out the sky and your optics turn stale. With a mode that's green, I can see you fit the bill of living in a world that come with plan B, cause plan A only can make another mistake. And you can't see success coming from plan C. When it all breaks, you'll still say you're lovely and love them and love when you love her. You love so much, you love when love hurts. You love fast cars and their presidents old. You love fast women, you love keeping control of everything that you love. You love beef, you love streets, you love running, ducking police. You love your hood, might even love it to death. But what love got to do with it when you don't love yourself?
We get the same flow and tone from last verse. Some lines are repeated, but it is from a different perspective. The rhyme scheme up top is nice, but I'm a little bit bored with another verse where we do this plan A, plan B, and plan C technique. I get that this time he's talking from a different perspective, and he ends the verse referring to a man, potentially himself. You love the cars and the money and the women in control, the beef, the streets, the hood, but you gotta love yourself. The message is good. The execution just isn't very powerful to me. And in the context of the album, after our last song, Sing About Me, I'm Dying of Thirst, it makes perfect sense. But as a standalone, I'm just not really impressed by it.
Everything's gone. The reason why I know you very well, cause we have the same eyes, can't you tell? The days I tried to cover up and conceal my pride, it only made it harder for me to deal with living in a world that come with plan B. A scapegoat cause plan A don't come free, and plan C just an excuse like because, or the word but what if I got love? I love them, I love when I love her. I love so much, I love when love hurts. I love first verse cause you're the girl I attract. I love second verse cause you're the homie that pack. Burner like a stovetop that love cooking from scratch. I love what the both of you have to offer. In fact, I love it so much I don't love anything else. But what love got to do with it when I don't love myself to the point I should hate everything I do love? Should I hate living my life inside the club? Should I hate her for watching me for that reason? Should I hate him for telling me that I'm seasoned? Should I hate them for telling me ball out? Should I hate street credibility? I'm talking about hating on money, power, respect, in my will, or hating the fact none of that shit make me real.
Guys, I get it. I know what this is. I think this kind of reminds me of Gloria in a way, the last song on GNX. I think it's because the concept to me seems relatively obvious, and maybe that's why I find it a little bit flat. Because in the third verse, we get the same scheme, plan A, plan B, plan C. He says he loves first verse and second verse because it's the type of girl he was into and the homie that he hung with, right? But he needs to find validation within himself. I get it. And towards the end of the verse, we get the should I hate, should I hate, should I hate kind of scheme, that technique, and he refers to the perspective of the people or characters he was in the first and second verse. He loves them, they love those things, and I promise you, I get it. My problem is the hook is exhausting, and a simple concept like this can be executed much better, in my opinion. It's also my duty to mention, we just had a song, it's Sing About Me, where he rapped as a dude, then as a girl, then as himself. Now in this song, he's rapping as a dude, then as a girl, then as himself. Kendrick, we know, guys, gals, friends, we know that he can execute on an idea better than this. We've heard Fear. We've heard How Much a Dollar Costs. Reincarnated is an even better example. Sing About Me. We know that he can rap from these different people's perspectives and make the song sound way better. The production value is way higher. The instrumental progresses way more. And the performance, the delivery of it is just better. I'm not saying I don't get it and I don't like the idea. What I'm saying is the execution should just be a lot better on this song. And in my opinion, before we even get to the bits and the skits which wrap the album's narrative pretty beautifully, I'm feeling like this is probably the weakest track on the album, in my opinion. It's just my opinion. I think it's just kind of a letdown. That's just me. By all means, please tell me if you think I'm tripping, how I'm probably missing something, or one of these techniques is intentional, or I should do a deeper dive into the lyrics. It just doesn't sound all that impressive to me.
Yeah, I'm gonna head out.
And this is coming from somebody that is clearly a huge admirer of Kendrick's other work. This one just isn't hitting for me. Let me know what I am missing here.
Gang, I ain't tripping up from dominoes no more. Just call it. Sorry to hear what happened to your homeboy. But don't learn the hard way like I did, ho. Any nigga can kill a man. That don't make you a real nigga. Real is responsibility. Real is taking care of your motherfucking family. Real is God, nigga.
We get another voicemail from Kendrick's father saying he is not, in fact, tripping about the dominoes anymore. I've come to the conclusion that he is, in fact, just talking about literal dominoes and not the pizza.
No way!
But he's aware of what happened to Kendrick's friend, and he urges Kendrick basically to find God and just prioritize being responsible and keeping the family close. I think it's a really nice way to kind of wrap up the narrative of them leaving these voicemails for Kendrick. Just hoping he comes home safe now.
All right, that's all I want to tell you. Just make sure you call us back when you get this message. Here go your mama.
Boy, you better have my car on full all this time. You don't have my damn car. But look, I ain't tripping. Look, the neighbor said they saying you and your little friends over there about food for less. They're preaching to you. I'll say telling you about the good book, because right about now, that's what y'all need. Oh, and Top Dog called the house too. I guess he wants you and Dave to come to the studio. But look, if you take that music business serious, yeah, put out something for me and your dad to step to. But shit, you know we from Chicago. You know that's what we do.
Father Duckworth tells Kendrick to call them back as soon as he gets the message before handing the phone to young Kenny's mom. She starts by saying the gas tank better be full when he gets back, which is crazy after telling him, you know that his friend was shot, but we move. She directly references the end of Dying of Thirst, saying that she saw the neighbors with him and his friends. She ends by saying Top Dog called the house asking for him to pull up to the studio, which is crazy if the events of this album actually happened that close to him starting his music career. That's crazy. She ends by saying, make some music that me and your daddy can step to, and if she only knew.
Bubble up. Hold up. Where are you from? My bitch. I'm finna go dumb.
After the bridge from Anna Wise, which I think is performed beautifully, we get Kendrick's mom with the last word.
If I don't hear from you by tomorrow, I hope you come back and learn from your mistakes and come back a man. Tell your story to these black and brown kids in Compton. Let them know you was just like them, but you still rose from that dark place of violence, becoming a positive person. But when you do make it, give back with your words of encouragement. And that's the best way to give back to your city. And I love you, Kendrick. If I don't hear you knocking on the door, you know I usually leave the key. All right? Talk to you later. Bye.
This song transitions perfectly into Compton, a great title for a track that is an ode to where Kendrick grew up and how far he's come. Real has me left with so many mixed emotions. I love the messages from Kendrick's parents in the song. I love the concept of loving yourself and Kendrick rapping from two different perspectives before coming full circle saying he hates and loves those verses and people. I just don't like the hook or the energy of these verses. It feels repetitive to me. I'm feeling a light 8 on it.
8.
This song is saved by its writing and what it contributes to the narrative of the album, but it is not a song I would play out of context. Now, Compton, on the other hand, is awesome out of context, and especially within the context of the end of this album.
Now everybody serenade the new faith of Kendrick Lamar. This is King Kendrick Lamar. King Kendrick, and I meant it, my point intended is raw. Fix your lenses, forensics would've told you Kendrick had killed it. Pretend it's a massacre, and the mass is upon us. And I mastered being the master at dodging your honor. In the chapter that read at 25, I will live dormant like 5 in the morning. The raise the spot while Kendrick's performing. And if they take everything, no, I got
Compton, ain't no city quite like mine.
Kendrick is rapping like it is time to celebrate, like a man that has made it out and is now on top of the world. Like we are no longer confined by the narrative of Good Kid, M.A.A.d City, and we can just drop straight bars. I mean, King Kendrick, and I meant it, my point intended is raw. Fix your lenses, forensics would have told you Kendrick had killed it. Pretend it's a massacre and the mass is upon us, and I master being the master at dodging your honor. This is peak rapping. It's a man on a mission. Let's see if Dre can keep up.
Dre, what's happening with it, my nigga?
Still I'm at it, peel the plastic off it, you can feel the magic. Still I'm laughing at the critics talking, I can see them gagging when I'm back in the back of my city. Back in the back with a batch of them banging Dre beats with me. Look where I'm at, it's the murder cap, and I'm captain at birth in this gangster rap. It's a rap when I'm done, and I come a long way from $100 a month to 100 mil in a day. Bitch, I'm from.
Yo, honestly, the best Dre verse I've ever heard.
Quite like mine.
So come and visit the tire screeching ambulance policeman. Won't you spend a weekend on Rosecrans, nigga? Khaki creasing, crime increasing on Rosecrans, nigga. Kendrick Conan, nigga. Where yo swore that? Hand on the cross and swore that. I do it biggest Resputia for them shooters. Karma Sutra scream, fuck your position and make you own that. I'm trying to stay grounded like full flex, but I know flex and Pyro Cryptex.
Swarm on me like a beehive, hop in the G-Ride from the west to the east. I know just how Compton rolls.
And that's a given. I pass the blunt and pass the torch, of course it's my decision. I crash the Porsche, then you report that you see me in Benzes. I must report that we import the narcotics you bought it. Then talk about it when crack it, the speakers, the music business. I blow up every time we throw up a record, depending on what you expected. I'm sure it's bigger than your religion, perfected by niggas that manifested music to live in.
Hey yo, be honest. Did Kendrick write these verses for Dre? Somebody let me know, cause no way he usually raps like this.
Roll it up in a blunt, I'ma take you on that next high. I did exactly what I wanted, that's what made them checks fly. In my direction, you never questioned when I said I would be a mogul before I visit Tupac and Left Eye. Easy and Aaliyah, when I see you, we gon' test drive. A Lambo in heaven, but for now I'm on a red eye. Flying back to my city, cause I'll forever stand by.
Compton, ain't no city quite like mine.
Now we can all celebrate, we can all harvest the rap artists of NWA. America target our rap market as controversy and hate. Harsh realities we in, made our music translate to the coke dealers, the hood rich and the broke niggas that play with them gorillas that know killers that know where you stay. Roll that kush, crack that case, 10 bottles of rosé. This was brought to you by Dre. Now every motherfucker in here say,
look who's responsible for taking Compton international. I make 'em holler.
hey yo, Just Blaze, good looking on me.
Extremely strong finish to the album. I'm feeling a solid 9 on it.
9.
You couldn't really miss the concept, the execution, the feature, the production, the flows. I even dig this outro too. This is nice. It's not too long.
Mom, I'm finna use the van real quick. Be back 15 minutes.
I really like how it almost like starts back again. You hear the sound of the recorder, and apparently, according to Genius, there are these bonus songs that are actually about 15 minutes in total, which kind of matches Kendrick saying that he'll be back with the van in 15 minutes. In the skit itself, Kendrick tells his mother he will take the van for 15 minutes. In the skit at the end of Shireen, aka Master Splinter's daughter, you can hear Kendrick's mother saying he said he was going to be back in 15 minutes. So according to Genius, chronologically, this occurs just before the first skit. This is the first and only time that K-Dot's voice is heard in any of the skits. His voice is completely absent in all the other ones. I've been mentioning that throughout the album. It seems like all of these things are just kind of happening around him, but he's not actively participating. Until the very, very end of the album, we get this message from Kendrick, young Kendrick's voice, and all he says is, "I'll be back in 15 minutes, Mom." And then we get this entire album. I think it's a really awesome way to finish. I am feeling a strong, like a decent to strong 9 on it.
9.
It is an extremely effective closer, in my opinion. When I listen back to the album, I would never skip it because it really feels like a treat. After you get through the trauma and drama that is this album with songs like Mad City and Sing About Me, I'm Dying of Thirst, and the end of the Swimming Pools album version, the events of Good Kid, there are just a lot of moments throughout the album where you are kind of suffering and enduring to get through it. But then we reach the end. We have this celebration with West Coast legend Dr. Dre celebrating with Kendrick as he has made it out, and he is now an extremely successful artist, just like his mom and dad hoped that he would be when he got that call about hitting the studio with Dave and Top Dog. So how do I feel about the album overall? Unscripted, my raw feelings after listening to the album probably dozens and dozens of times over the course of the past month, covering each song, breaking it down in depth. I'm feeling like a solid like a decent to strong 9. If I had to make it a more specific number, I'm feeling like a 9.55, 9.6. It is truly one of the best rap albums I've ever heard.
Like the video.
This is To Pimp a Butterfly by Kendrick Lamar, an album that I believe is the greatest rap album of all time. Every single song covered and the album as a whole reviewed. Hope you all enjoy.
Derapy.
The very first song on this album sets the stage for the rest of the album's stories and themes perfectly. You can tell a lot about an album's direction and tone from its first track. Some artists like intro tracks that are mostly instrumentals or somebody talking or they're like a minute long. Kendrick gets straight into the classics. Unlike Good Kid, M.A.A.d City even, which has the Shireen bit, Damn with the story about the blind woman, or Mr. Morale, where you get the, one second. I hope you find some peace. We don't get any of that. All right, we get straight into the bangers from the jump.
Every nigga is a star. Every nigga is a star.
So this bit is sung by this old Jamaican singer who set out to reclaim the N-word before it was hip. Kendrick will talk about this in detail much later in the album, but from the jump, we have a sung section that discusses duality. The N-word, being juxtaposed with a star, someone of high status and prestige, is similar to the relationship between the words big and small, a pimp and a prostitute, or a caterpillar and a butterfly.
Every nigga is a star. Every nigga is a star. Who will remind that you remind? Every nigga is a star.
Hit me!
The singer's name is Boris Gardner, by the way. He was a Jamaican singer in the 70s who was responsible for the song Every Nigga Is a Star. It was meant to accompany a film by the same name to promote Black Pride in the 70s, which was much needed at the time, of course.
Hit me!
When the four corners of this cocoon collide, you'll slip through the cracks, hoping that you'll survive. Gather your wit, take a deep look inside. Are you really who they idolize? To pimp a butterfly.
Kendrick was in the cocoon of Compton, but made it out butterfree, a butterfly. But now he has to combat those who want to take advantage of him outside of the hood. I also love the build-up to the announcement of the title of the project, To Pimp a Butterfly. It's like the opening credits to a movie. Like, we're just getting started. It's very exciting.
At first I did love you, but I just wanna fuck. Late nights thinking of you, until I got my nut. Toss and turn, lesson learned. You was my first girlfriend. Bridges burn all across the board. Destroyed.
This is one of the most underrated Kendrick hooks in my opinion. I remember the first time I listened to this through headphones while my wife was home, and like I always sing this part like so hard, and she did not get the context at all. Like she was probably just hanging out in our bedroom and just heard me out of nowhere like, at first I did love you.
Derek, are you talking to me?
But now I just want to fight.
What is going on?
And she was probably like, who are you talking about? But nah, Kendrick is talking about his introduction to stardom and his relationship to rap music. Babe. This is the first but won't be the last time I compare myself to Kendrick. He talks about his love of rap and the art, and then how as soon as he got some fame and money, he's like, yeah, I'm just trying to exploit these talents for women and money and fame.
What does this have to do with you?
I can't relate. But like I made hundreds of podcasts that nobody listened to simply because I just loved doing it. I wasn't super worried about how many people were listening to it. I was literally just doing it like for the love of the game. But then the moment the show started popping a little bit, like I really had to check myself, like who and what am I doing this for? Now, obviously Kendrick and I are way different. He was nominated for like a bunch of Grammys of Good Kid, M.A.A.d City. I just got like a couple thousand subscribers, but like potato tomato.
You are not him.
Kendrick also ends this section by saying he burn bridges, like, you know, bridges burn all across the board, destroyed, but what for? So a lot of his relationships that he had in Compton died as he rose to success. And he's like, what did I even do all this for? I have an idea.
When I get signed, homie, I'm acting fool. Hit the dance floor, strobe lights in the room. Snatch your little secretary bitch for the homies. Blue-eyed devil with a fat-ass monkey. I'ma buy a brand new Cuddy on Vows. Truck the hood up 2 times, do slow. Platinum on everything, platinum on wedding ring. Married to the game at a bad bitch shows. When I get signed, homie, I'ma buy a strap. Straight from the CIA, set it on my lap. Take a few M16s to the hood. Pass them all out on the block, what's good? I'ma put the cop to swap me by the White House. Republican run up, get socked out. Hit the press with a Cuban link on my neck. Uneducated, but I got $1 million check like that.
Now, this all sounds bonkers because we're from the future and we know how Kendrick would ultimately turn out to be. But he actually said in an interview that this was one of his favorite songs that he recorded for the album because these are real thoughts that he actually had when he first started getting money. He was like, this is exactly what I'm gonna do.
When I get signed, I'm gonna act a fool.
Kendrick immediately starts talking about like all the things that would make him seem like a powerful, successful, wealthy man. Like, I'm gonna be bouncing around, dancing with strobe lights going off in the room. I'm gonna smash on a secretary type girl. Blue-eyed devil with a fat ass monkey is definitely what I would say I was looking for if I currently had like a dating profile, because that is hilarious. A lot of people talk about like what they would do if they hit the lottery or if they came into a bunch of money. Kendrick's idea of like what he would do is like extremely creative, like stuff that you would never expect to hear. Like, I'm gonna buy guns from the CIA and drop off a bunch of M16s in the hood. I'm gonna have a Compton swamp.
Swamp?
I can't even say it. I'm gonna have a Compton swap meet right outside the White House. Dude's talking about like knocking out Republicans. Dude, just go buy a house. I do like the end of this verse because he says uneducated, but I got $1 million check like that, which I think is like very, very cool. Not cool because it's cool to be uneducated, but like it's like a really cool way to establish kind of the conflict on the album. He's like, yeah, I just got $1 million, but I'm also like relatively uneducated, and this also makes me a prime target to be pimped.
Why'd you say it like that?
Honestly, this refrain that's coming up is literally my favorite. Like, it's just stuck in my head rent free, especially the past couple weeks since I've been thinking about talking about this album. Every time I see a black person online like spending recklessly, this kind of goes through my head like Uncle Ruckus or something. Like, I just have like a trigger moment. But also, like, I'm not the most like fiscally responsible human being ever. So every time I'm thinking about buying something that I don't need or like the timing is off, I'm like,
We should never give, we should never give. Niggas money go back home. Money go back home. We should never give, we should never give. Niggas money go back home. Money go back home. Everybody get out.
so we should have never gave you niggas money was a phrase that was from this Rick James sketch on the 2004 episode of the Chappelle Show, which I think is appropriate because Chappelle also infamously turned down $50 million because he had some conflicts with the people that were offering him the money to stay on the show. Dave Chappelle talked openly about how the more money that you are in line to make, the more people will try to get in and influence you, control you, try to take that money from you, and it was just a situation that he didn't want to be in. There's also this line from Ab-Soul in 2014, which was probably around the exact time that Kendrick was writing this album, where he literally says in his song Tree of Life, you should have never gave us niggas money. We coming for everything. You know what I mean? Kendrick and Ab-Soul are tight, so he's probably making a reference to both of these things at once. Kendrick's been known to do that here and there. So the hook repeats again.
At first I did love you.
Then we get a very cool contribution from the one and only Dr. Dre, a Kendrick Lamar mentor, somebody he's also from Compton, and somebody who is known as a prominent mainstay in West Coast hip-hop.
But what for?
Yo, what's up? It's Dre. Remember the first time you came out to the house? You said you wanted a spot like mine. But remember, anybody can get it. The hard part is keeping it, motherfucker.
What you want? You a house, you a car, 40 acres and a mule, a piano, a guitar, anything. Say my name is Uncle Sam on your dog. Motherfucker, you can live at the mall. I know you're kind, that's why I'm kind. Don't have receipts. That's fine. Pay me later. Wear those gaiters. Cliche and say fuck your haters.
Now, this is the most slept on part of the song to me. I love how Dr. Dre comes in. He's like, yo, what's up? You remember when you came out? You wanted a spot like mine? You did it. Congratulations. You made it. I'm proud of you. Now, the hard part is actually keeping that. And it is so quickly cut off by this character that is being referred to as Uncle Sam. And he like jumps in immediately. He's like, what do you want? A house? A car? 40 acres? Mule? Piano? Guitar? The piano guitar is like basically, what do you need in order to continue making money so that we can take it from you? Do you want a house? Do you want a car? It's like the exact antithesis of what Dr. Dre is trying to speak to him. He's like, hey, you did a good job. You made it. The hard part is keeping it. And literally, immediately after that, it's like, here's all the ways you can absolutely ruin your life. Another really slept on bar here is, I know you're kind. That's why I'm kind. So he's specifically saying, like, look, we've seen this before. Young black artists blowing up, getting money. That's the reason why I'm coming to you, and like you specifically. That's the reason why you are being targeted. And it's like, yo, don't worry about keeping receipts. Everything's fine. You can pay me later. Wear those gators. Cliche. Say fuck the haters. It's like literally buy in to all of these things that make a typical rap artist. So at the end of the day, if you aren't filing on all of this stuff, then we're gonna destroy you via
the Internal Revenue Service.
It seems like on the nose now because the album has been out so long, but I feel like because it's kind of ran through so quickly that it can be easily missed. And I just love it. It's incredibly artful. I think that it's like such a unique way to describe the American dream and the infatuation kind of with the idea of becoming successful, what that looks like, what that feels like, the things you're supposed to buy, the things you're supposed to do, without really thinking about the long-term consequences of it.
I can see the bottle in you. I can see the dollar in you. Little white lies, but it's no white collar in you. But it's whatever though, because I'm still following you. Because you make me live forever, baby. Count it all together, baby. They hit the register and make me feel better, baby. Your horoscope is a Gemini, 2 sides. So you better cop everything 2 times. 2 coops, 2 chains, 2 C notes. Too much and enough, both we know. Christmas, tell them what's on your wish list. Get it all, you deserve it, Kendrick. And when you hit the White House, do you? But remember, you ain't passed economics in school. And everything you buy, Texas will deny. How Wesley sniped your ass before 35.
So this is still rapping from the perspective of Uncle Sam, and he's basically using everything that he knows about Kendrick in order to take advantage of him and ultimately benefit himself. Like, I can see the baller in you. I can see the dollar in you. It's like, I know that you've wanted these things. I know that you have the money for these things. Come hither, child. It's like mad predatory and kind of odd.
No Diddy.
But it's whatever though, because I'm still following you, because you make me live forever. Count it all together. It's like as long as you continue to make money, that's just more money for me to take, and I'm going to continue to survive. Because at the end of the day, like at one point, all these material things are going to die. They're going to become worthless. It's not going to matter. But the federal government lives on. They're always going to get their cut. I think Jay-Z is the one that had this quote where it's like, if you can't afford to buy it twice, then you can't afford it. I don't know if that's true. Somebody fact check me on that. In this verse, it said 2 coops, 2 chains, 2 C notes. Too much ain't enough. We both know. Like, there's really no amount that would be too much for somebody of your status, Kendrick. You deserved it. You earned it. And I think this line is really important. It's probably the second most important line towards the end of this verse. When you hit the White House, do you, but remember you ain't passed economics in school. Which, can we just have like a very, very, very brief conversation about what they teach you in high school? Nothing about taxes, nothing about mortgage, nothing about finances. The extent of my financial literacy in high school was like our high school basketball coach that also taught history had this leadership class / personal finance class where they would just tell you how to budget, but it's like hard to really determine how you could actually apply these things to your real life because everybody in that class is working jobs that pay them $7 to $9 an hour, and like we didn't take any actual curriculum that was going to prepare us for how to budget as adults or how to like invest properly. There's just nothing like that, unfortunately. And towards the very end of this verse, everything you buy, taxes will deny. I'll Wesley snipe your ass before 35. So we get a callback to the title of the track. And unfortunately, now we have to talk about what happened to our dear old friend Wesley Snipes. In 2008, Snipes was convicted on misdemeanor charges of willful failure to file federal income tax returns and was sentenced to 3 years imprisonment. After an unsuccessful appeal, he served 28 months in federal prison. He was released in April of 2013, which is coincidentally right around the time Kendrick Lamar was writing To Pimp a Butterfly. Kendrick is not trying to go down like that.
Looking down is quite a drop. Looking good when you're on top. Better metaphors, leaving metaphors metaphysically in a state of euphoria. Look both ways before you cross my mind. We should never give, we should never give. Niggas money go back home, money go back home. We should never give, we should never give. Niggas money go back home.
Apparently, at the end of that verse, that is Anna Wise and the Whitney, the mother of Kendrick's children. At the end, they're screaming, "Tax man coming." So, first of all, this is such a big song to begin the album with. It gets the vocals from Thundercat and George Clinton. It gets the Jamaican singer
Boris
from
Gardner.
the beginning, introducing the idea of everybody having the potential to graduate or evolve into a butterfly. We talk about the many ways throughout the song that the butterfly can and will be pimped. We talk about Kendrick's relationship with rap music and how it changed the moment he actually touched some money and all of the ridiculous things that he planned to do with it as soon as he got it. We talked about the potential outcomes that could be served to you if you are not properly filing. This would be a great time to cut to an ad break for like a tax filing service. I'm just not popping like that. But yeah, I think this is about as good of an opener as any Kendrick album has. I love this song. Let's move on to the next one. Did you guys ever leave that comment, by the way, about what you would do if your girl was leaving you a voicemail like this?
Baller ass, boss ass nigga. You's an off-brand ass nigga. Everybody know it. Your homies know it. Everybody fucking know. Fuck you, nigga. Don't call me no more. You don't know. You gon' lose on a good bitch. My other nigga is on. You off. What the fuck is really going on?
So the sound of the voice you just heard was coming from a Darlene Tibbs. I love her performance here. It's hilarious. Now I am straight up ripping this interpretation from Dissect Podcast. If that happens anymore, I'll do my best to let you know, and if not, my editor will.
It's my duty.
This woman is snapping at Kendrick because she has all these high expectations of him. She wants him to spin, impress, show that he's the man, and it's one of the lures of capitalism. I love how it's mentioned, you didn't buy me an outfit for the 4th. She has to be referring to the 4th of July here, which I think also ties into the fact that the main antagonist of the album is Uncle Sam. Uncle Sam is the final boss of capitalism. He's the main man urging Kendrick to blow racks on nonsense. If Uncle Sam is the pimp in this situation, this woman is one of his prostitutes sent to antagonize Kendrick into spending recklessly. I also want to point out the outfit for the 4th bar is a reference to the 4th of July, Independence Day, freedom. Wow! Kendrick responds to this rant in kind, in a very mature, measured, respectful manner.
This dick ain't free. You looking at me like it ain't a receipt, like I never made ends meet, eating your leftovers and raw meat. This dick ain't free. Living in captivity, raised my cap salary, celery, telling me green is all I need. Evidently all I seen was spam and raw sardines. This dick ain't free.
Kendrick is directly countering the notion of men dedicating their life to impressing women for some action. He says,
well, actually, this Johnson isn't free.
I just want to point out the fact that this flow is insane. Like, it works almost as if it's spoken word poetry, but it also has this background of like up-tempo jazz, and it's so fascinating to really think about it because the energy and aggressiveness that the initial verse of this woman has, you're like, what is coming after this? Like, surely this is, but no, actually, Kendrick is coming with the same energy, and you could argue it's even more absurd, and I love it. Also, the straight up bars, like the flipping of the word salary into celery, talking about living in captivity and having to rely on leftovers and raw meat, and talking about spam and raw sardines. He's like, I've been through enough. We've worked hard enough. I'm not going to continue to push and pray and do everything I can to continue trying to achieve what others think I need to achieve. The goalposts continue to shift. We are not forcing ourselves into any more free labor. This thing ain't free.
I mean, baby, you really think we could make a baby name Mercedes without a Mercedes Benz and 24-inch rims, 5% tint and air conditioning vents? Hell fucking no, this dick ain't free. I need 40 acres and a mule, not a 40 ounce in a pit bull. Bullshit. Matador, had a door knocking. Let him in. Who's that? Genito's best friend. This dick ain't free. Pity the food that made the pretty and you prosper. Titty juice and pussy lips kept me obnoxious, kept me up watching pornos and poverty. Apology, no. Watch you politic with people less fortunate like myself. Every dog has his day. Now doggy style shall help.
We cry together foreshadowing?
I love the fact that Kendrick points out that people used to name their children after things they can't afford. Kanye, I believe, also did the same thing on an album of his as well. It's just like another one of those things where like people are constantly lusting and craving these bigger, flashier things and they can't do it, but they want to name their kids after these things that they want. They're like, I don't have a Mercedes, but I do have a Mercedes. She's my daughter. She got a B in science class.
That's not the same thing.
Kendrick also alludes to the 40 acres and a mule tale, which is kind of, it's a sad one, but I think it's important for us to go through because he's mentioned it twice now. Long story short, after slavery, Abraham Lincoln promised a bunch of African Americans 40 acres and a mule, and then Abraham Lincoln got killed. And then our boy Andrew Johnson came in and was like, psych, actually, we don't like black people. That was just one weird guy with a big hats idea. We're going to give all of this land back to Confederate slave owners. So, yeah. Psych! Takesies backsies actually do apply, and we hate black people. Shout out the federal government. Please leave a comment if this is your first time hearing of the federal government promising African Americans like a fair shot at prosperity, only to completely renege takesies backsies that shit as soon as another president took office. Please let me know if this is your first time hearing of this. Or if the first time you heard about this was because of Kendrick Lamar's Pimp A Butterfly. I think that, you know, our public school system is failing us, but that's a totally different conversation for another day. Anyways, this rhyme scheme goes incredibly hard, I fear. So we go from 40 acres and a mule to 40 ounce and a pit bullshit. Matador had the door knock and let him in. Who's that? Like, come on, bro. Come on. Like, just on like a raw technical skill level when it comes to rapping, Kendrick's like top tier. Like the instrumental is already insane. Like the storytelling, the themes of the album is already insane. But like just on a raw level, you could have no instrumental. He could be saying whatever he wanted. That man flowing.
He's sliding.
Also, this was another thing that was brought up in Mr. Morale and the Big Steppers. My editor might bring it up or somebody will comment on it. But he also mentioned Pitbull Terriers in Mr. Morale and the Big Steppers. And he's mentioning them again here, which makes me think there's no such thing as a coincidence when it comes to Kendrick Lamar albums. I also think that the Matador part is literally him referring to the 40 acres and a mule. Because, you know, Matador, you hold up like the red thing, you swing it, the bull runs at it. And like Kendrick is basically the raging bull. He's upset. Black people are upset. They promised things. They took it away. Matador. You get it? I get it. I'm sure you get it.
I don't get it.
This dick ain't free. Matter of fact, I need interest. Matter of fact, it's 9 inches. Matter of fact, see our friendship based on business. Pinching, more pinching, your pinching. My consensus been relentless. Fuck forgiveness, fuck your feelings, fuck your sources. All distortion. If we fuck, it's more abortion, more divorce, course and portion. My check with less endorsement left me dormant, dusted, doom, disgusted, force weight. Fuck you, figures and more shit. Porcelain pipes, pressure, busting twice, choices devastated, decapitated the horseman. Oh, America, you bad bitch. I picked cotton and made you rich. Now my dick ain't free.
I'ma get my Uncle Sam to fuck you up. You ain't no king.
Kendrick believes he deserves more. He wants interest. He doesn't just want you to pay for his work, but you got to pay for that struggle we done made up to him on.
What is this accent? Why are you doing that?
He talks about America's greediness when it comes to his earnings by mentioning the pension of pensions and percentages and such. Now, there's a ton more packed into this last barrage of bars, but I'll just cover the highlights. When he says, fuck your sources, all distortion, if you fuck, it's more abortion, I think he's talking about the media trying to fuck him. It not working, and then them, like, aborting the mission.
Just a theory.
Divorce courts allude to the failure of relationships, which obviously discourages healthy relationships, leaving people dusted, doomed, disgusted. That's alliteration. Wow! He ends up saying America is a bad bitch.
In it.
I picked cotton and made you rich.
Nah, but that game free.
Like, now that we've struggled so much, you can't fuck with us for free. And I love how this track ends, confirming the relationship between Darlene Tibbs' character, who may be Bad Bitch America, and her pimp Uncle Sam. She says she's going to get Uncle Sam to mess Kendrick up while saying he isn't a king, which perfectly transitions into the next song, King Kunta. Is this the most effort you've ever heard put into an interlude? Is it the perfect transition from the first to the third song? Does it almost make you forget that the second song on the album is an interlude for some reason?
Seconds, huh?
Anyways, whatever. The song is lit. I never skip. 10 out of 10. No notes. King Kunta is next.
I got a bone to pick. I don't want you monkey mouth motherfucker sitting in my throne again. I'm mad, but I ain't stressing. True friends. One question.
The production from Terrace Martin and Soundwave, goated. Starting off the song with I Got a Bone to Pick, tough. Calling the ops monkey mouth motherfuckers is insane. I've never heard anybody say anything like that.
It's not nice.
I really like the tone of I am mad, and we also get an ad lib affirming that he is in fact mad, but he's not actually stressed. Honestly, I feel the same way about my podcast, you know?
Oh, bro.
Sometimes I hear other people talking about how they have the best podcast in the world.
We do not care.
I'm not stressed, but I am mad. Kendrick just got that tone of like, look, I'm not worried about it, but
If you don't shut your skin tone, chicken bone, Google Chrome, no home, flip phone, this on, ice cream cone, garden gnome, extra chromosome, metronome, dimmadome, genome, full blown monochrome.
Bitch, where you and I was walking. Now I run the game, got the whole world talking. King Kunta, everybody wanna cut the legs off him. Kunta, black man taking no losses. Oh yeah. Bitch, where you and I was walking. Now I run the game, got the whole world talking. King Kunta, everybody wanna cut the legs off him. When you got the yams. What's the yams?
bro, talking about a Kendrick Lamar album is like going through AP English Lit or something. So Kunta Kinte was a fictional 18th century black slave featured in Alex Haley's best-selling novel Roots, the Saga of an American Family. Now, it's important to mention that King Kunta is kind of like a play on words. Also, there's obviously the oxymoron of King Kunta. Kunta is literally Kunta Kinte.
Kunta Kinte.
Wow, I was so close to saying that like a slave. Kunta Kinte. He was a slave, but King Kunta kind of puts him in a completely different light as a king. If you don't know what an oxymoron is, it's like if somebody says you're pretty ugly. That's the is being cool as hell also an oxymoron? This hook asks a rhetorical question that is kind of going to come up later, like much later in the album. He's like, where are you when I was walking? Now I run the game, got the whole world talking. King Kunta, everybody want to cut the legs off him. Kunta Kinte, in his own story, actually had his foot cut off because they wanted to make sure that he could not escape the plantation. Kendrick Lamar, in his role as King Kunta, not only does he not have his foot cut off, he's literally running the game. So it's a little bit of play on words, a little bit of tongue-in-cheek and that. And he's basically asking, where were you when he was just walking?
I don't know, man. I was like in high school or something.
But I believe that Kendrick is kind of equating his childhood to a place where he felt trapped, essentially, like he was in a plantation of his own. He felt like it was difficult for him to escape, and he basically felt like he was trying to move and navigate the world with a similar disadvantage. Not like to the level of a literal slave, but he had a problem with the mobility of his life. But now he's running the game. I think it's a pretty sick hook. Very catchy. Very groovy song. Now we gotta find out what the yams are. Kendrick's gonna try to explain it. If you don't get it, I promise I got you.
The yam is the power that be. You can smell it when I'm walking down the street. Oh yes we can, oh yes we can. I can dig rapping, but a rapper with a ghost rider. What the fuck happened? Oh no! I swore I wouldn't tell. But most of y'all share bars like you got the bottom bunk in a two-man cell. A two-man cell. Something's in the water. Something's in the water. And if I got a brown nose for some gold, then I'd rather be a bum than a motherfucking bum. Oh, yeah.
The yam is a metaphor for authenticity. This line alludes to Ralph Ellison's Invisible Man, where this dude is walking through New York and he smells the yams that remind him of where he came from, which was like the South, his true self, so to speak. The yam is also significant in African culture. Certain communities in Africa would determine a person's like prestige
by their yam yield.
What? Kendrick then casually but smartly alludes to someone with ghostwriters. I wonder who that could be. He says, y'all are sharing bars like you got a bottom bunk in a two-man cell. He ends the verse by saying he'd rather basically be a bum on the street than compromise his integrity by doing something like that.
Based.
Then we get another very funky hook before going into another verse where the yams represent something completely different.
When you got the yams, the yam brought it out of Richard Pryor. Manipulated Bill Clinton with desires. 24/7, 365 days times 2. I was contemplating getting off stage just to go back to the hood, see my enemy and say, oh yeah.
The yams also mean you have power and clout. They give you resources and drive to do things that you couldn't do before. Kendrick brings up how the yams had Richard Pryor wilding it out and how they also had Bill Clinton acted up. Sharing this with you all because it was the first thing that Genius mentioned, and I just think it's really funny to mention these two things specifically. Richard Pryor apparently set himself on fire.
Why?
After doing cocaine, which I just learned that. I just learned that today. What about being high makes you think that it's cool to light yourself on fire? I don't know. Richard Pryor will be huge on TikTok today. Bill Clinton, as you all know, notoriously got some from Miss Lewinsky back in the day. He also lied about it under oath, which is just,
Not nice.
It's lame. It's just not a nice thing to do to your wife. But, yams will do it to you. The yams are sweet and warm and inviting and can corrupt men in the White House or the trap house, apparently. I guess you could say that these men were,
conflicted. Misusing their influence.
Kendrick says he thought about taking a break from his success just to go back to Compton and flex, which is really funny, man. Like, imagine you're just now ascending. You're, like, literally reaching your peak, and all you want to do is go back home and be like, look! Look! I'm winning. After this, we get another hook and then the final verse of the song where Kendrick reiterates that he is, in fact, that guy.
I was gonna kill a couple rappers, but they did it to themselves. Everybody's suicidal, they didn't even need my help. This shit is elementary, I'd probably go to jail if I shoot at your identity and bounce to the left. Stuck a flag in my city, everybody screaming Compton. I should probably run from here when I'm done, to be honest. And I put that on my mama and my baby boo too. 20 million walking out the court, better whoa whoa. Oh yeah, fuck the judge, I made it past 25, and now I was a little nappy-headed nigga with the world behind him. Life ain't shit but a fat vagina, screaming, Annie, are you okay? Annie, are you okay? Limo tinted with the gold plate, straight from the bottom, Mr. Belly of the beast, from a peasant to a prince to a motherfucking king. Oh yeah.
Kendrick says he was going to kill a couple rappers, but they did it to themselves. And he smartly uses a Jay-Z line to say rappers are committing career suicide, trying to compete with him using ghostwriters, while he blatantly rips a line from Jay-Z. They're cool, of course, so it's okay. I'm pretty sure he talks about how they had a conversation after he dropped the Control verse, which is an episode for another day. Crazy coincidence with the shoot at your identity and bounce to the left line, considering in 2024, Kendrick would in fact shoot directly at Drake's identity and then say, step this way, and it would forever change this man's career. Kendrick then references Malcolm X with his line, 20 million walking out the court. Malcolm X once said in a famous speech of his, and the presence of 20 million black people in America against their will is a living witness, a living testimony of the crime that Uncle Sam committed, your forefathers committed, when our people were brought here in chains. The Uncle Sam name drop means this is definitely what Kendrick was referring to. He was definitely still in his savior era, talking Malcolm X, talking about becoming mayor, pulling up to the White House, wishful thinking. He ends the verse by saying he really started from the bottom. Like, he actually started from the bottom. Straight from the bottom, from the belly of the beast, from a what?
Today, Junior?
From a peasant to a prince to a motherfucking king. I love the theme of this song, the elements of funk, catchy hook, the historical references are appropriate, but there's also the modern day relevance of being the king of rappers, calling out people for ghostwriting, and discussing his feelings of responsibility while peppering in the temptation to kind of fuck around like Richard Pryor and Bill Clinton. Great song, 10 out of 10. Let's listen to the outro. Now, according to Genius, this outro is actually Kendrick and Whitney performing this part together. That's Whitney with the "We want the funk." and that's Kendrick with like a super deep voice. I just think it's really cool that he has her involved so much, not only in this album, but in future albums to come. I mean, how many rappers can say that they've had somebody holding them down like that for that long? Anyways, let's move on to Institutionalized. It will likely be the last song that we talk about today. But yeah, I think that this song is super slept on. Like, a lot of people love King Kunta. I think that this song is, there's like a really, really funny underlying story to it. I'm yapping too much. Let's just get into it.
What money got to do with it? When I don't know the full definition of a rap image. I'm trapped inside the ghetto and I ain't proud to admit it. Institutional lies, I keep running back for a visit. Hold up. Get it back. I said I'm trapped inside the ghetto and I ain't proud to admit it. Institutional lies, I can still kill me a nigga, so what?
I love how concrete the concepts are for these songs, and I love how Kendrick addresses the themes directly, but in unique ways. There's this voice that's running around in Kendrick's mind, and if you're listening through headphones, you can hear it going from left to right and right back to left. It's like he has money, but what does that mean? How should he act? He feels trapped and he can't help but have these dangerous thoughts regardless. He has money and status, but he still has that dog in him. So what?
If I was the president, I'd pay my mama's rent, free my homies and them, bulletproof my Chevy doors, lay in the White House and get high, Lord. Whoever thought, Master, take the chains off me.
This is low-key kind of wholesome. If I was the president, I'd pay my mama's rent. Look, like, I grew up middle class, but if I came into a bunch of money and success, I don't think my first thought would be like really big stuff. It'd probably be similar to Kendrick. Like, let me just take care of my mom. Start small. But then on the other hand, we have free the homies, bulletproof the Chevy doors, like, because obviously people are going to come for you. And laying in the White House and getting high is, you know, of course, another allusion to the White House. This symbol of power, kind of the ultimate symbol of having control and feeling free. And the interlude kind of ends with Master, take the chains off me. Is money and fame really the goal, or is it freedom?
Life to me like a box of chocolate, quid pro quo, something for something, that's the obvious. Oh shit, flow so sick, don't you swallow it, biting my style, your salmonella poison positive. I can just alleviate the rap industry politics, milk the game up, never lactose intolerant, the last remainder, a real shit, you know the obvious. Me, scholarship, no, streets put me through colleges, be all you can be, true, but the problem is, a dream, only a dream, if work, don't follow it, remind me of the homies that used to know me. Now follow this. I tell you my hypothesis.
Kendrick sounds different in almost every verse, by the way. It's wild. Flow so sick, don't you swallow it. Bite my style, you're salmonella positive. These are bars. Kendrick is so good at rapping that I don't always take the time to point every bar out, but
here's what he's saying. He's sick at rapping, okay? All right, the flow's so sick, he wouldn't recommend you bite it, eat it, swallow it, per se. Because you'll be salmonella poison positive. He's sick, which, you know, means good at rapping. But you'd be sick, not in the same way that he's sick, but in a bad way, trying to take his style.
I've personally gotten salmonella before. That shit is terrible. It sucks. Like, I couldn't eat for days. Everything coming out of me was straight water. Ew! Anyways, Kendrick will go on to talk about how he has no shame in milking the game, didn't have proper schooling, the streets put him through college, but he capitalized on the dreams that he had. He says this, but he doesn't forget to remind you that hard work is also mandatory to achieve these dreams. Otherwise, dreams will just stay dreams. And then we get into the beginning of what probably isn't meant to be a funny story, but it's funny to me.
I'm probably just way too loyal. K-Dizzle would do it for you. My niggas think I'm a god. Truthfully, all of them spoil. Usually, you're never charged. But something came over you once I took you to them fucking BET Awards. You looking at artists like they're harvests. So many rollies around you and you want all of them. Somebody told me you thinking about snatching jewelry. I should have listened what my grandmama said to me.
Kendrick has made it. He's got money, accolades, people love him. His homies really love him.
What do you mean by that?
He says sometimes he thinks he's too loyal to them, and sometimes they act spoiled. He begins this story about a friend he took to the BET Awards, and Buddy started talking about snatching jewelry. Like... I'm just imagining Kendrick at the BET Awards, and I don't know, like Queen Latifah, Kelly Rowland, Beyonce, Carrie Hilson, other black women are there, and they have no idea that old Kung Fu Kenny over there brought some hooligans that are just looking for a come up. off like your necklace or your watch. Like, it's wild. Here's the first half of the hook from Bilal, who is in character as Kendrick's grandmama.
Grandmama?
Shit don't change until you get up and wash your ass, nigga. Shit don't change until you get up and wash your ass. Boy, shit don't change till you get up and wash your ass, nigga. Oh, now, slow down.
It goes without saying that this hook basically centers around the idea of nothing changing in your life until you take responsibility for the things that are happening around you, until you take a look in the mirror and actually start taking initiative to better yourself. Some things are easier said than done, because Kendrick much later, because, you know, we're from the future, would make another album where he talks about choosing himself. That's actually the closing track on the album. It's called Mirror. And he's like, I choose me. Your grandma been saying that, boy.
Once upon a time in a city so divine called West Side Compton, there stood a little nigga, he was 5 foot something. God bless the kid, took his homies to the show and this is what they said.
Snoop Dogg is not known for incredible features on songs of like extraordinarily popular artists. Snoop Dogg will pop into Katy Perry's California Girls and pretty much any other song that is pretty unserious. I think he popped up on Lil Dicky's debut album, basically telling everybody that Lil Dicky has passed the test and should in fact become a professional rapper.
Questionable.
But I think his inclusion here is appropriate. Like, he's a West Coast legend, and he's basically helping Kendrick tell the story about his upbringing and how you can take the homie out the hood, but you can't take the hood out the homie. We're getting ahead of ourselves, though.
What am I supposed to do when I'm looking at walking licks? The constant big money talk about the mention and foreign whips, the private jets and passport, presidential glass for gold bottles, gold models, stiff enough to ask for. Instagram flick, sucking dick. Fuck is this? One more sucker waving with a fleshy wrist. My defense mechanism tell me to get him quickly because he got it. It's a recession. Then why the fuck he ain't king of diamonds?
Kendrick is rapping from the perspective of one of his homies at the BET Award. He's like, how do you expect me to behave when all these people are walking around asking to be robbed? People are pulling up in foreign whips. They're talking about mansions that they have. Like, people pulling up in private jets. There's a presidential glass floor. I don't even know what that means, but can I steal the floor? I love the idea of imagining like one of Kendrick's homies seeing people pose for Instagram pictures and they're just like disgusted. Like, they're just hitting them with that Pusha T yuck. This isn't like real criticism of the music, but it's more of just like Kendrick's decision making as like an up and coming artist. Is it really responsible to bring people that are still struggling financially to award shows where you know people are going to be looking like crazy rich? Like, Kendrick should know these people better than anybody because he's probably getting them flown out to these places and he probably grew up with them. It's like, you have to kind of know what their attitude, what their mentality is like before you bring them to one of these award shows. Like, I understand why he's upset and clearly embarrassed enough about it to put it into a song of his, but like outside of the music, just like on a human level, not a great idea. Like, he's rapping about like how their defense mechanisms are kicking in. Like, they're in fight or flight mode. Like, they're thinking about how to survive. They're worried about what they're going to eat next week. Like, these are not the type of people that you should have at award shows. I'm not saying that like they don't deserve to enjoy nice things. I'm just saying it's like award shows are kind of a place where you go to flex on people. Like, people are literally being awarded for like how much success they have. I'm not bringing a poor homie there. That's just me. I would also be a little bit conflicted. I might misuse my influence if like I'm struggling to pay rent. It's the middle of a recession and like I see Rick Ross over there with like a house on his wrist and he's not paying a lot of attention and I know I can outrun him.
Fucky and king of diamonds, no more living, boy. Meet my 4-4. When I see him put the per diem on the floor, now Kendrick know they your co-workers, but this gon' take a lot for this pistol go cold turkey. Now I can watch on the TV and be okay, but see I'm on the clock once that watch landing in LA. Remember, still from the rich and giving it back to the poor. Well, that's me at these awards. I guess my grandmama was warning the boy. She said,
no more living poor, meet my 4-4. When I see him put the per diem on the floor.
These are bars.
Just to make sure you're keeping up, a 4-4 is a pistol.
What your gun sound like?
These motherfuckers are contemplating armed robbery at an event that is on live television. Per diem obviously refers to seizing the day. And he's like, you know, we can seize the day. by seizing these rappers' property. And they talk about how they know that they're Kendrick's co-workers, but it's going to take a lot before their pistol goes cold turkey.
Dark meat.
Like, they have a lifestyle. They have bad habits, and it's going to be a while before they can, get to the bottom of that, reach the level of therapy where you no longer feel the need to rob people at a award show. And I also like how this must have been like really difficult. I don't know if he's ever performed this song live, but now I can watch on the TV and be okay. Ooh, but I see I'm on the clock once that watch land in LA. Wow. So it's like, it's one thing to see rich people on TV and in media, but it's another thing to like be with them and they are like actively flexing it.
Blinding you with their eyes.
I recognize the urge. And they talk about how stealing from the rich and giving it back to the poor, that's basically us at these awards. You know what? We're doing a good thing. We're out here like Robin Hood in this bitch. We're all about redistribution here. We're not trying to take from people that don't deserve to have these things taken from them. Like, they didn't work, to have these nice things that they have. But yeah, this has to be a lot for a young Kendrick to deal with. You blow up, you're trying to put your homies on, show them the life, and they're over here trying to trying to run game on these poor, unsuspecting celebs. Tough out here. Very, very specific problems that I'm pretty sure nobody listening to this can relate to. But, I appreciate Kendrick sharing it with us. It's pretty funny. I'm not going to lie. After this, we get another hook from Bilal where she's saying that shit's simply not going to change until you get up and wash your ass. And then finally, we get the outro by Snoop Dogg, but the end is a little bit different.
Once upon a time in a city so divine called West Side Compton, this stood a little nigga, he was 5 foot something. Dazed and confused, talented but still under the neighborhood rules. You could take a boy out the hood, but you can't take the hood out the homie. Took his show money, stashed it in the mosey wosey. Hollywood's nervous, fuck you, good night, thank you much for your service.
Snoop Dogg describes Kendrick as talented but still under the neighborhood ruse, still being caught up in the homies' antics. Kendrick raps about how he fell victim to participating in shenanigans in the last album on the song The Art of Peer Pressure. Now he brought the homies out, and despite him not participating and being a follower, he's still responsible for what's happening around him. Snoop suggests you can take the homie out the hood, but not the hood out the homie. Kendrick will continue to struggle with the duality of being from the hood, but now with much power and influence, he's faced with the impossible task of doing the right thing with his newfound fame and resources. Lucy is tempting, Uncle Sam is waiting in the wings, and oh my god, the yams.
Can I get to the yams? Sweet yams.
We're 4 songs in, and we have no skips. Wesley's theory introduces the antagonist, Uncle Sam. For Free is a direct attack from one of his slurs.
Slurs?
And Kendrick promptly defending himself in a pretty aggressive way.
This dick ain't free.
King Kunta is Kendrick claiming that he's on top, and Institutionalized discusses how his homies are also in the mix, potentially holding him back, and they are simply a sign of where he came from and what is still deep within him. It's been almost 50 minutes, and we're only 4 songs in. Let me know if you want more. Tell me what I missed. Please leave a comment letting me know which of these 4 are your favorite and which song you can't wait for me to get to. These Walls is one of the most underrated Kendrick songs in my opinion. And it's funny because I'm sure a lot of Kendrick fans share this experience. These Walls comes on shuffle and you just want to close your eyes and sway. But first you have to get through the, Today we're going to break down how a song that in my opinion is arguably the catchiest song on the album also doubles as a peak misusing your influence. Let's get into it.
She just wanna close her eyes and sway. Exercise her right to work it in. It's true, it's true, it's true. Shout out to the birthday girl, say hey, hey, say hey, hey. Oh, girl. Everyone deserves a night to play, play. She plays when you tell her no.
In Kendrick's last album, Good Kid, Mad City, Kendrick rapped about how his friend was killed in the song Sing About Me. It's detailed much later in this song, but I'll tell you from the top. This song is actually referring to the lover of the man who killed Kendrick's friend. Towards the beginning of These Walls, the phrase, "if these walls could talk," is repeated over and over until it's abruptly interrupted by the word sex. This first verse talks about this girl going out and partying, how she deserves a night to play. She wants to exercise her right to work it out. She's trying to throw down while her man is locked up.
I can feel your rain when it cries. Gold lives inside of you. I love it when I'm in it. I love it when I'm in it.
The wall can talk, they tell me to swim good. No boat, I float better than he would. No life jacket, I'm not the God of Nazareth. But your flood can be misunderstood.
Our chorus is performed by Anna Wise, Thundercat, and Bilal, who have just fantastic contributions all over the album. They sing "I Can Feel Your Rain When It Cries," which goes pretty hard.
What do you mean by that?
Rain when you cry because she's mourning the loss of her man. Rain because of the liquids her body is producing elsewhere. And rain as in Kendrick using his power of influence to conquer her in a way, you know, as a king. King Kunta. King Kendrick.
We get it!
And this brings us to our first verse.
The wall can talk, they tell me to swim good. No boat, I float better than he would. No life jacket, I'm not the God of Nazareth. But your flood can be misunderstood. Wall telling me they full of pain, resentment. Need someone to live in them just to relieve tension. Me, I'm just a tenant. Landlord said the wall vacant more than a minute. The wall are vulnerable. Exclamation, interior pink, color coordinated. I interrogated every nook and cranny. I mean, it's still amazing. Before they couldn't stand me. These walls wanna cry tears. These walls happier when I'm here. These walls never can hold up. Every time I come around, demolition might.
Kendrick uses water metaphors to talk about the inside of these walls. Now look.
Where?
I've talked about rappers talking about having sex with your girl and how lame it is. Like when Lil Baby or Gunna or Drake talk about taking my girl, I'm like, okay, dude, are you gonna pull up to the to the animal shelter that my wife works at and tell her you have like a house on your wrist? Like, I don't think that's gonna work. But here's why Kendrick doing this is cool with me, okay? Because
He's not talking about like your wife.
well, yeah. He's telling a seemingly true story that builds off the story of a previous album. He also talks about it in like a super artful way. When he says no life jacket, he means he's, you know, going in without protection. He talks about how these walls are full of pain and resentment, discussing how he recognizes like the ethical issues with the activity. He then switches mid-verse to a metaphor about being a resident in her walls.
Kendrick is in your walls.
He says he's just a tenant. The landlord said these walls would be vacant more than a minute, alluding to how the intercourse is only possible because of the incarceration of her man. He talks about the walls being interior pink, color coordinated, which falls in line with the house or apartment metaphor. So what I'm saying is, you can rap about having sex with a woman that belongs to someone else, but like, can it be artful? That's all I'm asking. Can it be like more subtle and metaphoric? Can I dance to it without feeling gross? Is that too much to ask? Lil Wayne. Anyways, we're skipping the chorus and we're hitting the third verse.
The wall can talk, they tell me to go deep. Yelling at me continuously, I can see your defense mechanism is my decision. Knock these walls down, that's my religion. Wall feeling like they ready to close in. I suffocate, then catch my second wind. I resonate in these walls. I don't know how long I could wait in these walls. I've been on the streets too long. Looking at you from the outside in, they sing the same old song about how they was always the cleanest. I beg to differ, I must have missed them. I'm not involved, I'd rather diss them. I'd rather call on you, put your wall up. Cause when I come around, demolition go.
Mr. Duckworth continues with more metaphors about going deep and how the walls are closing in, suffocating and needing to catch a second wind.
Relatable, I fear.
What? But I want to draw your attention to these lines here. I've been on the streets too long, looking at you from the outside in, as well as put your wall up, because when I come around, demolition gon' crush. This is Kendrick fully entering his villain arc here on the album. He's been watching this girl lurking. He's been watching this dude rot in jail from the outside looking in. He knows what he's in for, and he knows how long he'll be there, and he knows this girl has her walls up. The same way her man has physical walls keeping him trapped. But Kendrick is coming to knock her walls down just to misuse his influence all over her place.
Ew.
This, my friends, is nasty work. Now, after another hook, we get the fourth verse where Kendrick monologues about his evil plan in its entirety, like Dr. Doofenshmirtz or something.
If your walls can talk, they tell you it's too late. Your destiny, accept it, your fate. Build accessories and stash them on the yard. Take the recipe, the Bible and God. Wall telling you that commissary is low. Race wars happening, no calling CO. No calling your mother to save you. Homies to say you're reputable, not acceptable. Your behavior sent me to board like a killer that turned snitch. Walls is telling me you pray for pills, hoping the warden would afford them.
That sentence so important.
Walls telling you to listen and sing about me. Retaliation is strong, you even dream about me. Kill my homeboy and God spared your life. Dumb criminal got indicted same night. So when you play the song, rewind the first verse. About me abusing my power so you can hurt. About me and her in the shower whenever she on it. About me and her at the after hours of the morning. About her baby daddy currently serving life. And how she think about you until we meet up at night. About the only girl cared about you when you asked her. And how she known a famous rapper.
Walls can talk.
You probably just realized the same way I did that this is actually the censored version of the song. That was not intentional. I mean, like, it doesn't really matter, but for the record, I blame my editor.
I'm like, what do you say fuck me for?
Kendrick raps about how the walls talk, which Genius mentioned, but I actually thought about previously because I've seen the movie before. There's this quote from Shawshank Redemption where Morgan Freeman's character says, "These walls are funny." I was about to do a Morgan Freeman impression. First you hate them, then you get used to them. Enough time passes, you get so you depend on them. That's
Institutionalized?
Kendrick mocks that jailed cucko by saying he's a bitch and a killer turned snitch. And if he wants to know what happened to his girl, he should just listen to Kendrick sing about me, I'm dying of thirst for answers. Another very unintentionally funny just segment from this album is like, just imagine if this dude's girl visiting him in jail to like give him the bad news, and it's like, he's emotional, she's emotional. He's like, babe, why would you do this, man? Like, how? Like, when? Like, why did this happen? And she's like, babe, it's, Kendrick, just listen to Sing About Me, I'm Dying of Thirst. It's a classic. And then listen to these walls by him. It's on his Pimp A Butterfly album. It's just really pay attention to the first verse. That girl moaning, that's supposed to be me. And just really pay attention to the lyrics. You have to understand, he was conflicted. And the guy's like, you know what? You're right, babe. We're just a victim of a guy who was misusing his influence. Speaking of, we get an additional bit of this poem before the song concludes.
I remember you was conflicted, misusing your influence. Sometimes I did the same, abusing my power full of resentment that turned into a deep depression. Found myself screaming in the hotel room.
And this perfectly transitions into our next song, You. What do you do when you're most angry? Like, how do you let that out? When I was younger, like, if my parents were upset with me or they had finished disciplining me for whatever I had done, I'd, like, scream into a pillow or something like that. Or, like shadow boxing in my room or something. Now that I'm an adult, whenever I feel like I'm getting overwhelmed, and this hasn't happened in a really long time, but oftentimes I feel like most at peace when I'm driving, like on a highway, and sometimes I'll literally just like scream at the top of my lungs because I don't know about you guys, but I have literally never heard another person's voice from another car when I'm driving down a highway. So like that's kind of what I think about when I hear Kendrick just screaming here. I think I read somewhere, according to Soundwave, on a podcast, he was in the studio when Kendrick was recording the song, and he said that time he actually went in the booth, turned out all the lights, and you just knew something was different. Going back to that, like, I'm about to tear up. That was deep. I've never seen him like that. So Kendrick was literally in the booth with all the lights turned off, just hollering. Apparently, while Kendrick Lamar was out on tour during 2013, He was performing. He's making hundreds of thousands of dollars. People are screaming his name, telling him that they love him, applauding and singing along at all the shows. And apparently during that time, during that tour, 3 people that he knew personally were they either died or were killed in Compton, where he grew up. So this is him kind of letting out that grief. I thought for a really long time that these verses were Kendrick taking on the role of other people in his life, saying that he let them down, but this is actually him talking to himself pretty much the entire time.
Loving you is complicated. 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 Loving you is complicated.
This song is obviously the antithesis of the song I that we'll be talking about much later on, probably in a different show from this one, where Kendrick is talking all about how he loves himself, he's proud of himself, he's proud of who he is, who he's grown to be. You is obviously like the total the total opposite of that, because what he's really getting into on this song is how hard it's become to love himself based off of what he's allowed his life to become, based off the people that he's neglected, the people that he feels like he's let down. So that's kind of the thesis of what this song is based off of. Let's get into the first verse.
I place blame when you steal, place shame when you steal. Feel like you ain't shit, feel like you don't feel confidence in yourself. Breaking no marble floors, watching anonymous strangers telling me that I'm yours. But you ain't shit, I'm confidential, tolerance, nothing special. What can I blame you for? Nigga, I can name several. Situation I start with your little sister baking. A baby aside, just a teenager, where your patience? What was your antennas? What was the influence you speak of? You preached in front of 100,000 but never reached her. I fucking tell you, fucking failure, you ain't no leader. I never liked you, forever despised. I don't need you, the world don't need you, don't let them deceive you. Numbers lie too, fuck your pride too, that's what dedication. Thought money would change you, made you more complacent. Fucking hate you, I hope you embrace it, I swear.
Kendrick blames himself for everything that's happened in his orbit. He says, I place blame on you still, place shame on you still, which means this isn't the first time he's reflected on his life in a negative way. I think this speaks to how he's felt these feelings before fame and how these feelings haven't escaped him. He contrasts his confidence with the marble floors he stands on, which are supposed to signify his success. When you're depressed, your biggest enemy is yourself. And Kendrick is just laying into his own person, blaming himself for his sister's teenage pregnancy. And he talks about how even though he's influenced thousands of his fans, he hasn't positively influenced his family because tragedy has found them while he was gone on tour and they were suffering in Compton. He confronts the idea that he's a savior by calling himself a failure, not a leader, and tells himself that the numbers lie to him. Despite his success in music, he's a person of low value. He ends the verse by saying that money has made him complacent, if anything. Many people claim that money will empower you to affect change in a positive way if you've always meant to. Kendrick poses the idea that if anything, money's made him less motivated to impact his community in a positive way. We're going to skip the chorus where he continues to say that loving himself is complicated, and we're going to skip to the interlude and the break.
Loving you, not loving you, 100 proof.
I can feel your vibe and recognize that you're ashamed of me. Yes, I hate you too.
Tengo que limpiar el cuarto. Es que no hay mucho tiempo.
This interlude alludes to where we left off in the poem about him screaming in the hotel room. The Spanish translated to English is basically a maid asking to open the door to clean the room. If Kendrick was consuming 100 proof alcohol and having the breakdown it sounds like he was, it's safe to say he might have stayed in his room a little bit past checkout time. I know this song is super serious, but like, could you just imagine that you're a maid that's working in a hotel and you're like walking up to a room to clean it, and as soon as you approach the door, you just hear... Yeah, I'm gonna just treat that like a do not disturb sign and tell boss to charge him the extra day. Also, I really just wanted to point out how right before this complete break, this total silence, between the interlude and the verse. There's this like panning that goes back and forth from the left to the right channel. If you're listening through headphones, you probably heard it. It's very unsettling, and I think it's supposed to show like the kind of emotionally unstable state that Kendrick's in at the time.
You the reason why mama and them leaving. No, you ain't shit. You say you love them. I know you don't mean it. I know you irresponsible, selfish. You deny you can't help it. Your trials and tribulations are burden. Everyone felt it. Everyone heard it. Multiple shots, corners crying out. You was deserted. Where was your antennas again? Where was your presence? Where was your support that you pretend? You ain't no brother. You ain't no disciple. You ain't no friend. A friend never leave Compton for profit or leave his best friend, little brother. You promised you watch them before they shot him. Where was your antennas? On the road, bottles and benches. You FaceTime the one time. That's unforgiving. You even FaceTime instead of a hospital visit. Guess you thought he'd recover well. Third surgery, they couldn't stop the bleeding for real. Then he died, God himself, and say you fucking failed. You ain't tried.
As Kendrick drinks more and more, the depression gets heavier. He begins to question his love for his family, and he feels like he neglected them to pursue his success. He feels guilt because while he was on the road rapping about all the danger he grew up around, his community was still suffering. I actually just found this article where Dave Free and some other members of Kendrick Lamar's team were talking about the recording of this song. I'm just going to read it verbatim so I don't mess anything up. Kendrick Lamar's longtime manager and PG Lang co-founder Dave Free delved into the pain and grief that the TDE MC was dealing with while recording to Pimp A Butterfly. K-Dot lost numerous close friends after the success of 2012's Good Kid, M.A.A.d City, but the death of 23-year-old Chad Keaton hit him especially hard. Quote, Chad was a really hard one for Kendrick because Chad was younger than us, like a little bro, Free said. I'll never forget. He FaceTimed me while we were on tour. We was on the bus talking to him, and we were telling him, bro, we about to come back and see you. We're going to try and cut this run short and get back to you. And we didn't get back to see him before he passed. Keaton died in August 2013. He was wounded in a drive-by shooting in Compton that July, after which Kendrick stayed in touch with him, but succumbed to his injuries while in hospital 31 days later. So this kid got shot, and he was in the hospital, and for a month, they kept in touch with him via FaceTime, but he ended up dying. So I could understand why Kendrick feels terrible about that. According to this article, making his death all the more painful was the fact that Chad's older brother, Jason, had specifically asked Kendrick to look out for his sibling while he was in prison. Jason asked of him, like, yo, just look out for little bro, man. Dave Free recalled. That was a responsibility, so when Chad died, it kind of felt like he let him down. So basically, Kendrick was feeling a lot of survivor's remorse about this. This is definitely where these lyrics come into play. You promised you'd watch him before they shot him. You FaceTimed him one time. That's unforgiven. You even FaceTimed him instead of a hospital visit. So they talked about how they would cut the tour short, but clearly not short enough because this kid died before Kendrick could ever actually see him in person. So yeah, I read somewhere in an article that this specific recording for you wasn't necessarily as performative. It was actually Kendrick breaking down and crying while he was recording it, which just makes listening to it in hindsight just all that much more difficult. But yeah, let's move on to the third verse. Jesus Christ.
I know your secrets, nigga. Mood swings is frequent, nigga. I know depression is resting on your heart for 2 reasons, nigga. I know you and a couple black boys ain't been speaking, nigga. Y'all damn near beefing, I see it, and you're the reason, nigga. And if this bottle could talk, I cry myself to sleep, bitch. Everything is your fault. Falls breaking to pieces. Earthquakes on every weekend. Because you shook as soon as you knew confinement was needed. I know your secrets. Don't let me tell them to the world about this shit you thinking. And that time that you out the Earl. I'm fucked up, but I ain't as fucked up as you. You just can't get right. I think your heart made it bulletproof. Should've killed your ass long time ago. You should've filled that black revolver blast long time ago. And if this marriage could talk, it'll say you gotta go. And if I told your secrets, the world will know money can't stop a suicidal weakness.
Kendrick talks about how the guilt and shame he feels is so heavy he can barely even talk to certain people from the community he grew up in. It damn near feels like they have beef. Very rarely in my experience is there a completely one-sided beef, but Kendrick introduces the idea that there's so much tension between him and the people he grew up around, but he knows it's all his fault. Another fascinating part of this verse as well, I want to say, so I don't forget, the inclusion of those sounds in the background, like the bottle clinking and the gulping that are mixed in, super smart. Just like a really nice detail from like an audio perspective. Whenever I'm making my own podcast, I like to include as many things as possible that are relevant to the show, whether it be small little details in the background music, background sounds, etc. My editor goes crazy with stuff like that. So I really have an appreciation for that. Also, the idea that the more negative side of Kendrick is threatening to expose his inner thoughts is like crazy. Kendrick ends the song by saying at least one of his secrets, unfortunately, is that he contemplated ending it all despite being extremely rich. I know Googling this information is going to put me on some list, and the ads on every app and site that I visit are all going to be about like how not to throw yourself into a volcano. But like, since, you know, I know like 1,000 people minimum are going to hear this, not a flex, just a fact. This show is supposed to be fun, but these themes are pretty heavy, and I do feel a certain level of responsibility as a content creator to not make light of, you know, potentially deciding that you don't want to exist on this planet with the rest of us anymore. So despite the volcano thing, you know,
Come on, Derapy.
if you are struggling or know someone who is, please talk about it with someone or encourage them to reach out to someone. Like, the worst thing about depression is feeling like you're alone, feeling like you have unique problems that no one can relate to. And I promise you, you're not alone. And I know that sounds like super cheesy, and it sounds like I'm just saying, oh no, people love you. But like, that's not really what I'm saying. Is, I mean, yeah, people do, but your problems aren't unique. Others have had the same or worse, and that's not to compare them, but depression and anxiety have a habit of making you feel like you have a special brand of hardship that you'll never be able to overcome. But I have great news, actually. I'm going to let you in on a little secret. You actually have a 100% success rate in dealing with these problems. And I kind of stole this from D'Angelo Wallace, a video that I saw a couple days ago, but I also heard it when I went to therapy. An extremely valuable resource. And I'm almost off my soapbox, I promise. You don't have to skip ahead. I'm literally almost done. The worst day of your life, the worst thing that has ever happened to you, in a funny way, like you already beat it, like you're still here. Like, you're listening to my funny ass little show. The goal for depression isn't always to like beat depression, but it's basically not to let it beat you. And every day that you get up and you do stuff, and then you go to sleep, and then you wake up the next day and do stuff, like, you're winning again. Like, every time you're like, oh my God, how am I ever going to recover from this? You already did it. Like, you're still here, which is awesome. Please stay and continue to listen to my podcast. Okay, I'm done. If you feel like you need any additional resources for the stuff that we just talked about, there will be a link in the description with some helpful resources, or I'm going to fire my editor.
What the fuck?
Anyways, let's end on a high note.
All's my life I has to fight, nigga. All's my life hard times like, yeah. Bad trips like, yeah. Nazareth, I'm fucked up, homie, you fucked up. But if God got us, then we gon' be alright.
Nigga, we gon' be alright. Nigga, we gon' be alright. We gon' be alright. Do you hear me? Do you feel me? We gon' be alright. Nigga, we gon' be alright. Huh? We gon' be alright. Nigga, we gon' be alright. Do you hear me? Do you feel me? We gon' be alright.
So I don't know if you noticed that little that little 4 count. That means
Pharrell is involved.
Also, related but unrelated, Pharrell is starring in like a Lego movie about his life, his upbringing, and his connection to music. Kendrick Lamar is in it. Snoop Dogg's in it. A bunch of other artists are in it. I know that's super random, but it's not that random. I was just at the theater yesterday, and I was just like, what is Kendrick Lamar doing in a Lego movie fresh off the rap beef of the century? All's My Life I Had to Fight is actually a reference to the Alice Walker's Pulitzer Prize winning novel, The Color Purple. I just learned that, like, right now. You want to talk about, like, the most
what?
You want to talk about the most hopeful, uniting anthem for peace and black empowerment, potentially, of the 21st century? I've never been down and heard this song and not felt just a smidgen of hope. You feel me? White people in the comments, can you give me the white version of All Right? I'm not I'm not trying to be divisive here. I'm not saying that when All Right is blaring in whatever speaker or whatever venue or location you happen to be at, that it can't bring white people together, but it just doesn't strike me as the type of tune that you would play at like a majority white event. But could you just give me the All Right equivalent for white people? I'm just curious. Maybe you don't have one, but like I'd love to hear you chime in on this. Anyways, I think what makes great albums great is how they structure the track list. I think that this song coming right after You is exactly what you need to avoid that volcano. I truly feel like this is probably, tell me if I'm wrong, one of the more iconic hooks from any hip-hop artist
He muted a sneeze here.
of the past 20 years. Tell me I'm wrong. All right, let's just get into this verse. I'm ready.
And when I wake up, I recognize you looking at me for the pay cut. Bahamas, I be looking at you from the face down. One Mac 11, even boom with the bass down. Skimming, and let me tell you about my life. Painkillers only put me in the twilight. With pretty pussy and Benjamin is the highlight. I tell my mama I love her, but this what I like. Lord knows, 20 of them in my Chevy. Tell them all to come and get me, reaping everything I sow. So my karma come in heaven, no preliminary hearings on my record. I'm a motherfucking gangster in silence for the record. Tell the world I know it's too late. Boys and girls, I think I've gone great. Trying to decide my face this all day. Won't you please believe when I say?
Dot says from the moment he wakes up from his goated slumber, motherfuckers will look at him for a pay cut. Ain't that about a bitch? Also, when most people refer to bass, they're talking about music. Bass in the song goes crazy, of course, but Kendrick draws attention to the boom of gunfire. Now, according to Genius, Mac 11s are often equipped with silencers. I would not know this. I live in an apartment complex with a gate, and my rent is closer to $2,000 than $1,000. Not a flex, just an unfortunate fact. Kendrick, I believe, is subtly drawing attention to how police brutality isn't highlighted enough, so the boom of the guns used to harm minorities is quiet. Just a theory. I'd also like to draw attention to this flow right here. I just think it's pretty good.
20 of them in my Chevy, tell them all to come and get me, reaping everything I sow. So my karma come in heaven, no preliminary hearings on my record.
No analysis, I just think it sounds good. The end of this verse is bright and sung purposely to sound optimistic. Kendrick says it's too late, he'll drown in his vices all day, and I think this is just to say he can't go back in time. He should just enjoy the life he has and accept the fact that his future is brighter than his past. Now let's listen to this pre-chorus right quick for the one time.
When you know we've been hurt, been down before. Nigga, when our pride was low, looking at the world like, where do we go? Nigga, and we hate po-po, when the killer's dead in the street for sure. Nigga, I'm at the preacher's door, my knees getting weak and my gun might blow, but we gon' be alright.
Okay, so I think that Kendrick says that we hate the po-po when they kill us dead in the street, for sure. I don't think that he generally hates police and that they want to kill us dead in the street, for sure. I don't know. You tell me. What's your reading on that line? When I hear it, it sounds like when they, but the lyrics read wanna. I don't know, man. I mean, I know what Fox News thinks, but we're not going to talk about that today. That's for the damn album. Also, another unintentionally funny visual that comes to mind is I'm at the preacher's door, my knee's getting weak, and my gun might blow. Like, you're literally knocking at the preacher's door, and you're like, bro, this gun is burning my hand. I'm so ready to let it off on the ops. If you don't answer the door, it could be the end for... It could be the end for my enemies. Now we're going to go ahead and move on to verse 2, where we get to talk about Lucy.
What you want? You a house, you a car, 40 acres and a mule, a piano, a guitar, anything. See, my name is Lucy, I'm your dog. Motherfucker, you can live at the mall. I can see the evil, I can tell it. I know it's illegal, I don't think about it. I deposit every other zero, thinking of my partner. Put the candy, painting on a Rico, digging in my pocket. In a profit big enough to feed you every day. My logic, get another dollar just to keep you in the presence of your Chico.
With this quick break in the action, I would like to give a thanks to our sponsor. I'm just kidding.
I don't talk about it, be about it. Every day I sequel. If I got it, then you know you got it. Heaven, I can reach you. Pet dog, my dog, that's all. Big back and chat, I trap the back for y'all. I rap, I black on tracks, so rest assured. My rights, my wrongs, I right till I'm right with God. When you know.
I know that most people's favorite part of the song is probably the iconic hook. That's fine. That's cool. Me personally, it's that part where my man absolutely starts spazzing like,
I can see the evil, I can tell it, I know it's illegal, I don't think about it, I deposit every other...
Can I also let you guys in on a little secret? I've never read these lyrics before. ever in my entire life until today. Like every time we get to that part where he's like, pet dog, pet dog, pet dog, pet dog, I literally have never known what he's saying until right now. I feel like LeBron James, like the parts of the song that I know the least are the ones that I sing most confidently. Why do I do that? But yeah, if you listen to part 1 of my breakdown of this album, I already talked about the 40 acres and a mule. That isn't the only part of this verse that is repeated. What you want, you a house, you a car. 40 acres,
Try again, dork.
40 acres and a mule, a piano, a guitar, all the things that are needed in order for Kendrick to make money. Uncle Sam is willing to provide to him. But also Lucy is also showing their face as a potential antagonist on the album. And it's funny because Lucy is like a common dog name. But I'm going to let you in on a little secret in case you didn't already know. There's a lot of mention of God, and the antagonist of God is obviously Lucifer, and Lucy is like a short way to say Lucifer. But here, Lucy is coming in the form of your dog, you know? And it's basically reminding Kendrick, hey, now that you made it, now that you're all happy, now that you're on the other side of your depression, let's get back to spinning, buddy. We're trying to tax the hell out of you. Uncle Sam needs his cut. This is just a really, really awesome verse. And now that I'm reading the lyrics, it makes more sense that he's saying pat dog, pat dog, pat dog, my dog, that's all, to like fall in line with the Lucy being your dog reference earlier in the verse. Pat Dog is a cousin of Kendrick's who actually passed away during the recording of To Pimp a Butterfly. Him along with Chad, who we talked about in You, they both passed away between the release of Good Kid, Mad City and To Pimp a Butterfly. So they both had to get a shout out on the biggest song. That's love. Also, what a legendary way to end a verse. I rap, I black on track, so rest assured I right my wrongs. Wait. My rights, my wrongs. I write till I'm right with God. What the fuck? Listen, bro, somebody, who's your favorite artist? Okay, who's your favorite artist that's not Kendrick? Show me a verse of theirs that goes as hard as this. Leave it in the comments. I dare you right now. I will go to it and I will come back to that comment and be like, I don't know, probably not. So then we get another pre-chorus, we get the hook again, and then we get our outro with Kendrick Lamar and Thundercat, as well as an addition to our ongoing poem.
Nights in my prayers.
I remember you was conflicted. You was misusing your influence. Shit, sometimes I did the same.
Yeah.
Abusing my power, full of resentment. And this resentment, it turned into a deep depression.
Hey, brother.
Found myself screaming in the hotel room. I didn't want to self-destruct.
No, sir.
The evils of Lucy was all around me.
Some bitch.
So I went running for answers. These Walls is an incredible dance track that also tells the story of Kendrick misusing his influence to take vengeance upon somebody that shot one of his homies when he was growing up in Compton. You is Kendrick talking about how much he hated himself, a complete and total breakdown that he had where he found himself screaming in a hotel room, and Spanish maids wanted ultimately no part of it in the end. But what a beautiful and vulnerable and sad tale that was, only to be followed by arguably the most uplifting rap song of the decade. Great beat, just great instrumentals, great vocal performance, great lyricism, entendres, message, themes, all of it. We're 3 for 3. And now that we've covered 7 Kendrick tracks, I can honestly say we're 7 for 7. There's a reason why I think this is the best rap album ever, and it also happens to be my favorite. This song is produced by Taz Arnold with additional production by Soundwave and Terrace Martin with vocals from Bilal. And I also think SZA finds her way on here too at some point as far as the vocals go. The end of the poem from last song talks about how Kendrick says he doesn't want to self-destruct. The evils of Lucy are all around him, so he went running for answers. So I'm pretty sure him breathing like this, like Shannon Sharp on an IG Live, is basically the sound of him being out of breath from running. I just like how the breathing is like so out of rhythm and sporadic, but then he starts to breathe like in tune with the beat. Like, I just think that's such a cool little touch.
What's wrong, nigga? I thought you was keeping it gangster. I thought this what you wanted. They say if you scared, go to church. But remember, he knows the Bible too.
Now, baby, when I get you.
Kendrick finds himself conflicted once again. The voice in his head is like, what's wrong, man? I thought you were keeping it gangster. I thought this is what you wanted. I think this is his conscience kind of mocking him for struggling now that he has what he asked for. Dude was about to control, alt, and delete on the song You. Just a few songs before that, he was talking about how he was the king, nobody could step to him. And I just like how Kendrick takes the things that people value about him, like his talent and his bravado and his ambition, and he shows us how his mind uses these things against him. Like, bro, you wanted fame and money and now you're depressed? Soft. That's not very Cash Money of you, my guy. Also, low-key, like the coldest, like the most scary line from this song is that they say if you're scared, go to church, but remember,
he knows the Bible too.
Every time I hear that, like, I get like chills. I'm like, damn. He knows the Bible too. Also, spoiler alert, the he that's being referred to is Lucifer. In the Bible, Lucifer was one of the most beautiful angels. He was basically like he was like God's top 3 before he got banished to the shadow realm. I like how Kendrick states that wherever you're going to find solace or peace or look for guidance or grace, Bad Choice Road is right there waiting for you. So yeah, let's tap into the chorus.
Get you. I'ma go hit the fire with you. Smoking, looking, poking the danger till I'm out with you. Cause I want you. Now baby, when I'm riding, yeah, I'm riding dirty. Registration inside of service. Smoking, looking, drinking that potion. You can see me swerving. Cause I want you. I want you more than you know.
For a chorus that's about the actual devil preying on you, it sounds pretty slick and cool and fun, and I'm pretty sure that's intentional. The chorus refers to things that Kendrick has explicitly talked about not having interest in, like the consumption of
the devil's lettuce.
Kendrick talked about foaming at the mouth the first time he smoked some laced ganja. Now Lucy's like, give it another try. Lucy wants Kendrick idle and riding dirty, putting him in compromising positions that will give him temporary feelings of euphoria, but may ultimately be his downfall. And what a cool, hypnotic chorus. Now let's get into the first verse.
I remember you took me to a mall last week, baby. You looked me in my eyes about 4 or 5 times till I was hypnotized, then you clarified that You said Sherane ain't got nothing on Lucy. I said, you crazy? Rose are red, violets are blue, but me and you both pushing up daisies if
This is at least the 3rd time the mall has been mentioned on the album. It was mentioned in Wesley's Theory and All Right, and now in For Sale. Kendrick Lamar hates the mall. Shut them all down. He wants no part in it. Lucy's Allure is all about what makes you a cool rapper. Buy a chain.
Buy a chain, Kendrick.
Flex on them.
Flex on these hoes.
I also like how Sherane from Good Kid, Mad City gets a name drop. If you've listened to Good Kid, Mad City, you know that Sherane was unknowingly part of a scenario in which Kendrick got spooked by some dudes that knew her. Sherane was a high school fling of Kendrick's, someone he desired at a much younger age. Lucy is hitting Kendrick like, we got some things round yonder that'll make you holler. You ever heard of a blue-eyed devil with a fat-ass monkey? The roses are red, violets are blue, go to show the naive mindset that Kendrick has to be tempted. And pushing up daisies ties in perfectly with the flower theme, while also showing how dangerous a relationship is with Lucy, because, you know, pushing up daisies means...
It means you're underneath a lot of pressure, you know?
means you're dead.
Oh, well, yeah.
So we're going to skip the chorus. Want you. And we're going to go ahead and hit the second verse.
You said to me, you said your name was Lucy. I said, where's Ricardo? You said, oh no, not the show. Then you spit a little rap to me like this when I turned 26. I was like, oh shit. You said to me, I remember what you said too. You said, my name is Lucy Kendrick. You introduced me, Kendrick. Usually I don't do this, but I see you and me, Kendrick. Lucy give you no worries. Lucy got million stories about these rappers that I came after when they was boring.
Kendrick just casually references the 1950s popular sitcom I Love Lucy with the Ricardo reference, who was her husband in that show. Kendrick then says that Lucy hit him when he was like 26 to lure him in with stories about rappers just like him, individuals who came from rough areas with no drip, no motion, as some would say, and Lucy goes on to very lightly at first encourage him to indulge.
Lucy go fill your pockets. Lucy go move your mama out of Compton inside the gigantic mansion like I promised. Lucy just wants your trust and loyalty. Avoiding me, it's not so easy. I'm at these functions accordingly, Kendrick. Lucy don't slack a minute. Lucy work harder. Lucy gon' call you even when Lucy know you love your father. I'm Lucy. I loosely heard prayers on your first album, truly. Lucy don't mind, cause at the end of the day you'll pursue me. Lucy go get it. Lucy not timid. Lucy up front. Lucy got paperwork on top of paperwork. I want you to know that Lucy got you all your life. I watched you, and now you all grown up to sign this contract if that's possible. Get you.
Lucy is a treacherous thought. The verse begins with, usually I don't do this. Lucy will give you no worries, right? I'm just here to tell you a few stories. Then we get into like a bargaining phase where Lucy's like, would you like, by chance, a gigantic mansion? Maybe take your mom out the hood, you know, put her in a nice house. I don't know. I just want your loyalty. Are you avoiding me? Then we transition to, I know you love God.
I do.
And I heard your prayers.
What?
But I don't care.
Oh.
I've got time, Kendrick. I've been watching you, buddy. And look, Lucy's gonna get it. She's not timid, all right? I've been watching you your whole life. Sign the contract. This kind of reminds me of a movie I literally just saw yesterday with my wife called Never Let Go. Not a great film, strong 4.
4.
But the movie talks about the evil of the devil and how it will play tricks on you and wait patiently until you're vulnerable until you let the evil in. Good concept, poor execution. But that movie is not To Pimp a Butterfly. The lispy, desperate, and manipulative tone that Kendrick uses to embody Lucy, I think is really effective. It's unsettling. It's kind of silly at times, but ultimately it's effective. And we end the track with another hook, and we get more added to our poem here.
I didn't want to self-destruct. The evils of Lucy was all around me. So I went running for answers. Until I came home.
The transition from For Free Interlude to Mama is so clean. Highly recommend that you check it out. And at the end of For Free Interlude and at the end of where we leave off in the poem, Kendrick says that he's going home, and this is basically him talking to members of his community back in Compton. And may I just say, the flow to start this song is, dare I say, unmatched.
This feeling is unmatched. This feeling is brought to you by adrenaline and good rap. Black Pendleton, ball cap. West. We don't share the same synonym, far back. West. Been in it before internet had new acts. Mimicking radio's nemesis made me whack. My innocence limited, the experience lacked. 10 of us with no tentative tactic that cracked. The mind of a literate writer, but I did it in fact. You admitted it once I submitted it, wrapped in plastic. Remember scribbling, scratching, diligent sentences backwards, visiting freestyle ciphers for your reaction.
After Lucy took their best shot at him, Kendrick still feels like a free man, and possibly an enlightened one. He's solely running off of adrenaline and good rap at this point. The black Pendleton shirts and ball caps were what he was accustomed to seeing when he was growing up in Compton. And I also like how we get that West ad-lib in the background that just kind of like sets the scene. Kendrick then reminisces about how his influence was shaped more by just what he was hearing on the radio as opposed to like internet rap culture. He then contrasts how he went from visiting freestyle ciphers after tons of time working on his craft to where he is now.
Was visiting freestyle ciphers for your reaction. Now I can live in the stadium, pack it the fastest. Gambling Benjamin benefit, sending in traffic, spinning women in cartwheels, linen fabric on fashion, winning in every decision. Kendrick gets mastered that mastered it, isn't it? Lovely how menaces turn attraction, pivoting rappers finishing fraction while writing blue magic. Thank God for rap. I would say it got me a pack, but what's better than that? The fact it brought me back home.
Kendrick ends each bar with the same rhyme, but you also barely notice that there are internal rhymes within each bar, which is just nuts to me. So like each bar ends with like the hard A, like rap, back, axe, whack, lack, crack. But then you also realize that there are like internal rhyme schemes that are also happening in the middle of each bar that match the middle of the last bar. So while you're getting the last bit of the bar rhyming with the last bit of the last bar, you're also getting the middle of each bar rhyming with the middle of the next bar. So you're also getting internet, nemesis, limited, tentative, literate, submitted, scribbling. It's just crazy. It's just very impressive, okay? When you put the amount of effort that Kendrick does into his rhyme scheme, it literally sounds like he's working twice as hard to vary how the sounds hit you, and I just appreciate it. Then we also have the actual content where he talks about going from freestyle ciphers to filling stadiums. And I'd love to know what Kendrick's thing with like cartwheels is, because he also mentioned doing cartwheels in his estate in Humble on Damn, but somebody fill me in on that. But he talks about the fabrics and fashion and women that he's afforded because of all of his winning decisions. And he thanks God for rap, but not just because of those things, but more importantly, because it brought him back home. Home in a way where he can celebrate instead of just survive. And the people are grateful for it.
We've been waiting for you, waiting for you, waiting for you, waiting for you.
I know everything. I know everything, know myself, I know morality, spirituality, good and bad health. I know fatality, my hauncher. I know everything, I know Compton, I know street shit, I know shit that's conscious. I know everything, I know lawyers, advertisement and sponsors. I know wisdom, I know bad religion, I know good karma. I know everything, I know history, I know the universe works mentally. I know the perks of bullshit, is it meant for me? I know everything, I know cars, clothes, hoes and money. I know loyalty, I know respect, I know those that's unreal. I know everything, the highs, the lows, the groupies, the junkies.
I feel like I have to consciously think about what character Kendrick is playing in every verse based on the way he's like delivering the raps. So he's him, but it feels like he's talking to his mom at this point, and he's talking to her in this very like childish way, like,
I know everything.
telling her how he knows it all now. He's at the age, I feel like we all get to this age where at some point we kind of feel like we get it, like we just understand life. Like I feel like I felt that way around the time I was graduating high school. Then I felt that way like a year or two after I finished college. Then I felt that way like a year or two ago. And then eventually you just get to the point where you're like, I'm never going to know everything. You're always learning. There's always more to learn. There's always ways that you can improve. If you ever feel like you know everything, that's how you know that you don't know everything. Wow. Ooh, that's a bar. I just came up with that off the top. And that's Kendrick at this point in this song. He says that he gets Compton, but he also gets Hollywood, his morality, his spirituality. He gets it all, even the fatality that's haunting him. And I'm pretty sure he's referring to that survivor's guilt, how he felt earlier in the album where he found out that people that he knew were dying. He's like, I already yelled it out. He claims to understand everyone in the industry trying to take advantage. Cars, clothes, hoes. He's seen it all. The highs and lows, the groupies and the junkies, which I think it's very clever how he put that together. Highs because groupies are what you get with fame, but you also meet more people who are like literally high. But also groupies can like hold you down and make you complacent. And junkies, they're like literally getting high, which gives you like that euphoric feeling, but also you literally feel low after you come down from like any drug or alcohol abuse. Like it's just very clever in my opinion. Then we get an example of how he shouldn't flaunt him being charitable because God is going to reward you, but he's also literally rapping about how he's charitable.
The highs, the lows, the groupies, the junkies. I know if I'm generous at heart, I don't need recognition. The way I'm rewarded, well, that's God's decision. I know you know that line's for Compton School District. Just give it to the kids, don't gossip about how it's distributed. I know how people work. I know the price of life, I'm knowing how much it's worth. I know what I know, and I know it well not to ever forget. Until I realized I didn't know shit the day I came home.
Drake hate incoming.
Do you remember on Family Matters when Drake was like, you don't even go back to your hood and plant any money trees, even though Kendrick Lamar actually donated a bunch of money to the high school that he went to, like their jazz band, their music program there, and he literally didn't tell anybody about it. He actually was in an interview with somebody where they were asking him about what he donated and why he did it, and he was like, where did you even hear that? I wasn't trying to make that a public thing. So Kendrick, even though he is rapping about it here, he is the type of guy to donate money to a place and not really tell anybody about it, and I think that's pretty cool. It's also super lame for Drake to not even literally do a Google search to see if Kendrick has ever donated any money to Compton before putting that in a diss, but that's not what we're here to talk about today. At the end of this verse, Kendrick once again talks about how rap brought him back home, but this time he's talking about the motherland. He's talking about Africa instead of his home of Compton. He's talking about the home of African Americans before, you know, that whole thing happened. So this verse is him talking about the perspective that he has with his experience in Africa, and that perspective comes from the form of a young child that he met that resembles some of his features.
I met a little boy that resembled my features. Nappy afro, gap in his smile. Hand-me-down sneakers bounce through the crowd. Running number home men and women that crossed him. Sunbeaming on his BDBs, exhausted. Tossing footballs with his ashy black ankles. Breaking new laws, mama passed on home training. He looked at me and said, Kendrick, you do know my language. You just forgot because of what public schools have painted. Oh, I forgot, don't kill my vibe, that's right, you're famous. I used to watch on Channel 5, TV was taken.
Kendrick raps about this interaction he had with a young boy in Africa that reminds him of like a younger version of him. Nappy afro, gap in his teeth, hand-me-down sneakers, etc. He paints like a very vivid image of this kid who seems like relatively happy, even though he has like obviously way less than Kendrick. Definitely no lotion. He's talking about the kid's ashy ankles. I don't know if that's called for, Kendrick. Like, we get it.
Okay, he doesn't have Jergens in his home. It's not that big of a deal.
No home training, running around tossing footballs, and this kid is acknowledging the language barrier between him and Kendrick, and then immediately calls him out like,
oh, you're famous. No, not trying to kill your vibe.
Bitch.
I watch you on the TV before our TV was taken.
I don't know what that accent was. He probably didn't sound like that. But their interaction continues, and I find the second half of this verse much more intriguing.
I used to watch on Channel 5, TV was taken. But never mind, you're here right now, don't you mistake it, it's just a new trip. Take a glimpse of your family ancestor, make a new list of everything you thought was progress, and that was bullshit. I know your life is full of turmoil, you're spoiled by fantasies of who you are. I feel bad for you, I can attempt to enlighten you without frightening you. If you resist, I back off quick, go catch a flight or two. But if you pick destiny over rest in peace, then be an advocate. Tell your homies especially to come back home.
So this kid is absolutely lighting Kendrick up. He's like, yeah, I know you came to perform and learn more about the culture. Well, you gonna learn today. This child basically explains to Kendrick that you do not know everything, and his attempt to enlighten Dot might frighten him. Kid has bars. He says if you're not in the mood, you can go catch a flight or two. He's basically like, you could just go back and finish the rest of your tour. You could forget you ever met me. But he encourages Kendrick to be more of an advocate and tell his homies to come back home. I think the idea of this is not necessarily to ship everybody from Compton to South Africa, but rather share his wisdom with the people in the community he grew up in. As Compton continued to be like a place of danger and turmoil, Kendrick now has the influence to do something about it. We'll talk more about this when we get to how much a dollar costs. But Kendrick has multiple tools he can use to find peace, not just within himself, but the people around him. With great, With great showers come great hostility or something? I don't know. What? You guys get it. Kendrick uses this song to talk about how far his journey has taken him, but also how far he still has to go. He goes home to Compton, telling his homies and his moms that he understands everything, he made it, he gets it, he knows everything. And then he goes to Africa and he realizes he still has a long way to go. Now, before we move on to our next song, let's listen to this crazy yapping Kendrick outro.
This is a world for me.
I've been looking for you my whole life, and every time for the feeling I can barely describe. Why you reside? Is it in a woman? Is it in money or man? Tell me something, got me losing my mind. You make me wanna jump. Let's talk about jump. Let's talk about jump. Let's talk about jump. Let's talk about looking for you my whole
in the ghetto when I was 17 with the 30th special. Maybe you in a dollar bill, maybe you're not real. Maybe only the wealthy get to know how you feel. Maybe you're paranoid, maybe I don't need you anyway. Don't lie to me, I'm suicidal anything. I can bring you half again, I can bridge for you if you tell me what the matter is.
I love how Kendrick just slaps 40 seconds of some rapping that goes harder than most rappers ever will at the end of a track that's just fading out. It's pretty clear at this point in the song, Kendrick is having like an existential crisis. The dude sounds frantic, panicked. He kind of sounds like how Childish Gambino looks at the end of that This Is America video. He's looking for purpose. He doesn't know if it's in a woman or money or mankind. He has an appetite that he can't satisfy, a void that he can't fill. It kind of reminds me of the song You, because we have another allusion to self-harm. He talks about not being needed. There's a reference to the conflict in Good Kid, M.A.A.d City, I believe, where he's got a 38 on him, where he's 17 years old, and this made him feel like strong and secure back when he was, keeping it gangster. This album is just constantly pulling you different ways. Every time you think our boy's getting it together, he's freaking out again. Name a more conflicted man. I'll wait. Speaking of complete shifts, let's listen to Hood Politics next.
K-Dot, pick up the phone, nigga. Every time I call, it's going to voicemail. Don't tell me they got you on some weirdo rap shit, nigga. No socks and skinny jeans and shit. Call me on Shanika's phone.
What a mean-ass fictional voicemail this is. Like, hey, pick up the phone. Every time I call, it's going to voicemail. What are you, my girlfriend? Weirdo rap shit, no socks and skinny jeans? Who do you think I am? Lil Wayne? Nah, but this voicemail apparently it's Dr. Dre, which, and he's playing the part of one of Kendrick's friends, which is hilarious and honestly kind of hard for me to believe. Like, I haven't listened to a lot of Dr. Dre talking or rapping, but I just didn't know that he had this in him. Like, it just doesn't sound like him to me.
Oh, weirdo rap shit.
It's just, I don't know. I just didn't think he sounded like that. But yeah, this is another instance where Kendrick is showing that he feels detached from the homies ever since he blew up. And similarly to For Free, Kendrick is going to respond with all due respect.
I've been A1 since day one, you niggas boo-boo. Your own boy, you block that you're from, boo-boo. Little hoes you went to school with, boo-boo. Baby mama and your new bitch, boo-boo. We was in the hood, 14 with the deuce. 14 years later, going hard like we used to on the dead homies. On the dead homies.
Imagine leaving Kendrick a voicemail where you're just giving him a hard time. You're asking if he's wearing skinny jeans now since he's too Hollywood to not pick up the phone. And Kendrick responds,
Nah, I'm fucking real. You're shit. You, your little homies, your baby mother, your new bitch. You're fucking shit, mate. And that's on me dead brethren.
I think it's fair to say that Kendrick is being a little bit defensive here. And he feels like he has to remind you guys how he came up for real.
I don't give a fuck about no politics and rap, my nigga. My little homies done a deuce, ain't never coming back, my nigga. So you better go hard every time you jump on wax, my nigga. Fuck what they talk about, your shit is where it's at, my nigga. Came in this game, you stuck your fangs in this game. You want no chain in this game, your hood, your name in this game. Now you double up, time to bubble up the bread and huddle up. Stick it to the splits, now if them Benjamins go cuddle up. Skip, hop, drip, drop, flip, flop with the white tube sock. It go. That's what the products smell like when the chemicals mix. 50 niggas salute out the Compton Zoo with the extras. Elcos, Monte Carlos, Roll Kings and dressers. Rip Riders, P-Funkers, Mexicans, they fuck with you. Asians, they fuck with you. Nobody can fuck with you. I've been A1 since day one, you niggas boo-boo.
Kendrick spends his first verse reminding the good people what he knows and what he's been through. He references a literal dead homie of his in Stunna Deuce, whose real name was Chad, who we talked about on the song You. He's basically hyping himself up, saying he has to go hard for the dead homies and remember to keep it 3 stacks, no Andre. He also talks about how he has his fangs in the game, but wore no chain in the game, which I never really thought about, but now that I think of it, I've never seen Kenny rocking a chain for real. Kendrick then talks about like some wild shit involving like dipping joints or cigarettes in PCP and tripping out like, all right, man, I believe you because I have never heard of some shit like this before. He then says 50 niggas salute, which was tattooed on Tupac's chest along with the AK-47, basically saying that if black people from all 50 states united, they'd be stronger than any weapon. Right after, he was referring to the Compton Zoo, which is basically a reference to the Brooklyn Zoo. It's called the Brooklyn Zoo because basically, like, it is absolutely wild over there considering all of the gang violence that's going on. And basically Kendrick is saying, yeah, there's a California version of that. This is also a reference to, or it may be also kind of playing on that like racial stereotype that like black people are animals. We'll talk about that more on The Black or the Berry.
I'm the biggest hypocrite in 2000.
Kendrick talks about how California basically has their own version of a Compton Zoo with a variety of gangs that include many different races and ethnicities. He's basically saying if those gangs were to unite, no one could fuck with them. And frankly, I agree. I wouldn't want to fuck with one member of one gang. After this, Kendrick performs the chorus where Friendly Reminder. After this, Kendrick performs the chorus again where Friendly Reminder, you and everyone you know are boo-boo. I also forgot to mention he said he was 14 in the hood with the deuce, which is a 22 caliber weapon, a firearm. Crazy. When I was 14, I was watching Naruto and getting bullied over wearing bifocals. Kendrick had a weapon. Anyways, here's the second verse.
Hopped out the caddy, just got my dick sucked. The little homies called and said the enemies that clicked up. Oh yeah, Puto wanna squabble with me, Vadio. Oh yeah, tell them they can run it for the cardio. Oh yeah, everything is scandalous. Slow motion for the ambulance. The project filled with cameras. The LAPD gambling, scrambling. Football numbers slandering. Niggas' names on paper, you snitched all summer. Streets don't fail me now. They tell me it's a new gang in town. From Compton to Congress. Set tripping all around. Ain't nothing new but a fluid new Demo Crips and Republicans. Red state versus a blue state, which one you governing? They give us guns and drugs, call us thugs, making they promise to fuck with you. No condom, they fuck with you. Obama say what it do.
I have so much to say about this verse. So the verse begins with Kendrick painting just a lovely picture. You wake up, you get some fuck to it. Homies call and say the ops are squadding up and it's not to play Fortnite. Kendrick's like,
oh, puto want to squabble in mi barrio. We run it like cardio.
Kendrick is suddenly down to go to war with our Southern Browns. Then we get the line, everything is everything. I have a saying where I say nothing is everything, but everything is something. When it comes to gang violence, everything is actually everything. Like nothing is being let slid at all. In fact, people are sliding on you for minimal things. Slow motion for the ambulance is kind of sad to think about because they're just taking their sweet ass time pulling up knowing that human lives are at stake. And LAPD gambling and scrambling, I believe, means that law enforcement is being reckless in how they respond to these high intensity situations. Then Kendrick likens gang violence to what's happening in politics, and this is fascinating. This is honestly ahead of its time because the liberals versus conservative, the red versus blue stuff has never felt so divisive in my entire life, in all my years. If you ask me if I lean blue or red, I'm gonna tell you straight up, I lean a little bit both ways. Like I'm bi-curious when it comes to politics because I would rather get along with everybody than commit to one side and then have like 100 million ops. Like to me, it's not that deep for me. I would just prefer to like people based on how they treat me and the people close to them. But whatever. I just think it's crazy that like if you tell some people that like you're voting red or you're voting blue, they'll literally be like, you are the reason our country is going to fall. It's life or death. That's gang shit, by the way. Like you're literally talking like a gangster. Like if you go with this color, like people will die. I feel like that's a crazy way to talk about elections, but whatever. Okay.
Democrats and Republicans, you know?
But Kendrick was ahead of his time when he was talking about this because regardless of how long Obama was in office, for example, Kendrick's friends are still dying. So, like, what does that mean, you know? Kendrick's basically saying that Obama's got to catch some smoke, too. And, you know, Obama, what'd it do? They promised to fuck with you could work both ways. Like, they fuck with you, like, oh, we're cool. They fuck with me. But also in the same way, like, they fuck with you, like, dude, they're fucking with you. Like, it's not good. So yeah, very, very interesting, very thought-provoking verse that I very much appreciate. And no matter how many times I listen to it, I always find myself pondering like all of the different things that it could mean when it comes to red versus blue. No Halo 3. Okay. Anyways, after discussing politics in a very elegant way, we move to rap politics. Oh, of course, after Kendrick is like,
"You're boo-boo."
Everybody wanna talk about who this and who that, who the realest and who whack, or who white and who black. Critics wanna mention that they missed when hip-hop was rapping. Motherfucker, if you did, the Killer Mike could be platinum. Y'all priorities fucked up, put energy in wrong shit. Hennessy and Crown Vic, my memory been gone since. No ask about no camera blocking at award shows. No ask about my bitch, no ask about my foes. Unless you asking me about power, y'all got a lot of it. I'm the only nigga next to Snoop that can push the button. Had the coast on standby. K-Dot, what up? I heard they opened up Pandora's box. I box in my land by a landslide. Nah, homie, we too sensitive. It spill out to the streets. I make the call and get the coast involved. The history repeat. But I resolved inside that private hall while sitting down with Jay. He said it's funny how one verse can fuck up the game. I've been A1 since day one. You niggas boo-boo.
So we're going to start from the end and work our way up. Kendrick references the control verse, which honestly deserves an entire episode on its own. But long story short, Kendrick says he had a conversation with Jay-Z after dropping his control verse where he called out a bunch of rappers by name and said he wanted to murk all of them. Drake, Tyler, Mac Miller, Big Sean, Wale, Cole, Meek, Jay Electron, Pusha, just everybody. Kendrick also said that he was the king of both coasts, which I imagine many people on the East Coast did not take well. Ultimately, he says that he had a conversation with Jay-Z because people would be far too sensitive about it and they would not just keep it rap. People could die. And Kenny does not want that. What happened to Pac and Biggie was crazy. How did they both die and we still don't know who did it? I just think that's absurd. If you're listening to this right now, could you leave like a documentary or something in the comments of like where I could go to find more information about this? How do we not know who killed these people? That's insane. But I did hear from somebody who was alive around that time. Old head. They told me that they do know who they believe was behind it. And all I'm going to say is if you ask them about that person and you said, did he do it? The person that I talked to would say, he did. But anyways, Kendrick claimed him and Snoop were the only ones on the West Coast with the power to hit that button. And Kendrick was like, damn, bruh. I don't know why people on the West Coast are gearing up for war. I was literally talking about murdering with a pen, like with rap verses. Y'all gotta chill. And Jay-Z sucks for a lot of things, but this was a good thing. Sitting down with Kendrick and lowering the temperature was pretty chill. I also like the Killer Mike shout out in this verse. Killer Mike is that motherfucking dude, okay? He has been getting his props these past few years, but back when this album dropped, Pimp A Butterfly, no one was really talking about him like that, and that's sad, bro. I listened to his newest joint a little while ago, and there's this one song called Slumber, and I'm gonna be honest with you, it has one of the greatest instrumentals I've ever heard in a rap song. That shit goes crazy. But yeah, Kendrick wraps up this song by saying many people in the rap game's energy is in the wrong shit, and they need to simply do better like he is. I feel like there's no better album to say that on than To Pimp A Butterfly. And finally, to wrap up today's episode before we get to our like legitimate outro with shout outs and etc., we're going to finish with a reading just how this song ended with Kendrick's poem with a few additional lines.
Now listen, yeah, I remember you was conflicted, misusing your influence. Look, mate, sometimes I did the same. Abusing my power, full of resentment, all right? And this resentment, yeah, it turned into a deep depression. I was screaming in the hotel room. Ow! Listen, didn't want to self-destruct, yeah? Evil was a Lucy all around me. So I went running, yeah? Running for answers until I came home. Didn't stop me, survivor's guilt, yeah? Was going back and forth, trying to convince myself the stripes I earned, yeah? And maybe how A1 my foundation was. But my loved ones, while they was fighting a continuous war back in the city, I was entering a new one. Isn't it?
This song perfectly transitions into how much a dollar costs, and I am so excited to talk about this next 3-song stretch. Here is How Much a Dollar Costs.
How much a dollar really costs? The question is detrimental, paralyzed in my thoughts. Parasites in my stomach keep me with a gut feeling, y'all. Gotta see how I'm chillin' once I park this luxury car. Hopping out feeling big as Mutombo. 20 on pump 6, 30 Marcellus called me Dumbo. 20 years ago, can't forget. Now I can lend them my ear too. How to stack these residuals tenfold. The liberal concept that men do. 20 on 6, and didn't hear me.
For a song that begs the question how much a dollar is worth, the instrumental we get just sounds like real bad news. The song begins with a rhetorical question, how much a dollar really costs? The question is detrimental because, in my mind, who asked Who asked themselves such a thing? Why put yourself through this ethical, philosophical exercise that would paralyze most thoughts? I imagine it's detrimental mainly because Kendrick has simultaneously reached a place where a dollar is worthless to him because he may be jaded at this point in his career, that being 2014, of course, but also it might mean a lot to somebody that's obviously not in his position. He talks about parking his luxury car and hopping out feeling as big as Mutombo. Rest in peace. Mutombo was huge, kind of the way that Kendrick feels now that he's basically a big star. And he's also known for his blocking ability, which isn't a coincidence, just like him being African, the location of the song's story. But he's also very clearly trying to block out anybody that's keeping him from getting this gas at this station in Africa. He then thinks back to when his friends used to call him Dumbo when he was younger because of his ears. In case you did not know, Kendrick Lamar does in fact have above average ear size. He's thinking about how he could really flex on those dorks that were roasting him, considering how much money he's making now, how he's stacking these residuals. While all these thoughts are going through his head, he happens upon a man, and we're introduced to said man.
The liberal concept that men do. 2006, he didn't hear me. Indigenous African, only spoke Zulu. My American tongue was lyric. Walked out the gas station, a homeless man with a semi-tan complexion. Asked me for 10 rand, stressing about dry land. Deep water, powder blue skies that crack open. A piece of crack that he wanted. I knew he was smoking, he begged and pleaded. Asked me to feed him twice, I didn't believe it. Told him beat it. Contributed money just for his pipe, I couldn't see it. He said, my son, temptation is one thing that I've defeated. Listen to me, I want a single bill from you. Nothing less, nothing more. I told him I didn't have it, then closed my door. Tell me how much a dollar cost.
Is this your goat? Imagine being a random person in South Africa in 2014 and seeing Kendrick Lamar just having like a completely random interaction with a homeless man, and Kendrick Lamar just being like, get out of my face, dog, and getting in his car and just slamming his door when the guy was literally asking for $1. Crazy work.
He is not your savior.
Kendrick mentions Zulu as it is the language of the people here, and he is obviously unfamiliar with their language and customs. I also love how the word complexion is dropped, considering it's the title of our next song. Kendrick then says that the man asked him for 10 rand, which converts to $1. Kendrick is like, yeah, buddy, beat it. I know you're just going to use it for drugs. And this guy's like,
my son, temptation is one thing that I've defeated. I want a single bill from you, nothing less, nothing more.
Yeah, if somebody starts talking to me like that, I'm going to be like, you know what? You got it. It's $1. Kendrick, our boy, is like,
Get out my face, bro!
This would take us to our hook. The hook is sung beautifully by James Fauntleroy, and it reads, it's more to feed your mind, water, sun, and love, the one you love, all you need, the air you breathe. Kendrick has moved way past the essentials for life, you know, things like sustenance and loved ones, and he's clearly in a more selfish and materialistic mood these days. And Genius says that this is being sung from the perspective of God. Interesting.
He's staring at me in disbelief. My temper is building. He's staring at me. I grab my key. He's staring at me. I started the car, then I tried to leave. But something told me to keep it in park until I could see the reason why he was mad at a stranger. Like I was supposed to save him. Like I'm the reason he homeless and asking me for a favor. He's staring at me. His eyes follow me with no laser. He's staring at me. I noticed that his stare is contagious. Cause now I'm staring back at him, feeling some type of disrespect. If I could throw a bat at him, he'd be aiming at his neck. I never understood someone begging for goods. Asking for handouts, taking it if they could.
First of all, the image of Kendrick Lamar in an actual staring contest with a homeless man at a gas station in South Africa is pretty unintentionally funny. Imagine you're just a civilian and you're like, is that Kendrick Lamar? Yeah, dude, what's he staring at? Why is he staring at that homeless guy? Why does he look so angry? You know, that homeless guy actually looks kind of nice, actually. Meanwhile, Kendrick is like, this is pathetic. Who does he think he is, asking for favors? Like it's my fault or something. Like it's my fault that he's homeless. I never got that. The disrespect is crazy. Then Kendrick talks about throwing a baseball bat at this guy's neck. Like, damn, this is not very Mr. Morale of you. But in all seriousness, being homeless is like generally pretty sad regardless of the circumstance, and the type of person that's begging on the street is someone that genuinely has nothing to lose. Like, they are not concerned with like dignity or social status or anything. They're just trying to get to the next day. And Kendrick is extremely annoyed by this, which is not a good look for 2014 Kendrick Lamar.
Just popping in here, editor Derek, I just thought of this, like, listening back to this. If Drake actually cared enough to even just listen to Kendrick's discography in the time between Like That and Push-Ups, this would have been a pretty good diss, dude. You're out here trying to beat up homeless people asking for $1? That's crazy, Kenny. That's not very Mr. Morale of you.
I was taking it if they could, and this particular person just had it down pat, staring at me for the longest until he finally asked, have you ever opened up Exodus 14? A humble man is all that we ever need. Tell me how much $1 cost.
After one of the craziest stare downs in hip-hop history, the homeless man says, hey bud, you ever opened up Exodus 14? You know, a humble man is all that we ever need. Dude, Kendrick, give him the $1. Exodus 14 is a story about Moses parting the Red Sea. So you see, Moses, he was a humble man. He was very low-key. He wasn't like a super great public speaker, but he had a good heart, you know? And that's all that's needed to be a great leader. I mean, that's at least what the plot to Transformers 1 was. But the point is, like, this is why he got neo'd, why he got chosen. And I'm gonna keep it a buck, right? Like, I'm generally skeptical of homeless people, not because I assume they're bad, but because I know that they have nothing to lose. But give me a good Bible verse, like a good relevant one, and you'll always get something out of me, man. I'm a man of God. I love me some Jesus. And the fact that Kendrick basically crashes out on dude in the third verse just goes to show where he's at this point in his life. So we're going to skip the hook where Kendrick is not being super humble, and we're going to skip to our fantastic conclusion here.
Guilt tripping and feeling resentment. I never met a transient that demanded attention. It got me frustrated, indecisive, and power tripping. Sour emotions got me looking at the universe different. I should distance myself. I should keep it relentless. My selfishness is what got me here. Who the fuck I'm kidding?
Kendrick tries to explain himself. He says he's feeling conflicted. He's feeling resentment, but while he's never met somebody who's demanded his attention in this way, he's also frustrated, indecisive, and power tripping. But ultimately, at this point, Kendrick is telling us that he's made it this far only thinking of himself. He shouldn't let this one experience and move him off his path, right?
What got me here? Who the fuck I'm kidding? So I'ma tell you like I told the last bum. Crumbs and pennies, I need all of mine. And I recognize this type of panhandling all the time. I got better judgment. I know when niggas hustling. Keep in mind, when I was struggling, I did compromise. Now I comprehend. I smell grandpa's soul medicine reeking from your skin. Moonshine and gin. Nigga, you're babbling. Your words ain't flattering. I'm imagining Denzel, but looking at O'Neal. Cause I'm in sad thrills. Your gimmick is mediocre. The jig is up. I seen you from a mile away, losing focus.
Kendrick says the dude is trying to put on an all-time acting job, thinking he's Denzel Washington, but he's more like Shaquille O'Neal.
Shaq.
Kendrick is comparing this homeless man asking for $1 to the big diesel trying to act. Wild. He says he knows a hustler when he sees one, and he's keeping everything. Crumbs and pennies, he needs all of them. This sounds kind of harsh, and you might think it may be a little uncharacteristic, but this is the same attitude he had on For Free. This dick hate. He has the capacity for arrogance and aggressiveness, obviously, when it comes to his earnings, and he's consistent with that attitude here. It's just unfortunate that he may not have learned this lesson yet, and the old homeless man responds.
Jiggers up, I seen you from a mile away, losing focus, and I'm insensitive, and I lack empathy. He looked at me and said, your potential is bittersweet. I looked at him and said, every nickel is mine to keep. He looked at me and said, know the truth, it'll set you free. You looking at the Messiah, the Son of Jehovah, the higher power, the choir that spoke the word, the Holy Spirit, the nerve of Nazareth, and I tell you just how much $1 cost. The price of having a spot in heaven, embrace your loss, I am God.
I wash my hands, I said my grace, what more do you want from me? Tears of a cloud, yes, I'm not all what it's meant to be. Shades of gray will never change if I condone. Turn this page, help me change to right my wrong.
The first few times I heard this, I honestly didn't get it. Like, I'm not gonna lie. The reveal that this homeless man was actually God, like finding that out and then listening back to this song just blew my mind. Then, like any good piece of art, you start to notice things more and more the more you go back and like consume it. All the signs are there. In verse 1, he's referring to Kendrick as his son. In verse 2, he's asking him about a specific Bible verse. And then in verse 3, he tells Kendrick that his potential is bittersweet. His journey has led him out of Compton and into a place of riches and safety and comfort and success. Then he's faced with one man asking for $1 in the motherland, and he wants to act like he ain't got time. It's crazy. How much does $1 really cost? Your spot in heaven. What a crazy ending. And the way the instrumentals like swell up as he's telling him that like you're looking at the Messiah, the Son of Jehovah, higher power, Holy Spirit, I am God. Like
10.
Masterpiece.
10.
Magnificent.
10.
10 out of 10.
10.
Then our outro is I washed my hands and I said my grace. What more do you want from me? This is kind of Kendrick's perspective, showing he's kind of like half-assing his faith and doing the bare minimum. And the tears he sheds are tears of a clown. The song ends with him saying that he's turning the page, like help me change my rights and turn my rights to wrongs. I think this is kind of like the turning point of the album, honestly. He went all the way to Africa and was still acting up, needed God himself to basically turn him in the right direction. And this brings us to our second song, Complexion. But before that, a word from my editor.
How much $1 really cost? That's the cost of supporting the show. We put together these episodes because we love them and the music. YouTube does not let us monetize episodes with the music in them like this, but it also wouldn't be the same episode without it. That's why we extend the option for you to support the channel for literally $1 by becoming a member. The membership tier is actually named after this song, How Much $1 Costs. You get access to the Derapy Discord exclusive post, and you support the show. And honestly, without these members, we would not be able to justify putting out, just putting hours into episodes like this. So yeah, check out the link in the description or pinned comment, and let's listen to
Complexion.
Two steps.
Complexion don't mean a thing.
This is solo live.
Ooh, complexion.
Two steps.
It all feels the same.
It's a solo live.
Complexion is another song that I think is one of Kendrick's most slept on songs. After his trip to Africa, in this album's narrative, Kendrick experienced the beauty and joy of a true African experience and is now dropping an anthem that all of his people can dig, you know? The chorus is performed by Pete Rock, and the core of the song is really just that
Black is beautiful.
Also, as a choir kid, my favorite parts of this song is just the background harmonies that I hope you come to appreciate as well when you really just listen to them.
Dark is the midnight hour, her bright is the morning sun. Give a fuck about your complexion, I know what the Germans done. Sneak me through the back window, I'm a good field nigga. I made a flower for you out of cotton just to chill with you. You know I go the distance, you know I'm 10 toes down even if Massa listening. Cover your ears, he bout to mention complexion.
Like almost every verse on this album, you have to consider the perspective Kendrick is rapping from. Here, he's a slave working in the field who was making a flower out of cotton for a house slave. Because the track is about colorism, I think the ad-lib where the dude yells, "Sneak this in!" I think this is about how black people, at least in my experience, give each other like backhanded compliments or make statements about their complexion. This comes right after the dark as the midnight hour, bright as the morning sun line. He also mentions what the Germans done, which I don't think I need to go into detail about that for you to know what he's referring to. But then we get the last few lines from the verse, 10 toes down, which could be referring once again back to Kunta Kinte, who of course lost toes along with the rest of his foot when it was cut off so he couldn't escape. Then we get master listen and cover your ears. He about to mention complexion. I think this refers both to the actual story he's telling, like obviously being quiet so he can sneak around with the gal, but also master's listening as in the whole world hearing him openly try and unite black Americans and defeat colorism. Just a theory. After this, we get the chorus, and the second verse sounds similar at first, but with a slight change. And also, listen to the harmonies at the beginning of this verse. Like, just tap in.
Dark is the midnight hour, her bright is the morning sun. Brown skinned, but your blue eyes tell me your mama can't run. Sneak me through the back window, I'm a good field nigga. I made a flower for you out of cotton just to chill with you. You know I go the distance, you know I'm 10 toes down even if Massa listening. I got the world attention.
Harmonies go crazy, by the way.
Kendrick repeats the beginning of last verse, but changes the second line to brown skin, but your blue eyes tell me your mama can't run, which is super sad, like low-key. I'm pretty sure this refers to the fact that the girl's light skin and blue eyes are a result of her mother being taken advantage of by the slave master. It was extremely common for slave masters to force themselves upon the occasional slave and have offspring that they believe were too white to be in the field working, but not quite white enough to be equal, which is fucking whack. Also, after masters listening this time, Kendrick says, I got the world's attention, which is in line with our analysis from the first verse. Let's continue.
I'ma say something that's vital and critical for survival of mankind. The feline color should never rival. Beauty is what you make it. I used to be so mistaken by different shades and faces. Then Wit told me a woman, this woman loved the creation. It all came from God. Then you was my confirmation. I came to where you reside and looked around and seen more sights for sore eyes. Let the Willie Lynch theory reverse a million times with complexion.
Kendrick says that his girl Whitney put him on game, either with her existence or through a conversation that they had. Woman is woman, love the creation. Having a good woman is important, and like people don't understand how if you have an emotionally intelligent partner, they're going to teach you things that you would not learn otherwise. And I'm going to admit something crazy here that I definitely don't have to, but when I was like 17, I was dating this girl, and she happened to be a black girl. And I paid her what I thought was like a really thoughtful compliment. I just told her, I was like, you are the most beautiful black girl I have ever seen. When I said it, I meant it as an absolute compliment. I didn't think anything of it. But she didn't take it well because she's not an idiot like I was.
Dumbass.
There are some people who tell me that I sound great on a mic and legitimately mean well. But coming from certain people, there's this racial undertone of like, you know,
you sound smart for a darky,
is basically like what I get out of it, which is fucking nuts. And it's like hard not to take it that way because you don't go around like telling white people that like they sound articulate. Like that's not a thing. That's a compliment that I receive because I'm an educated black person that went to school for journalism and whose parents grew up in the Northeast. So like I don't have like a certain tinge or accent to my voice, and people think that because of that, like I deserve more.
Like some white people feel that way.
And that is racism. I unintentionally did the same thing to my black girlfriend at the time. I had no intention of qualifying her beauty like that, but I truly believe that that was like some generational shit. Like some way or another throughout my childhood or throughout shows that I watched or content that I consumed or conversations that I had with other black people, like that made me feel like it was an appropriate thing to say. Like it was a real compliment. And it really wasn't. I didn't even know that I was doing it. And like I feel like this is important to share, like in the spirit of Derapy, an honest show, that we're all learning these things at our own pace. Luckily, I learned that lesson as a teenager, and Kendrick is saying that Wit had to teach him similar things too. I don't know at what age. I guess it doesn't really matter. It didn't stop him from like poking white girls and then rapping about it in Worldwide Steppers, saying that he's racist and that's why he was fucking white. I don't know. We have to get into that. Let's stay on this track. Kendrick mentions the Willie Lynch theory towards the end of this verse, which I was actually already familiar with, but in case you're not, this discusses the best way of controlling slaves, which is by kind of focusing on their differences, things like their complexion, and pitting them against each other. As long as they are looking at each other as the enemy, then they will not unify and obviously try to escape or attack the person that is enslaving them. Kendrick is obviously trying to fight against that with this song. And after the hook, we get this really awesome interlude where Kendrick introduces the only feature verse on the entire album performed by Rhapsody.
Where the homegirl Rhapsody at? I need you to speak your mind real quick, loved one.
Let me talk my Stu Scott. Excuse me on my Tupac. Keep your head up, when did you stop? Love and die. Color of your skin, color of your eyes. That's the real blues, baby, like you met Jay's, baby. You blew me away. You think more beauty in blue, green, and gray. On my Solomon up north, 12 years a slave, 12 years of age, thinking my shade too dark. I love myself, I no longer need Cupid. Enforcing my dark side like a young George Lucas. Light don't mean you smart, being dark don't make you stupid.
Rhapsody is a person who, in an interview, talked about how when they were younger, kids would joke about how dark the other were, like black kids roasting other black kids over like how black the other ones are. She said at one point she was putting on sunscreen not just to protect herself from the sun, but because she didn't want to get mocked for how dark she got, which is so sad. Being a kid is already tough, but being black just comes with like a whole different bag of problems. Like, black kids used to make fun of me, not only for wearing glasses, which is crazy because I'm just trying to see, but also because my pants were too tight, but like my pants weren't too tight. They were just upset because like all the group of black kids at my school, like in middle school, like they all had this understanding that they needed to be sagging their pants a certain amount. And it's like, I just wasn't raised like that. And also, why are you pulling up to school with belts on if you're just going to want to sag your pants anyways? Like, I'm not blaming them. Like, it was just like a cultural thing. Like, we literally just grew up different. But the point is, like, it really shouldn't matter. It really shouldn't matter. Like, they're just pants. Outside of the general racism I was getting from the milkmen in the late 2000s, I had to deal with the black kids saying I wasn't black enough. That's all I'm saying. I feel you, Rhapsody. I love the bar with at the beginning of the verse, by the way, with Stu Scott and Tupac, not just for the rhyme, but how these are two men who could not be more different as far as like their lifestyles and their professions, but they're also black men that are like universally respected. Also, Tupac mentions the title of the next song, Blacker the Berry, which he mentions in the song Keep Your Head Up, which is about uplifting black women. I mean, what a connection. What a verse.
If you don't see you're beautiful in your complexion, it ain't complex. To put it in context, find the air beneath the kite, that's the context. Yeah, baby, I'm conscious. Ain't no contest. If you like it, I love it. All your earth tones been blessed. Ain't no stress, jigaboos wanna be. I ain't talking J, I ain't talking B. I'm talking days we got school watching movie screens. That spike your self-esteem, the new James Bond gonna be black as me. Black as brown, hazelnut, cinnamon, black tea. And it's all beautiful to me. Call your brothers magnificent, call all the sisters queens. We all on the same team, blues and pyrus, no colors ain't a thing.
This was the first time I'd ever heard Rhapsody, and I think her verse on this album deserves to stand alone as the only real feature verse. I love how it perfectly complements the album's empowering vibe, or rather the song's empowering vibe. Good delivery, good wordplay, Tupac gets mentioned, which is just perfect. Encourages you to call your brothers magnificent, your sisters queens. What a beautiful sentiment. I love this song, and it's placed so well after How Much a Dollar Costs, a song that puts the fear of God in Kendrick to turn it around. Then we get an empowering song like this right afterwards.
I'm sure it's only up from here.
Barefoot babies with no care. Teenage gun told us that don't play fair. Should I get out the car? I don't see Compton. I see something much worse. The land of the landmines. The hell that's on earth.
So after the sweetness of complexion, we get this outro where Kendrick paints a haunting image of barefoot babies, which sounds like the most innocent version of a being, teenagers with weapons, and then he reveals that he's talking about Compton, land of the landmines, the hell that's on earth. Kendrick is clearly setting us up for a track that's going to be a little bit more aggressive with Blacker the Berry.
Down to our knees, pray to the God, we don't believe.
So this song begins with this like monologue almost of Kendrick like mumbling to himself angrily under his breath, and it's hard to necessarily pin down exactly what character he's taking on. I think it could be one of two things, or in Kendrick's case, oftentimes it's both. I think from one perspective, he's talking about the perspective of a black man. I feel comfortable talking about this because I happen to be one myself. Being black in America at times can be complicated. Obviously, I'm not here to complain. I'm just here to explain. Implicit bias exists. People expect certain things out of you based on skin color because of, the history of the country. This goes far beyond people being surprised that I speak well, but sometimes it bleeds into people literally holding their children tighter or clutching their bag when I walk by. I have a Bachelor of Science in Journalism, and I do funny British voices for my podcast show like I have a cat. I am not a threat. But sometimes, when I was younger, I honestly would think to myself, would my life be easier if I was white? Which is like a weird and kind of unfortunate and sad thing to admit. Haven't thought that in a really long time. But when I was being bullied for my blackness by all races, When certain girls wouldn't give me a shot because their parents saw me differently, when I'd be turned down for jobs for reasons that I never learned, or when I worked at Wendy's, my white boss said I should like be up front or work in the drive-thru because like it was a good look. Like sometimes you're like, it could be easier over there. Obviously, I'm proud to be a black man. Like it's pretty sick. I don't have to apologize for any type of like cultural appropriation. My people are so funny and so talented. I just wouldn't rather have it any other way. I'm really proud of who we are and how far we've come. But when I think about Kendrick's perspective, like he's a music prodigy. Like he's Shakespearean with the pen, a musical genius, a millionaire. But people probably assume things about him. He's black, he's from Compton, his raps are aggressive, you know. I want everything black, but I don't need black. Record labels and ticketing sites are probably like over the moon to have people like Kendrick Lamar exist. I imagine the same people wouldn't be happy to have him expose like the exploitation at the top of their companies, you know? Culturally and societally, like from the white perspective, the intro could hit different. Like a white person saying, I want black, I need black, I hate everything black, can refer to how some white people don't care to associate with black people at all. They don't have black friends, they make jokes or statements at the expense of black people, but sometimes they want black as a style. Ariana Grande will be black for a few months, speak in Ebonics, date Big Sean, and then remember she's a theater kid and code switch back to default, you know? Like white people will say the N-word and say it's just a word and then dab and do the jerk and the Dougie. Like certain people will tap into the culture when it's convenient, when it's fun, and then dip out after they're like sick of it or they find like some new trending thing. This episode is going to be longer than I thought. I just realized that was literally just the intro. But the point is Kendrick is, dare I say, conflicted.
6 in the morning, fire in the street, burn, baby, burn. That's all I want to see. And sometimes I get off watching you die in vain. It's such a shame. They may call me crazy. They may say I suffer from schizophrenia or something, but oh, you made me. Black don't crack, my nigga.
Kendrick talks about schizophrenia, which is like the mind breaking apart, right before he says black don't crack, which is usually used positively. In this case, it could be black don't crack like, yo, we gotta hold it together. Kendrick paints the scene of a riot while paying homage to the Ice-T song, 6 in the Morning, which is about a guy escaping police after they arrive at his doorstep. I think this is going to be an angry-ass song. And I also don't think Kendrick really likes the police that much. Just a hunch.
I'm the biggest hypocrite in 2015. Once I finish this, witnesses will convey just what I mean. Been feeling this way since I was 16. Came to my senses. You never liked this anyway. Fuck your friendship, I meant it. I'm African American. I'm African. I'm black as the moon. Heritage of a small village. Part of my residence. Came from the bottom of mankind. My hair is nappy. My dick is big. My nose is round and wide. You hate me, don't you?
I'm actually good. I have no hate in my heart.
Kendrick begins the verse by saying he's the biggest hypocrite of 2015, and he's kind of setting the stage for you to be very vigilant throughout the song. Like, why is he saying he's a hypocrite? I don't understand. What's the problem? Well, initially, I see issue with the fact that he just put out this song called Complexion that was all about loving yourself and empowerment, and it doesn't matter what your skin tone is. We still rock with you. And now he's like 6 in the morning, fire the streets, burn, baby, burn.
The guy seems upset.
Once I finish this, the witnesses will convey just what I mean. Been feeling this way since I was 16, came to my senses. Pretty obvious he's referring to his time in Compton. He says he came to his senses and essentially realized that he was going to be an enemy of America, or white America, I believe, in this situation. Kendrick initially says he's African American, and then right after immediately says, actually, I'm African. I'm black as the moon, heritage of a small village. So he starts referring to himself specifically as African to kind of like separate himself from the American image. Kendrick wants to make it clear to whoever the ops are that whatever you hate about black people, like that is in fact him. That's Kendrick. My hair is nappy, my dick big, my nose is round and wide. You hate me, don't you? I mean, I think we're cool, but like I understand what he's getting at.
You hate me, don't you? You hate my people, your plan is to terminate my culture. You're fucking evil, I want you to recognize that I'm a proud monkey. You vandalized my perception, but can't take down from it. And this is more than confession, I mean I might press the button just so you know my discretion. I'm caught in my feelings, I know that you feel it. You sabotage Sabotage my community, making a killing. You made me a killer, emancipation of a real nigga.
To this day, this may be the angriest I've ever heard somebody rapping. Kendrick clearly cares about black culture and holds it dear. I think the idea is that black people are creating incredible art and trends and movement and moments, and while it's loved, it's simultaneously hated because it didn't come from white people. I want you to recognize that I'm a proud monkey. Shocks me literally every time I hear it. Monkey is obviously a term, of course, that racists use to describe black people, and Kendrick is like, yeah, I'm taking that word back too. Shit's hard. You've analyzed my perception but can't take my style from me is also pretty sick. A casual may try to box Kendrick in and just call him a rapper. I think he's much more of an artist regardless of how whoever wants to market him. He's a unique creative whose art comes from his culture and his experience. The final line refers to the infamous CIA involvement regarding the crack cocaine boom in impoverished areas. Kendrick claims this turns people like him into a quote-unquote killer. Then we get to this pre-chorus.
I saw them shit like a slave, can be black. Oh, if you feel one heap of pain, can be black. I'm an I said them put me in a chain, can be black. I'm a now, me gold chain full of rocks. And you don't see the whip, left scar for me back. But now we have a big whip back from the black. Oh, them a say we doom from the start, can be black. Remember this, every race start from the black. Just remember that.
The blacker the berry, the sweeter the juice refers to Tupac's Keep Your Head Up, as well as Wallace Thurman's novel The Blacker the Berry. Tupac's version is about the beauty of black women, and Kendrick's version may refer to the juice as blood, and how the darker of a person you are, the more threat you may be under societally, physically, or otherwise in America. Yeah, definitely a switch from what Tupac was talking about. And I do want to talk about this chorus because it's performed by Assassin, who just does it incredibly. And today is honestly the first time I have literally ever read these lyrics, and I'm going to share them with you. First we get, they treat me like a slave because we black. We feel a whole heap of pain because we black. That's pretty self-explanatory. But then we get, they put me in chains because we black, and how you know see the whip, left scars upon me back. But now we have Big Whip parked upon the block. Kanye West kind of referred to this a bit in the 2013 song New Slaves from the very underrated album Yeezus, where we go from being whipped to having whips. We go from being slaves in chains to having chains full of gold. And it's a very, very interesting thing to think about how that transition occurs, how we have these like new, shiny, fun things to play with, but they're also almost a symbol of us still being under some type of binding agreement, you know? And then the verse ends with, all them say we doomed from the start, cause we black. Remember this, every race start from the black. Just remember that. Yeah, we all started from Africa, in case you didn't know. Like, literally all of us. Here's the second verse, and Kendrick is still angry.
I'm the biggest hypocrite in 2015. Once I finish this, witnesses will convey just what I mean. It's evident that I'm irrelevant to society. That's what you're telling me. Penitentiary would only hire me. Curse me till I'm dead. Church me with your fake prophesizing that I'ma be just another slave in my head. Institutional lies, manipulation and lies. Reciprocation of freedom only live in your eyes. You hate me, don't you?
I don't hate you.
Kendrick reminds us he's a hypocrite before saying it's evident that I'm irrelevant to society. Speaking of feeling irrelevant in society, when at some point you felt a lot more relevant, I'd just like to take the time to mention that it is still currently Black Lives Matter off season. Yeah. You thought I'd forget? Did all police brutality end? Is it over? Did the hashtag work? Every week or two, by the way, I think about Black Lives Matter and what it feels like to be a black person in the middle of Black Lives Matter. Do any other black people feel this way? Is it just me? Do you get this like funny feeling every time you see it trending? Like, what does that mean? What's going to happen this time? How long is it going to last before it's over and we're back in a Black Lives Matter off season? But if you don't think about it that often, that's okay. It's not that big of a deal. I'm just saying I'm still black when it's not trending. Anyways, did you know that there are currently more black people in jail in America than there were enslaved in 1850? Kendrick raps, that's what you're telling me. Penitentiary would only hire me. He then refers to institutional racism. It's been well documented that African Americans for a long time after the end of slavery and Jim Crow were more likely to be sentenced more harshly for the same crimes committed by their white counterparts. And that's just not fair. I think that's hate.
You hate me, don't you? I know you hate me just as much as you hate yourself. Jealous of my wisdom and cards I dealt. Watching me as I pull up, fill up my tank, then pill out. Muscle cars like pull-ups, show you what these big wheels spout. Black and successful, this black man meant to be special. Cat scans on my radar, bitch, how can I help you? How can I tell you I'm making a killing? You made me a killer, emancipation of a real nigga.
Kendrick says that he knows him being rich makes certain people mad. The idea that someone from his background is a multimillionaire off the raps has got to be a hard pill for some to swallow. I also just like the delivery of the line where he's like,
muscle cars like pull up, show you what these big wheels about.
I just appreciate that part. Kendrick then ends the verse by saying, how can you tell I'm making a killing? You made me a killer. Emancipation of a real N-word. After a little bit more of
the blacker the bearer, the sweeter the juice.
And one more.
I said they treat me like a slave. Come here, black.
We get one final verse from Kendrick where he gets very specific and he finally reveals how he's the hypocrite he's been claiming that he is throughout the whole song.
I'm the biggest hypocrite in 2015. When I finish this, if you listen, then sure you will agree. This plot is bigger than me. It's generational hatred. It's cynicism. It's grimy, little justification. I'm African American. I'm African. I'm black as the heart of a fucking Aryan. I'm black as the name of Tyrone and Darius. Excuse my French, but fuck you, no fuck y'all. That's as blunt as it gets.
Kendrick doubles down on what he's alluded to throughout the song. The hatred that he feels is a result of generational hatred, similarly to how black people feel generational trauma. Not an excuse for the haters, but more of an explanation. Kendrick reaffirms that he's as black as can get. However you mean it, however he means it, all of it. And I'm not going to lie. And I'm only saying this because it's relevant to the song. But Tyrone is a, it's definitely one of those names. Like, name one white Tyrone that you know. I'll wait.
That's as blunt as it gets. I know you hate me, don't you? You hate my people. I can tell cause there's threats when I see you. I can tell cause your ways deceitful. No, I can tell because you in love with the desert eagle. Thinking maliciously, he get a chain then you gon' bleed him. It's funny how Zulu and Xhosa might go to war. Two tribal armies that wanna build and destroy. Remind me of these Compton Crip gangs that live next door. Beefing with Pyrus, only death settled the score.
Kenny compares the tribes he became privy to in South Africa to the gangs in Compton. One could observe how the effects of racism in the late 1800s and early 1900s still affect poor black communities in the United States in similar ways to black Africans fighting to survive with limited resources under an apartheid regime. I think this is a pretty fascinating connection to make, personally. Also, call this a reach, but I didn't know I don't know a ton about cops weaponry. I've never heard of them using a Desert Eagle though. I don't know. Somebody probably knows more about that than me. I feel like this is a callback to the Uncle Sam mentions earlier. Like the eagle is a symbol of America. Eagle also coincidentally rhymes with bleed'em, eagle, bleed'em. So it kind of made sense that the weapon used in this scenario is a Desert Eagle, the one that's being used maliciously or gripped tensely whenever somebody like Kendrick is in the vicinity. But after describing all the reasons he feels the hate and is letting it consume him, he finally reveals why he's the hypocrite, despite his awakening and how much a dollar costs and the empowering nature of complexion.
Settle the score, so no matter how much I say I like to preach with the Panthers, or tell Georgia State Marcus Garvey got all the answers, or try to celebrate February like it's my B-Day, or eat watermelon chicken and Kool-Aid on weekdays, or jump high enough to get Michael Jordan endorsements, or watch BET cause urban support is important. So why did I weep when Trayvon Martin was in the street? When gang banging make me kill a nigga blacker than me. Hypocrite.
The entire track, Kendrick is highlighting all the ways in which white America hates him and how the feeling is mutual. He even compares African tribes to Compton gangs who were both arguably feeling the detriment of the white man's action. But as proud as Kendrick is to be black and as much love as he has for his people and culture, he's a hypocrite because, well, I'm not going to speculate on whether Kendrick is admitting to him personally being responsible for the end of another black man. But I think the me could be him. It could be someone he knows. But if the events of Good Kid, M.A.A.d City and even earlier tracks on this album are any indication, he was definitely there. He was in the thick of it. when guns were fired and lives were lost, like he was there. And it turns out that what he feels hated for, he was actually an active participant in for whatever reason. And that's sad, but I also see why it makes him angry. His actions were obviously his own, whatever those were, but how much were the circumstances of the community in his control, you know? These are 3 really deep songs. A tragic one that tells the story of selfishness, a sweet one with a tale of empowerment, and an angry one that's pretty controversial. What's your favorite of the 3? And do you think this is the greatest 3-song run on any rap album? I do. Please comment. I will read every single one of them.
I can spot you a mile away. I can see your insecurities written all on your face. So predictable your words. I know what you're gonna say. Who you fooling or you assuming you could just come and hang with the homies, but your level of realness ain't the same. Circus acts only attract those that entertain. Small talk, we know that it's all talk. We live in the laugh factory every time they mention your name.
Kendrick raps here from the perspective of his mom, who's getting after him, basically, because of the way that he's moving and acting when he comes home. This is really cool because it could be in reference to him like being big time famous and then just trying to come back to Compton and kick it with the homies as if like he's not an extremely successful international superstar. But I could also see this referring to his time like when he was a kid in Compton, just coming home from a long day, being peer pressured by the homies, like in Good Kid, Mad City. I think it's pretty effective both ways. So yeah, I think that's a really good way to begin this song, considering the themes of the title and the overall message that he's trying to convey here. Let's listen to the refrain.
Ask where the hoes at to impress me. Ask where the money bags to impress me. Say you got the burner stash to impress me. It's all in your head, homie. Ask where the plug at to impress me. Ask where the jug at to impress me. Ask where it's at only upsets me. You sound like the feds on me. You ain't gotta lie to kick it, my nigga. You ain't gotta lie. You ain't gotta lie. You ain't gotta lie to kick it, my nigga. You ain't gotta try so hard. You ain't gotta lie to kick it, my nigga. You ain't gotta lie. You ain't gotta lie. You ain't gotta lie to kick it, my nigga. You ain't gotta try so hard.
This is actually one of the cooler and catchier hooks on the album, in my opinion. Actually annoyed it took me so long to revisit this. The refrain is pretty wholesome. Like, man, you come around asking where the hoes at, where the money bags, saying you got a burner stashed. Who are you trying to impress? You're actually being kind of cringe. Skibbity. Where's the plug? Bro, you sound like the feds. Please be normal. We're begging you. Just be yourself. The production kind of swelling up also during the hook and the background vocals coming in, I think are pretty sweet. I actually really, really enjoy this song. Let's get into the second verse.
And the world don't respect you and the culture don't accept you, but you think it's all love. And the girls gon' neglect you once your parody is done. Reputation can't protect you if you never had one. Jealousy, complex, emotional, complex, self-pity, complex, under oath, complex.
The loudest one in the room, nigga, that's a complex. Let me put it back in proper context.
You ain't gotta lie to kick it, my nigga. You ain't gotta lie.
In the second verse, we get Kendrick saying the world don't respect you and the culture don't accept you, but you think it's all love. Wait a second, the culture doesn't accept you? Why does that sound familiar?
Didn't notice I said we, it's not just me, I'm what the culture feeling.
Another cool artistic choice here, after the jealousy complex, emotional complex, self-pity complex, on the oath complex bars, we get the loudest one in the room, that's a complex, let me put it back in proper context. And the last two bars are actually the loudest in the verse, right before he says, let me put it back in proper context. Perfectly executed and much praise is needed.
What do you got to offer? Tell me before we off here. Put you deep in that coffin. Been allergic to talking. Been aversion to bullshit and sell a dream in the auction. Tell me just who your boss is. Niggas be fugazi. Bitches be fugazi. This is for fugazi. Niggas and bitches who make a bitch you with lying babies. Bless them little hearts. You can never persuade me. You can never relate me to him, to her, or that, or them, or you. The truth. You love to bend in the back, in the bed, on the floor. That's your hoe. On the couch, in the mouth. I'll be out. Really don't. See loud rich niggas got low money, and loud broke niggas got no money. The irony behind it is so funny, and I seen it all this past year. Pass on some advice we feel. You ain't gotta lie to kick it, my nigga.
In our third verse, we triple down on Kendrick committing to an authentic version of himself. He says men and women are making habitually lying babies. Bless them little hearts. And he'd not like to be compared to him or her or that or them for the record. Last thing I'd like to point out with this track, loud rich people
say it
have low money and loud broke people
say it
have no money. The loud and broke are just that. Loud and broke? Like, bro, come on. Like, shut the fuck up! But if you're loud and rich, your money might still be low because this version of loud that we're talking about is the type of person that is being fraudulent. Because you're out here putting on a show and you're flexing, you may be cash rich, but you have low character. You are ethically poor. You're broke when it comes to virtue because you're fraudulent. I get it, okay? The song is awesome. Theme and message and homage paying is great. Instrumental and production are awesome. Performance is solid enough. I'm actually feeling a light to decent 9 on this track.
9.
Pretty underrated in my opinion, but I mean, the entire album is pretty incredible. Now, we're going to move on to the track I, the album version.
Trial, tribulation, but I know God. The devil wanna put me in a bow tie. Pray that the holy water don't go dry, yeah. As I look around me, so many motherfuckers wanna down me. But enemy gon' never drown me. In front of a dirty double mirror, they found me. And I love myself. I want you looking at me. Tell me what you see. I love myself. I put a bullet in the back of the head of the police. I love myself. Illuminated by the hand of God, boy, don't seem shy. I love myself. One day at a time.
I is the 2-time Grammy Award-winning lead single from To Pimp A Butterfly. It actually won Best Rap Song and Best Rap Performance. Kendrick once said it was the best song he'd ever written because he never thought he'd be able to make a song so positive after what he endured in Compton. So it's safe to say this is a very different vibe from the song You. Also a very bold choice to put kind of a live version of the song on the album after the studio version receives all the acclaim. The track begins with the assist from Ronald Isley and Kendrick being introduced to the crowd as the #1 rapper in the world. And the song begins with that catchy, upbeat chorus talking about loving yourself. And with that, let's get into the first verse.
They wanna say it's a war outside, bomb in the street, gun in the hood, mob of police, whack on the corner with a line full of fiend and a bottle full of lean, and I might wanna scream, These days of frustration keep come to the front. Yeah, I duck these cold faces, post up feet, fight for bases. Dreams are reality's piece. Blow steam in the face of the beast. Sky can fall down, we can cry now. Look at me, motherfucker, I smile. I love my.
Really awesome performance here from Kendrick. An upbeat song with fast tempo, and Kendrick is still able to weave in this bit telling people to, come to the front. He paints the picture describing chaos in the world, war outside, bomb in the street, gun on the hood, mob of police. But he ends the verse with this peachy and positive message saying he's smiling through it all. I can't believe this is my life. Much different from the energy that we get on Blacker Than Berry.
Gang bang and make me kill a nigga blacker than me.
Yeah, we're past that, okay? We get another chorus and then we get our second verse.
The fashion police, I wear my heart on my sleeve, let the runway start. You know the miserable dealer company. What do you want from me and my scars? Everybody lack confident, everybody lack confident. How many times my potential was anonymous? How many times the city making me promises? So I promise this nigga I love myself. I want you looking at me. Tell me what you see. I love myself.
Peace to fashion police. I wear my heart on my sleeve. Let the runway start. That's such good writing. He uses the phrase fashion police, then says he wears his heart on his sleeve. He says, let the runway start because fashion, but run away because police, and connects the ideas by saying he wears his heart on his sleeve, like the piece is his fashion statement, which I think is just unbelievably impressive. Could be a reach, I don't know. But it also compares literal fashion police to actual police, and he's like, yeah, people judge me for my literal fit now, but I could give a damn because the actual police are far more of a physical threat based off my personal experience. Just lots of layers to these bars here. Then we get the confidence, anonymous, promises, rhymes, which in my opinion, I think that 3 consecutive 3-syllable rhymes while saying your potential is anonymous is kind of a lot. Anonymous potential could be a book or album title all on its own, and he just kind of uses it as like a throwaway line. So yeah, I think that it's just really incredible writing on display here, which makes sense because this won a Grammy for Best Rap Song, which is a writing award. After another hook, we get our third verse.
1, 2, 3. I went to war last night with a automatic weapon. Don't nobody call a medic. I'ma do it till I get it right. I went to war last night. I've been dealing with depression ever since an adolescent. I can never hear the blessing. I can never see the message. I can never take the lead. I can never bother me from a negative and letting them annihilate me. And it's 7 and I'm moving at a million speed. From the running to a building in my body. Hey, hold on. Not while I'm up here. Not on my time. Killing music. Not on my time.
So during the quote-unquote live show that we're hearing on this album, the live version of I, so to speak, during the performance of it, a fight breaks out in the crowd, which is extremely ironic. A song that Kendrick is so proud of and that he loves because it's so positive. Motherfuckers are still fighting during the live performance of this song that's meant to just unite everybody that's there. You know, music, typically, this type of content specifically is meant to take people away from the struggles of their life. They're meant to escape from whatever's going on so that they can all congregate somewhere with people that enjoy the same thing and just have a good time. And motherfuckers are fighting at the show. And Kendrick is fed up. He's cutting the music. He's not just going to push through it. And he says it's 2015 and he's tired of playing victim. And everybody should be tired of playing victim. Kendrick starts yelling at his homies off to the side like, Tutu. Yeah. How many people have we lost this year alone? We don't have time to waste time, he says. The judge makes time, and he's talking about this because if anybody fucks up in the community amongst him or his people, black people, the judge always makes time. Whether it be a week, a few weeks, a couple months, they always make time to lock our people away. Police, the judge, the justice system, they always make time. So why can't we make time to come out here and have a good time and enjoy the bit of life that we have left? We're just out here trying to bring people together and y'all are still acting out. And after these people finally calm down, the fight seems to resolve itself more or less. Kendrick decides to perform this a cappella piece that he wrote to close out this track.
All my niggas, listen to this. I promised Dave I never used the phrase fuck nigga. He said, think about what you saying. Fuck niggas. No better than Samuel on the Django. No better than a white man with slave boats. Sound like I needed some soul searching. My pops gave me some game in real person. Retraced my steps on what they never taught me. Did my homework fast before government caught me. So I'ma dedicate this one verse to Oprah on how the infamous sensitive N-word control us. So many artists gave her an explanation to hold us. Well, this is my explanation, straight from Ethiopia. N-E-G-U-S. Definition, royalty. King royalty. Wait, listen. N-E-G-U-S. Description, black emperor, king ruler. Now let me finish. The history books overlooked the word and hide it. America tried to make it to a house divided. The homies don't recognize we been using it wrong. So I'ma break it down and put my game in a song. N-E-G-U-S. Say it with me. Or say no more. Black stars can come and get me. Take it from Oprah Winfrey. Tell her she right on time. Kendrick Lamar, by far, realest niggas alive.
10.
The spoken word starts by saying, using the phrase fuck nigga puts you in the same camp as any other racist that feels black people are less than or inferior. Kendrick then credits his father for the game that he gave him on how to stay out of trouble before addressing Oprah's problem with the use of the N-word. Oprah once infamously, or maybe multiple times actually, has been outspoken about her disapproval of hip-hop artists' use of the N-word. She said once that you cannot use that word and be Oprah's friend. Well, that's my bad, Oprah. That's That's on me. That's on me.
I will never say any form of nigga. I'm cured of that.
But in all seriousness, it seems that Jay-Z and Kendrick more or less align in that the reappropriation of the N-word with the hard ER and using the version that ends with an sound is a cool way to kill the negative connotation and take the word back. Kendrick takes it even a step further, though. He claims that the origin is straight out of Ethiopia, Negus, and he defines the word by saying it represents royalty, kings, and rulers. He says that America repurposed this word to make us a house divided, but our new use of it is taking the power back, and we're not taking something that white people created themselves to talk down to us. We're actually taking back something that was originally ours to begin with, which I think is pretty sick. So in conclusion, Oprah.
Shut up!
But what do you think? What do you think of Oprah? And more importantly, what do you think of You Ain't Gotta Lie and I? The single and the album version. Which do you prefer? Let me know in the comments. I will read every single one.
Like the video.
Wesley's Theory, the perfect opener. For Free, the greatest interlude track potentially ever. King Kunta is a classic, institutionalized, incredible. These Walls, one of my favorite dance tracks with a crazy story. You, one of Kendrick's most raw songs. All Right, a classic. For Sale, a vibe. Mama, dope song. Hood Politics is the opposite of Boo Boo. How Much a Dollar Costs, Complexion, and The Blacker the Berry, arguably Kendrick's greatest 3-song run. You Ain't Gotta Lie is the most slept on track on the album. I is a Grammy-winning track, and now, our finale, we have Mortal Man. A 10-minute track, part classic song, part classic, ambitious move by Kendrick. Let's just get into
Derapy. Ghost of Mandela, hope my flow stay propelling. Let these words be your earth and moon, you consume every message. As I lead this army, make room for mistakes and depression. And with that being said, my nigga, let me ask this question. When shit hit the fan, is you still a fan? When shit hit the fan, 1 2 1 2 1 2. When shit hit the fan, is you still a fan? When shit hit the fan, is you still a fan? The ghost of Mandela, hope my flow stay propelling. Let these words be your earth and moon, you consume every message. As I lead this army, make room for mistakes and depression. And with that being said, my nigga, let me ask this question. When shit hit the fan, is you still a fan? When shit hit the fan, is you still a fan? Won't you look to your left and right, make sure you ask your friends. When shit hit the fan, is you still a fan?
I like a finale track that actually sounds and feels like it's a finale. I'm already extremely captivated by the instrumental and the backing vocals, the horns and the vibe, the seriousness of Kendrick's tone. Nelson Mandela was an activist in South Africa. He was big on trying to kill racism. He was the greatest voice of his time, the most prominent voice of his time, famous for his work and his missions combating racism. He died in 2013. This is either shortly before, or I think like right around the time that Kendrick was actually visiting Africa before he created the majority of this album. So Kendrick wants to embody him. He wants to continue Nelson Mandela's legacy, but he asked the question, when shit hits the fan, are you still a fan? He knows what his mission is and what he aspires to do, but knowing he may stumble or lose his way at times, he wonders if you will still follow him. I love the chorus and the refrain. Let's go ahead and get into the first verse.
When shit hit the fan, is you still a fan? Do you believe in me? Are you deceiving me? Could I let you down easily? Is your heart where it need to be? Is your smile on permanent? Is your foul on lifetime? What you know where the sermon is? If I died in this next line, if I'm tried in the court of law, if the industry cut me off, if the government want me dead, plant cocaine in my car, would you judge me a drug head or see me as Lamar? Or question my character and degrade me on every blog? Want you to love me like Nelson, want you to hug me like Nelson. I freed you from being a slave in your mind. You're very welcome. You tell me my song is more than a song, it's surely a blessing. But a prophet ain't a prophet till he asks you this question.
The energy that Kendrick has in this first verse is so tough. I really like songs where he puts himself at the center of it and he's direct. I love the bars. If I'm tried in a court of law, if the industry cut me off, if the government want me dead, plant cocaine in my car, would you judge me as a drug head or see me as K. Lamar? Like, he sincerely asked if you'd stick by him in all these circumstances. Very powerful. Huge fan of it.
Do you believe in me? How much you believe in her? You think she gon' stick around if them 25 years occur? You think he gon' hold you down when you down behind bars hurt? You think y'all on common ground if you promise to be the first? Can you be immortalized without your life being expired? Even though y'all share the same blood, is it worth the time? Like, who got your best interest? Like, how much are you dependent? How clutch are the people that say they love you and who pretended? How tough is your skin when they turn you in? Do you show forgiveness? What brush do you bend with dust in your shoulders from being offended? What kind of den did they put you in when the lions start hissing? What kind of bridge did they burn revenge on your mind when it's mentioned? You wanna love like Nelson, you wanna be like Nelson, you wanna walk in his shoes, but your peacemaking seldom. You wanna be remembered and deliver the message that considered the blessing of everyone. This your lesson for everyone. Say when shit hit the fan, is you still a fan?
Nelson Mandela's wife waited 27 years for him to get out of jail. Kendrick wonders if his fans would love him after 25 years of him being out of the spotlight. 25 years is the minimum sentence for ending another person's life, which Kendrick has referred to many times throughout his catalog. Let me know what your favorite line is from the second verse.
I've been wrote off before, I got abandonment issues. I hold grudges like bad judges, don't let me resent you. That's not Nelson like, want you to love me like Nelson. I went to Robbins Island analyzing, that's where his cell is, so I can find clarity. Like how much you cherish me, is this relationship a fake or real as the heavens be? See, I gotta question it all, family, friends, fans, cats, dogs, trees, plants, grass, how the wind blow, Murphy's Law, Generation X. Will I ever be your ex? Flaws of a baby step, marred by the mouth a bit. Pause, put me under stress, crawled under rocks, ducking y'all. It's respect, but then tomorrow, put my back against the wall. How many leaders you said you needed, then left them for dead? Is it Moses, is it Huey Newton, or Detroit Red? Is it Martin Luther, JFK, shooter, you assassin? Is it Jackie, is it Jesse? Oh, I know it's Michael Jackson. Oh, when shit hit the fan, is you still a fan? When shit hit the fan, is you still a fan? That nigga gave us Billie Jean, you say he touched those kids? When shit hit the fan, is you still a fan? The ghost of Mandela, hold my flow, stay propelling. Let my word be your earth and move you.
As a huge fan of Michael Jackson's music, that part hits me every time. The concept of this song is clear from the jump, but the performance by Kendrick and the examples he gives are so piercing and direct. He's personally experienced to witness great artists and leaders have the public turn on them, and he just wonders if he could fall victim to the same thing. Such a powerful question.
I remember you was conflicted, misusing your influence. Sometimes I did the same, abusing my power full of resentment that turned into a deep depression. Found myself screaming in the hotel room. I didn't want to self-destruct. The evils of Lucy was all around me, so I went running for answers until I came home. But that didn't stop survivor's guilt. Going back and forth trying to convince myself the stripes I earned. Or maybe how A1 my foundation was. But while my loved ones was fighting a continuous war back in the city, I was entering a new one. A war that was based on apartheid and discrimination. Made me want to go back to the city and tell the homies what I learned. The word was respect. Just because you wore a different gang color than mine doesn't mean I can't respect you as a black man. Forgetting all the pain and hurt we caused each other in these streets. If I respect you, we unify and stop the enemy from killing us. But I don't know. I'm no mortal man. Maybe I'm just another nigga.
Throughout To Pimp A Butterfly, we've had bits and pieces of this poem strewn throughout. Now at the conclusion of our last song, we have it all together. He was conflicted, misusing his influence. He was abusing his power full of resentment. The resentment turned to a deep depression. He's screaming in the hotel room, trying not to self-destruct. Lucy's chasing. He goes running for answers. He came home, and home was Africa. Then home was back to Compton. He learned a lot about the history of the people, saw a different war happening over there, and he wanted to share what he learned through the music and personally with people from his old hood. Trying to unify everybody, but he ends by saying, I don't know. maybe I'm just doing too much. Maybe I'm just another negus.
Huh? What?
It's a beautiful poem, and now we're going to find out who he wrote it for. It's Tupac.
I always want to ask you about a certain situation, about a metaphor, actually. You spoke on the ground. What you mean by that? What the ground represent?
The ground is going to open up and swallow the evil.
Right.
That's how I see it. My world is born. I see, and the ground is a symbol for the poor people.
Right.
The poor people is gonna open up this whole world and swallow up the rich people. Because the rich people gonna be so fat and they're gonna be so appetizing. You know what I'm saying? Wealthy, appetizing. The poor gonna be so poor and hungry.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? It's gonna be like, you know what I'm saying? It's gonna be. There might be some cannibalism out this month. They might eat the rich. You know what I'm saying?
All right. So let me ask you this then. Do you see yourself as somebody that's rich or somebody that made the best of their own opportunities?
I see myself as a natural born hustler, a true hustler in every sense of the word. I took nothing, I took the opportunities. I worked at the most menial and degrading job and built myself up so I can get it to where I owned it. I went from having somebody manage me to me hiring the person that works my management company. Right. I changed everything. I realized my destiny in a matter of 5 years, you know what I'm saying, and made myself a millionaire.
Right.
I made millions for a lot of people. Now it's time to make millions for myself, you know what I'm saying? I made millions for the record companies. I made millions for these movie companies. Now I make millions for us.
And through your different avenues of success, how would you say you managed to keep a level of sanity?
By my faith in God, by my faith in the game, and by my faith in all good things come to those that stay true.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? And it was happening to me for a reason. You know what I'm saying? I was noticing shit. I was punching the right buttons, and it was happening. So it's no problem. You know, I mean, it's a problem, but I'm not finna let them know. I'm finna go straight through.
Would you consider yourself a fighter at heart, or somebody that only reacts when they back is against the wall?
Shit, I like to think that at every opportunity I've ever been threatened with resistance, it's been met with resistance. And not only me, but it goes down my family tree. You know what I'm saying? It's in my veins to fight back.
All right, well, how long you think it take before niggas be like, we fighting a war, I'm fighting a war I can't win, and I want to lay it all down?
In this country, a black man only have like 5 years we can exhibit maximum strength. And that's right now, while you a teenager, while you still strong, while you still want to lift weights, while you still want to shoot back. Because once you turn 30, it's like they take the heart and soul out of a man, out of a black man in this country. And you don't want to fight no more. And if you don't believe me, you can look around. You don't see no loudmouth 30-year-old motherfuckers.
That's crazy, because me being one of your offsprings of the legacy you left behind, I can truly tell you that it's nothing but turmoil going on. So I wanted to ask you, what you think is the future for me and my generation today?
I think that niggas is tired of grabbing shit out the stores, and next time it's a riot, it's gonna be like bloodshed, for real. I don't think America know that. I think America think we was just playing. It's gonna be some more playing, but it ain't gonna be no playing. It's gonna be murder. You know what I'm saying? It's gonna be like Nat Turner, 1831, up in this motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? It's gonna happen.
So I wanted to just like let that rock for a minute. I'm still like, I'm just sitting here locked in just like y'all. So just so you know, this is actually Tupac. It's an interview that he did before he died, and Kendrick took the audio from that interview and wrote his own questions and responses. So it felt like it was just Tupac and him actually having a conversation. The concept is already insane, but the fact that it's executed so well is even crazier. Like, it sounds so realistic. I feel like I'm just listening to Kendrick and Tupac have a conversation. It's nuts. I'm going to let them finish, and then we'll talk more about it in the context of the album and how we would rate the album overall.
That's crazy, man. In my opinion, the only hope that we kind of have left is music and vibrations. A lot of people don't understand how important it is. You know, sometimes I can like get behind a mic and I don't know what type of energy I'm gonna push out or where it comes from. Trip me out sometimes.
Because it's spirits. We ain't even really rapping. We just letting our dead homies tell stories for us.
Yeah. I wanted to read one last thing to you. It's actually something a good friend had wrote, describing my world. It says, the caterpillar is a prisoner to the streets that conceived it. Its only job is to eat or consume everything around it in order to protect itself from this mad city. While consuming this environment, the caterpillar begins to notice ways to survive. One thing it notices is how much the world shuns him, but praises the butterfly. The butterfly represents the talent, the thoughtfulness, and the beauty within the caterpillar. But having a harsh outlook on life, the caterpillar sees the butterfly as weak and figures out a way to pimp it to his own benefits. Already surrounded by this mad city, the caterpillar goes to work on the cocoon, which institutionalizes him. He can no longer see past his own thoughts. He's trapped. While trapped inside these walls, certain ideas take root, such as going home and bringing back new concepts to this mad city. The result? Wings begin to emerge, breaking the cycle of feeling stagnant. Finally free, the butterfly sheds light on situations that the caterpillar never considered, ending the internal struggle. Although the butterfly and caterpillar are completely different, they are one and the same. What's your perspective on that? Pop. Pop.
10.
This album was written as if Kendrick knew it would be his best work. The poem that Kendrick shares at the end references almost every song on the album and concepts from the previous album. Tupac saying we ain't even really rapping, we just letting our dead homies tell stories for us sounds like the literal thesis of Good Kid, Mad City. And I just know that that quote from Tupac has fueled Kendrick for years. Kendrick's last poem, talking about the contrast between the caterpillar and the butterfly, is beautiful and layered and complex. Between the conversation and the additional poem, I could honestly do another 30 minutes, but I'll try and be brief. The caterpillar is a prisoner. It's slow and vulnerable and stagnant, the way Kendrick may have felt in Compton, trapped in treachery and prey to his circumstances. Kendrick is aware of other people like him who made something out of a bad situation. Pac, Dre, Jeezy, etc. These people came up and they went butterfly. The butterfly is full of talent and thoughtfulness. The caterpillar is institutionalized like Kendrick and his homies. So when they momentarily have a chance to escape their walls, they misuse their power. Kendrick on these walls, or Kendrick's homies on institutionalized, plotting to run a play at the BET Awards. But eventually, Kendrick becomes a butterfly himself. But what he doesn't expect is that even as a butterfly, the struggle continues. They're just different struggles. People may shun the caterpillar, but they'll also try and pimp a butterfly. The question is, will Kendrick be able to take advantage of his freedom and talent, or will he be pimped? He claims that these two creatures have more in common than they think, but he wants Pac's perspective. The only problem is, Tupac's gone. This is the best album I've ever heard. There are no skips. The album is a 10.
10.
Kendrick isn't my favorite artist, but I believe he's the best rap artist alive right now. There are rappers, there are musicians, there are pop stars, there are vocalists, but this man is a true rap artist.
Nothing going on here. He's just speechless.
This series took me months to complete because I've never really tried to do anything like this before, and sometimes I would get overwhelmed by how much depth there was to each song and to each episode. Every single episode is demonetized, but ultimately now that I'm at the end of it, I don't really care. I want people to hear it and appreciate it fully the way that I do when I listen to this album as many times as I have. And I can only hope that you all have enjoyed this. This episode, if it ever makes its way to YouTube, is obviously not monetized. So if the last 3 hours taught you anything, brought you any joy or laughter or tears maybe, I don't know. If it got you through a drive or a project or a task or a shift, please consider joining the Big Derps, becoming a member of the YouTube channel for as little as $1, or joining the Patreon for $5, where this will be posted first If you want to donate to the show, also Cash App, Venmo, PayPal will be in the pinned comment and description. My editor would very much appreciate that. Just wanted to thank you all so much again for tapping in, making my dreams come true, yapping for a living, talking about the music that we all love. And with that being said, you know, love you, mean it, and enjoy the outro. I'll be back soon with some more yapping.
The moment I was invented is strange, baby, no, I'm not ashamed. I recommend every inch of your lunatic ways, praise the Lord. You teach the kids how to be themselves and plenty more. You know the male species can be